Okay, welcome everybody to the third hearing of Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2023-2024. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of this committee. I welcome Minister Graham and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Special Minister of State, Roads, Arts, Music and Nighttime Economy, Jobs and Tourism. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. Welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. Minister Graham, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind most witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. Witnesses who do not appear before this committee at the earlier budget estimates hearing or who appear in a different capacity will need to be sworn. Ms Boyd and Ms Morgan, you will need to be sworn prior to providing evidence before the committee. Could you please state your name and position, title, and swear either an oath or an affirmation? Ms Boyd, we'll start with you.
Thank you. My name is Kate Boyd, Acting Secretary of the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you so much. Ms Morgan? You don't need to turn them on, they're on.
Thank you.
Yep.
Alison Morgan, Executive Director within the Premier's Department. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we will hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these sessions, there will be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes allocated for government questions at 10:45am. 12:45pm and 5:15pm. We'll begin with questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Lord.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for coming, and thanks for your dedication to your portfolios and all your officials being here today. We welcome it. Estimates comes around quickly. Minister, do you agree with your department's assessment that the New South Wales road toll is now off track under your leadership?
Well, welcome, Ms Ward, and thank you to the committee for being here. I'm glad to commence on this topic because we are concerned about the road toll in New South Wales. Like other jurisdictions, it is rising. We had 351 people who died on New South Wales roads last year, and this year 63 people have died. That's up 18 compared to last year. That is a function in this state, as well as others, of a rise after COVID. So that figure from last year is still sitting below the 2017 to 2019 average of 363 people who died on our roads. But the truth is, the government would like to see that number come down. That is the Road Safety Action Plan. That was one of the key topics of discussion at the Road Safety Forum that the government held on the 22nd of February.
I'll get to that. My question though, Minister, was do you agree with your department? It's off track. Is it off track or not?
Yeah, I'm concerned that the road toll is not where we want it to be. That's the long-standing position of the former government and this government, that we want to see the road toll come down.
Sure, but
and
I'll
we're not comfortable.
Yeah, and so you agree with your department's assessment that it's off track?
Yeah, we would like to see this lower. A rising road toll is certainly not on track. We want to see these numbers come down.
What would it take for you to move to being concerned?
Well, I am concerned. I am concerned about these figures. I think I've made that clear, as I made it clear at the Road
So
Safety
what will it
Forum.
take for you to move from being concerned to taking action?
Well, the focus of the government has very much been on taking action. Since coming to office, one of the things we've done is supercharge the Road Safety Action Plan. 11 of those actions that were not in place by the former government now in place. We've moved to drive those changes. We've introduced other changes to our Demerit point trial, seatbelt enforcement coming into force on the 1st of July 2024, and just in the last week since that Road Safety Forum, closing loopholes on overseas drivers who are causing about 100 crashes a year on our roads.
Yeah, but clearly, Minister, this isn't working, and the statistics don't lie. The road toll was up 25% last year. It's already up 50% this year on those targets. Don't you think you need to take substantive action other than closing loopholes and having the Road Safety Summit, which I welcome, but don't you think you need to take action because it clearly isn't working?
Yeah, well, firstly, I'd like to thank you, Ms Ward, for coming along to the Road Safety Forum. We were lucky to have you representing the opposition. We're lucky to have a number of MPs and really a remarkable group of road safety experts from around the country. But we are taking action here. I've outlined some of those actions. I wouldn't be dismissive, for example, of the overseas drivers loophole. Up till now, overseas drivers have been able to drive on our roads, accumulate demerit points. One example, 35 demerit points after 7 speeding offences and 3 mobile phone offences, no consequences.
I'll come
and
back
that is
to
a very
demerit
dangerous
points.
circumstance on our roads.
All right, I'll come back to the demerit points, but specifically in relation to one of the most important and critical areas in road safety is the drug and alcohol testing. You've been Roads Minister for nearly 12 months. What's the difference in the road toll for the nearly 12 months that you've been Roads Minister for compared to the previous period?
Sorry, just repeat the question.
Sure. You've been Minister for Roads for nearly 12 months now. What is the difference in the road toll for the nearly 12 months that you've been Roads Minister for compared to the period prior?
Well, those, look, I'll take on notice the difference over the 12 months.
All
we can
right,
certainly get those figures for you. With
Why
the
don't I help you
officials.
out? Under Labor, in the 12-month period to date, it's 369. Under the former coalition government, in the previous 12 months, it was 271. The difference is a 98 fatality increase. That's a serious number. Drug and alcohol tests have been decreased, but the percentage of positive drug tests have increased. What do you say to that?
Yeah, well, look, I think it's important to keep these numbers in context. As I said, each of the states is facing this challenge, so it isn't assisted by comparing the figures just to COVID. We're still sitting below that 2017 to 2019 level. However, that's no reason not to try and drive this toll down. The truth is that car technology is improving, and I would like to see that toll decrease. That requires a range of measures. That's why there's a comprehensive road safety action plan.
Thank you. Minister, I'm gonna
Enforcement,
just
in the way
redirect you.
you're describing, is an important part of that. And I'd
Yep,
like to
thank
see
you.
that part emphasised as well.
And I appreciate that, but Minister, I don't want to talk about other states. I want to talk about New South Wales because you are the Minister for Roads and Road Safety in New South Wales. If you want to talk to the Commonwealth, suggest you go and talk to the Federal Parliament about that. But it's notable that the percentage of drug and alcohol, and I want to be specific about that, drug and alcohol returning a positive result from random drug and alcohol testing is up despite less tests being conducted. So less tests for drug and alcohol, more positive results on those that are being conducted. What steps are you taking to address the rise of dangerous driving practices here in New South Wales to address those?
Yeah, well, this is precisely the reason why we convened this road safety forum. It's precisely why we had not only transport there, but also police and emergency services. And I want to take this opportunity to thank police, not just from New South Wales, but also from around the country. We were lucky to be joined by the South Australian and Victorian police forces at this forum to compare notes on, including on enforcement, including on some of those figures. The advice to me from Transport about 2023 is that we're seeing the traditional factors still at play when it comes to the road toll. and in 2023, drugs contributed to 14% of all fatalities, alcohol to 15%. Shockingly, not using a restraint was higher than both those numbers at 17% in 2023.
Yeah, so
that's
those
one of the
numbers don't
reasons the
lie.
government's taking action on that area.
So let's talk about the action you're taking. You've had the Road Safety Summit, and I welcome that and appreciated the opportunity to attend. But unless action is taken, it's really only a talk fest. Do you accept that until the government takes action on the road toll, these numbers aren't going to change?
Well, I don't accept we're not taking action. That's why of those 94 actions, since we came to government, 11 of them, not moved by the former government, now moved by this government. Each of those 11 actions will save lives. It's why we've started the Demerit trial, enforcing seatbelt use, and we're closing this loophole where overseas drivers were left roaming our streets, accruing demerit points with no consequences. A very dangerous circumstance
you've done your
that's
press
been
conference.
brought to a halt.
You held your press conference, you did the announcement, we had the talk fest, but I'm interested in action. What action are you taking other than closing loopholes? The road toll was up 25%, up 50% this year on those targets. Don't you think you need to take this seriously and take action?
Yeah, look, Ms Ward, I reject the premise of your question, as I've outlined.
But these
we've
are lives,
taken action
Minister.
prior to the Road Safety Forum, and we've taken action since.
But what
Looking
specific
ahead-
actions are you taking and when will they be implemented to save these lives? We're interested in outcomes, not just talking points.
Yeah, I'll just return to the point I was making, since February the 22nd, the government has announced that additional step, closing this dangerous loophole, contributing to 100 crashes a year, approximately. Looking ahead, there'll be a number of steps that will take place. Firstly, we will put into place the agreement we've reached with the NRMA. One of the things that's been called for by motorist groups around the country is better use of data to inform road safety infrastructure decisions.
All right, on the Road
I am
Safety
fully-
Summit, on the Road Safety
Ms Ward,
Summit,
I'd like to outline the steps, but when you're ready.
you've sat in this side, so you know we are very pressed for time, so I will politely
remember the
redirect
feeling.
you
I remember
to
the
get
feeling.
back to where we need to go, just to be specific, Minister, and I appreciate that. But when will the outcomes of the Road Safety Summit be made public?
Yeah, so I was outlining the three next steps in this area, and I'll do it as briefly as I can for you, Ms Ward. First step is putting into place that data agreement with the NRMA. I fully support this campaign by the automobile associations to use data to drive road safety infrastructure. Other states have been criticised, and New South Wales is fully aligned with the motoring organisations, with the Commonwealth, to use this data. We'll put that into effect. Secondly, I expect to see and have time to examine the outcomes report from the Road Safety Forum. We'll work carefully through that. That will drive some of the state actions which will flow from this. We haven't waited. We've already put into place further measures. But thirdly, and this in particular I think is really important, we'll be taking this key discussion with road safety experts from around the country and around the world to the Commonwealth Forum. And I want to thank the Commonwealth
Thank you.
for
We'll get to
convening
that.
road safety
Yep, you can
ministers
thank the
around the
Commonwealth in
country.
your own time, Minister.
That'll
I
be
have
a
a few
key
minutes.
place to take this road safety dialogue.
Thank you. So we've had key discussions, we've closed loopholes, we've talked about data and we're talking about outcomes, but essentially what you're saying is that we've got forums and plans but no responsibility. So we've got a 3-step plan in place. We've had a press conference and a discussion. When will the outcomes be made public and will there be funding?
Well, the answer's yes to both of those. We'll certainly be making them public. The government hasn't made a decision about that. It won't be this morning at estimates, I can tell you that, but it will be shortly.
But why not, Minister? You've had the talk fest, you've had some outcomes. Why wouldn't you make those public quickly and effectively and get funding for them? If
Ms
you are
Ward,
committed.
I reject the premise of the question. This government's been focused on action. That's why we've put the Demerit scheme into place, seatbelts in place, cracking down on overseas drivers, 11 extra actions, and more to come. That's the promise from this government.
Less drug testing, more positive drug tests on our roads, and the road toll is up. You're not taking action, are you?
We're absolutely taking action. But look, I don't want to back away from the fact that there's more to do here. We would not have convened the road safety forum if there wasn't more to do here. And that is something that I would say to you, but to all my parliamentary colleagues, this is something where the government will be coming back for more action in this area.
But Minister,
we do have
appreciate
important
that.
actions underway.
Sure, we appreciate that, but we'd like to know what those actions are, when they will be implemented, and where's the funding for them. Can you guarantee that there will be an increase in funding for road safety in the next budget?
Well, we've already increased funding for road safety.
Well, you and I
something
disagree on
you-
that in the line item, but will you agree that it's a priority for the very next budget?
Well,
which
you
you're
and
in the
I
bidding
do
stage now?
disagree, but I have the great benefit of having the Centre for Road Safety and the
We'll get to that.
agency advising you on the details to say you are wrong.
Let's turn to the Centre for Road Safety then. I've noticed the 2023 annual statistical statement from the Centre for Road Safety has not been published yet. Have you or your office seen that report yet, and why hasn't it been published?
Look, I'm not aware if the report has come to my office. I'm certainly happy to take that on notice.
Have you seen it?
I don't believe I've seen it, but I'm happy to be corrected. But I'm certainly happy to take that on notice. And
So, Minister, we've had a
you're
talk
welcome
fest,
to
we've
ask
got
the-
data, we're talking about loopholes, you haven't seen the report, your eyes are clearly off the road, aren't they, Minister?
and you're welcome to ask the officials this afternoon, but I'll certainly take that on notice and come back to you. I reject the statement you've just made. As I've made it clear, the government's focused on action, including many of the actions.
You've
that were
outlined
left-
some and some that talk, but what we're interested in is outcomes, funding and timing. Minister, are you more interested in small bars than road safety?
Ms Ward, 11 of those actions left undone by your government while you were
You're the
in
Minister,
office.
you're 12 months in.
We have taken action.
The road toll is up under you, Minister, up under your watch over 12 months. It is now your responsibility, and we're talking loopholes, outcomes, data, and talk fests and key discussions. We've got a 3-point plan with no funding, no timing. We funded the plan that was in place under us. What are you doing, and by when? I would have thought you would have come well and truly equipped to answer that this morning.
Yeah, well, that's why we've increased funding, as I've outlined. It's why we're taking these actions. More to come, but many underway.
All right.
Under this government.
Let's go to the Demerit Point scheme, which you spoke about and referred to. Where's the Demerit Point scheme assessment report up to?
Yeah, that assessment is still underway. Again, you're welcome to ask officials about it. We do want to properly assess this measure. It was highly successful in public. The idea that for the first time you might be applying the carrot as well as the stick, tough penalties in place, but also a reward for people who drove safely on our roads.
Thank you.
So it's been well received, but as always in this area, we're greatly assisted by the evidence, and there will be an assessment report which unfolds into this.
Good to
I don't
know.
want to rush that.
When will that be published?
You're welcome to ask the officials about that, but as soon as it's able to be published, I
So
certainly want that to be public.
You volunteered the Demerit Point scheme as a key criteria for your road safety approach. It's on you. You're the Minister. You can't say when it will be published or when it will be publicly available. Is that what you're telling this committee?
Well, it'll be made publicly available once it can be. I don't want to rush this sort of assessment. This isn't a rushed desktop glance. This has been very popular in public.
Minister-
I want to know what it's actually done on our roads.
Minister,
to
the data
impact-
is there. I would have thought you're in a huge rush to save lives. Given the road toll is up, 98 additional deaths under your watch, I would have thought you'd be in an enormous rush to get this published. What do you know about your portfolio? You can't tell us about anything in terms of action or funding or timelines in 3 of these areas.
Well, I reject the premise of your question, Ms Ward. I'm happy to run through in more detail about the actions that
Please
the government
do.
is taking. In this area, 1.24 million drivers were eligible to have that point returned.
Let's get to those
That's very
numbers.
helpful.
Yep, that's helpful. How many unrestricted driver licences holders with 12 demerit points received a demerit point back?
Sorry, could you just repeat
Yep,
that?
how many unrestricted driver licences with 12 demerit points, so they've almost reached the maximum, should be taken off the road because of their behaviour? How many of those received a demerit point back under your scheme?
Yeah, I'll take that on notice and we'll be happy to get that
All right,
information
how many with
for you.
11 points got a point back?
Again, we can take this level of detail on notice. You're
How many
welcome
with
to
10 points got a point back, Minister? It's your scheme, it's your road safety assessment, your carrot and stick. How many drivers with 10 points got a point back?
Yeah, we'll take all of these questions on notice, Ms Ward.
How many with 9 points?
It's a similar answer on this one.
How many with 8 points?
Each of these will be covered in the assessment. That's exactly why we're doing an assessment. We'd be happy to get you this information in the
All right,
meantime.
can I ask that you get that information today? You've said that you support road safety initiatives, and so it shouldn't be difficult to get that information, but clearly you don't seem to know the impact of your own policy. That's correct, isn't it?
That's incorrect. This has been a very popular policy. That's
You don't-
why we've extended it. I should indicate that we have rolled this trial over while we do that assessment. Of course, the trial came to a finish on January 17 this year, 1 year after the policy was announced. So we've rolled it over in the meantime as we carefully assess these programs.
So it might have been popular. Is road
these
safety
assessments,
built?
these
Minister-
assessments are not these are actually evidence-driven, data-led. It's important we do them properly. There won't be political direction about the timing of this assessment. That isn't something that I've
Isn't that your job?
undertaken.
Isn't it your job to say, I want this information quickly, I want to turn this around, I want to stop the road toll, which is up under my watch? It's not a popularity contest. We're saving lives here, Minister. Clearly, you should be putting your foot to the floor on this and not taking your eyes off the road. You should be saying to your department, I want this data. I want to know how many of those dangerous drivers are getting a point back. We don't want them on the road because we want to save lives. You're telling me you don't know your policy, you don't know the impact, you don't know the numbers, and you'll wait and see.
That's one of the reasons I've closed the loophole your government left open,
You're the
leaving
minister. You've
overseas
been there 12
drivers on our
months.
roads. Under your government, under your time as roads minister, you could accrue 35 demerit points.
Minister,
with
under
no
my time as
consequences.
roads minister, the road
Your
toll is
government
down to a
promised to fix-
99-year low.
Your government promised to fix
Okay,
that
point of order's
and
been
left the
taken.
loophole open.
99-year
Point
low.
of order's
Under
been
you, it's
taken,
up.
Minister. Ms Ward. Mr Namber.
Chair, paragraph 19 of the procedural fairness resolution, courtesy extended to the witness. I don't think it's courteous to be talking over the top of the
Yeah.
minister while he's trying
Thank
to
you.
get an
Right,
answer.
I'll
I do think, as Chair, you've
Move on.
heard this from me before,
you.
but if we just allow a free flow of conversation and when you're speaking over, they're going to call points of order, you get less questions.
I do think, though, that when we come to saving lives, the minister's very capable of answering, and this is a very serious matter. It's about saving lives, Minister. Let's talk about seatbelt enforcement, which you've referred to. Regarding seatbelt enforcement cameras, a policy supported by the opposition, why did the government oppose the opposition and crossbench amendments to bring in seatbelt enforcement cameras earlier?
Yeah, well, firstly, I want to thank the opposition. I want to thank the crossbench for their support for this measure. As I said, last year, 17% of fatalities related to people not wearing a restraint. I think that had come as a shock to the community. Seatbelts have been mandatory in New South Wales for 50 years, and still that is the contribution. It's not that many people are not wearing them, but not wearing them is so dangerous that you're highly
Thank
likely
you.
to be
I'm going to
involved in a
redirect you, though,
fatality.
Minister. I know the data. I'm well aware of it, which is why we supported it. But we sought to bring it in earlier to save lives. My question to you is very specific. Why didn't you support those amendments to bring in that enforcement earlier?
Well, look, the government position was that we supported a warning period for drivers. That's very important to educate drivers. It will put some pressure on the scheme now to have these measures snap into force on the 1st of July. So that we've taken advice about that. We'll have to drive education campaigns very significantly, but that was the reason why the government took that position.
Drivers know they need
Thank
to
you,
wear seatbelts.
Minister. Thanks, Ms Ward. Minister, in relation to Roselle interchange, why haven't any measures been taken to alter the flow of traffic in the WestConnex tunnel itself?
Yeah, well, firstly, I want to thank you for the question and acknowledge that there have, of course, been the local traffic impacts that I've warned about as Minister, but they have had a big impact on the surrounding areas. We have made changes. We haven't made the particular change you've talked about because of the way the tunnels operate. So the advice to me...
What does that mean in terms of the way the tunnels operate?
The advice to me on these matters, and I've accepted the advice of Transport in each instance, is that having cars queuing inside those tunnels starts to become a safety issue, and that's why it's not a preferred solution.
So how is that different? Just remind me, how is that, well, not remind me, tell me, how is that different in the tunnels compared to what's happening on the Iron Cove Bridge, Victoria Road? How is that a different safety issue?
Yeah, so obviously there's ventilation issues in the tunnel, there's evacuation issues in the tunnel. This is the transport advice to me. Some of those matters are more easily dealt with on surface roads. That's one of the reasons why As I understand it, the transport advice has been to take measures on the surface roads, not to have cars significantly queuing in the tunnels. However, I've taken the transport advice on these matters, and I'd welcome your inquiries to the officials directly, either this morning or this afternoon.
And so given, like, the chaos is still happening, people, like even this morning, it was reported how congested that is, wouldn't you consider at least testing a solution that involves the traffic in WestConnex? I've heard and seen for it myself that the traffic flows very freely through there. Of course, there's mergers in these tunnels sometimes anyway, to get to different lanes to exit and what have you. Sometimes they've formed one lane in different areas of the tunnel. So it doesn't, I mean, that's one excuse, Minister, but is it also coming down to the fact that Transurban just won't allow that to happen? There is no, they don't want people to be disincentivised to use that WestConnex because of the amount of money that Transurban is getting and the contract that was signed by the former government. So how much does that play into it?
Oh, look, I don't believe that's a concern. If it was, I'd be public about it. The advice to me, though, is that's not the constraint here. It's a safety constraint, not a contract constraint. But you're welcome to inquire further. There have been accidents, though, with people merging, with the situation that's happening, like on Iron Cove Bridge, Victoria Road, the congestion. That's also creating safety issues because of how congested it is, I understand. Yeah, look, I would agree with that. However, obviously the evacuation conditions inside a mainline tunnel do create constraints and concerns from a traffic management point of view. So, as I understand it, but you're welcome to ask them directly, accept the advice directly. That is one of the reasons for safety concerns. We are looking for solutions. There have been a number of changes, including physical changes to the design of the Roselle interchange 11 days after it opened. Those have made a difference, and we're continuing to see improvements. But that change that you're asking about has not been recommended to me. If it was recommended, I'd be open to it, but it hasn't been the recommendation of Transport.
Well, there's potentially a reason why it hasn't been a recommendation of Transport. Would you, as Minister, ask your department why they haven't recommended that, to look into it more thoroughly and potentially to test that as well? The question as well that I have this morning is, how long are people still waiting, for example, in the streets of Balmain, the streets of Lilyfield? How much are their trips still delayed? I was speaking to people just on the weekend who were telling me that it's added still 25, 30 minutes to their journey. Sometimes those inner streets in those suburbs are still clogged. That doesn't sound to me like it is working enough. People are absolutely furious about the opening of this and how much it has impacted on their lives. So surely just considering all solutions and weighing up the benefits and risks of each is what the community wants to hear and be assured that you've done.
Yeah, look, I think that's a very good statement of exactly the position the government has taken. We're looking here for the best answers possible to make this interchange work. It's quite clear that there are large traffic volumes going through here. I don't agree that it hasn't improved, and the latest information, I can give you some of this about the journey time data, has seen improvements. For example, including on that Victoria Road via the Gladesville Bridge to the Anzac Bridge period, where we're seeing journey times drop at the worst times to 19 minutes, for example, on Monday the 26th of February, up to 37 minutes on the 27th of February. That gives you some idea.
What is that journey?
This is Victoria Road via the Gladesville Bridge to Anzac Bridge in the AM peak. That's probably the focus of the attention at the moment. So that's certainly much better than it had been. That reflects some of the changes. So 11 days after opening, changes to the City West Link, to add additional lane spacing. It means we've seen changes to the light phasing, particularly that has improved things on the Balmain-Roselle Peninsula.
Thank you.
I'll just mention thirdly, the public release of data, which the community's called for, which has enabled people to move their trips slightly.
Have you seen the contract that that was signed with Transurban in relation to WestConnex? Have you, as the newish, a year now, Roads Minister, seen it?
I haven't read the contract. I've certainly examined the summaries of it closely in opposition. I've been advised closely on it, in particular in relation to the questions you're asking about does it constrain any decisions that the government could make here while in government.
So just to be very clear, so if you have seen that contract, I'm not asking for legal advice in terms of reading and understanding every single clause, but you've read it, you understand it. Is there anything in that contract that prevents restricting the movement of traffic, the numbers of traffic through that tunnel? Is there anything in that contract that says don't disincentivise how much traffic comes through, whether it's by changing the way traffic moves through that tunnel, whether it's by the entry points, doing anything in terms of restricting or changing the flow of traffic through the side streets so they have to enter the tunnel? More money for Transurban. Very, very rich global company that a lot of Sydney-siders are paying a hell of a lot of money to, and the government now. So is there anything in that contract that does that?
The advice to me is no, but you're welcome to inquire further. If it was, I'd be very happy to be public about that constraint. In order to deal with this issue, the government has had to take control of some of these contracts, and we've been prepared to do that. The best example is the construction contract for the City West Link. In order to make those changes after 11 days after opening, the government took control of construction in order to make those changes quickly from the contractor. So if there's a case for the government to step in based on the advice of Transport, I'm very open to doing that, to drive these changes quickly.
Okay.
But the advice to me on the matter you're asking for was that is not a constraint.
Okay, the advice to you. So let's go to that. Who's provided the advice in terms of the bureaucrats who has read that contract to the letter?
Hand to the
who
secretary.
can provide 100% assurance or not, an answer to my previous question in relation to disincentivising the number of cars and vehicles that travel through that WestConnex tunnel in the contract that was signed with Transurban?
Yes, thank you, Ms Furman, and we have sought specific advice on that element of the contract when it obviously was raised through December last year. There were a number of inquiries around that matter. The advice to me from our legal teams in reviewing the contractual dealings with Transurban over the years to delivery is that while there is elements of consultation that occur as part of that contract, Transport for New South Wales and the government remains in charge of the surface roads and the traffic controls in regards to that. So it does not impact on flows in or out of the tunnel network. Transport
remains in control of the traffic flow. So just to answer my question very directly, you got legal advice in relation to that part of the contract, which sounds like obviously the contract's pretty complicated. So what does the contract say in terms of what the government can't do in relation to traffic going into the tunnel? I feel like that they were words to potentially get around something, to be honest, Mr Murray, just to talk straight here. The community really wants to know this.
My advice is there are no restrictions that, to the basis that you're suggesting, that would limit our decision making around traffic management around the tunnel. And that was a specific question asked at the time.
Okay, thank you. We've moved to questions from Mr Bonanzio.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. Just go to some of your comments in the media after this road safety forum, where you talk about a small section of the community has become used to questioning the rules during COVID, and in some cases outright flouting them, and then you go on to say that the department is researching if cookers who think the rules do not apply to them are part of the problem. Now, do you have any data on these so-called cookers that are you prepared to table for the committee, or are you doing what we now know as a Moriarty and making decisions based on feelings and emotions?
So I appreciate the question, because obviously, as you've heard, we are looking at why the road toll's rising. We're seeing the traditional elements that we've seen in the past. So they're things like speed, fatigue, drink and drug driving. They're all problems. But we are concerned post-COVID, I am concerned post-COVID, that we're seeing people who might have ignored the rules during COVID, might have flouted the rules during COVID, doing so on our roads. Now, this can be
But
a tiny...
haven't we always had that small element of our community that have flouted the rules? Like, I put this question to the Regional Transport Minister and she couldn't actually produce any data. She just made some loose reference to police giving her some information, and she gave the example of one driver that had 35 demerit points. Now, we've always had those drivers that will rack up those demerit points, that small minority that will always do the wrong thing. Where's the data to show that that has increased because of these so-called cookers during COVID have then carried on with this rule-breaking behaviour? Do you have any data to show that this has actually increased
Yes,
in that mentality?
I'll come to the research, but what I was trying to describe was this effect where a very small number of people might be responsible for a large number of incidents, and that is the evidence from the Centre for Road Safety to me. I'll be happy to be corrected by Bernard later in the afternoon, but it's possible that just 3% of drivers are responsible for 25% of the incidents. So that gives you some sense of how a tiny group might be impacting on the road toll here. And a concern is if people aren't wearing seatbelts, they're excessively speeding because they don't believe they have to follow the rules, it could be driving up the road toll. That's one of the things that Transport is researching. We do have some evidence.
Maybe through to Mr. Carlin, how are you actually identifying these so-called cookers? How are you profiling a cooker?
Can I just give you one bit of evidence and then hand to Mr. Carlin?
Yeah.
I'd like to. So we have had some research by Ipsos as part of that examination of exactly what's going on here, which is showing the various segments of drivers, including a disconnected segment. It's got the second highest risk behaviour profile. It's flipped post-COVID from female to male. It's got less awareness of the road safety campaigns that we're seeing, and it is the cause of mobile phone speeding and drink driving offences. So traditional offences, but the question is, post-COVID, do we have a small number of drivers flouting the rules, not following the rules? It was certainly one of the things discussed at the Road Safety Forum, and I've made it clear if that is the case.
Are they cookers? Have you checked their Facebook profiles to see whether they're posting conspiracy theorists, or like what are you basing this cooker comment on?
Yeah, look,
because colloquially, the cooker has been, tied to conspiracy theorists that hide in their mother's basements, and posting stuff on Facebook. How are you tying that to this small group of people that have traditionally always broken the rules?
Well, you heard the Secretary's evidence in that earlier session about a small number of people handing in their number plates because they believe they might be sovereign citizens.
How many have handed
My
in their number
concern
plates?
is people not wearing seatbelts. 17% of people not wearing seatbelts.
How many have handed in their number plates?
You'll have to ask the Secretary that. 17%
I'm
of people...
can you get the Secretary to answer that if you don't have the answer?
Yeah, do you want to refer to your earlier
happy
evidence?
to, Mr. Benaziac. As I said to the committee last week, early upon taking on the reins as Transport Secretary, I received a package which contained number plates, and I've had numerous emails and messages left in my office about people who wish to
How many number plates did you receive?
I received one set, which I said last week.
One.
And I received numerous emails.
That's not really cause for concern that we've been overrun by sovereign citizens.
And I'm not putting that point. What I am saying is 17% of people are being killed because they're not wearing their seatbelts. And my view is a seatbelt is not a restraint on your civil liberties. It's actually common sense. That's my view. I don't understand why people aren't wearing their seatbelts. And that is something we're seeing. If it's a result of cooker culture, we want to know and we'll take action.
Well,
that's my concern.
I just want to see the data to back that up.
Yeah,
I'd hate to think that we're making decisions without data.
I'd be happy to table this evidence for the committee, but it's something that we're researching. There is more research required here. I don't want to say this is a concluded topic. It certainly isn't. But I'm making these inquiries as a result of hearing direct from police at the Road Safety Forum, as a result of some of this Ipsos research, as a result of the data that's flowing through about people, about how people are dying on our roads.
Are there any other groups that you're profiling? Karens maybe, or they're generally prone to road rage, I imagine? Or?
Look, I can't speak to the
No.
full profiling, but I'd be happy to make sure the committee's briefed.
All right. Can I just go to the road safety forum, Minister? Something that's been raised with me by some of the participants that participate in a lot of these forums, particularly the heavy vehicle drivers. They give up a lot of their time. Time is money for heavy vehicle drivers. In some cases, if they have to attend a whole day, that could potentially cost them close to $1,000 in expenses. Has there been any thought given to providing some of these people that are essentially the only ones there that aren't getting paid to give their expert advice, giving them some sort of allowance or subsidy to take that time off to actually provide you with that advice?
Look, it's a really good point. I spoke to some of those people obviously at the forum, and I've dealt with them previously. We're really grateful to have. You need operators in the room. We've got some of the best road safety experts from around the country, but I want to hear direct, particularly from some of our heavy vehicle drivers.
But
so I really appreciate having them
that
there.
expert advice comes at a cost to them.
Yeah, no, it's a
And
good
if they're
point.
doing it all the time,
I'd be happy to take that on notice,
Yeah.
and that's something that we might look at as we're working in this area, but their input was hugely appreciated.
okay, thank you. I might just go to some questions on the Powerhouse, Minister. What's the maintenance expenditure for the Powerhouse Museum Ultimo campus over the last 5 years?
Look, I'd have to
Take it.
hand over to the Powerhouse, to Lisa Havilar, to be able to speak about the actual expenditure. I've been, and I think let me put it in this order. There are maintenance issues at the Powerhouse. There have been community concerns that perhaps the maintenance spending has not been as high as it should be. I can't necessarily vouch for that, but I understand that community concern. Regardless, it is in a state where an investment is needed.
Sure. If Ms. Havilar can come up and we can maybe hear some of that
Great.
data.
I'll have to take the figures on notice, but I can report that we have had an ongoing maintenance program that has been consistently applied, and we have had CapEx money. So we have done, work on mechanical, we've done work on building maintenance, and that's been an ongoing program. The problem is that in the last 40 years that the museum's operated on that site, unfortunately, the mechanical has now come to end of life. There's major structural issues with the building, and it's not in a state now that can safely house the Powerhouse collection and provide a good experience for our audiences.
Okay, so you've had a regular maintenance budget or expenditure for the whole time. Was there any planning put in place for this inevitable end of life beforehand? One would hope if you're doing a budget for maintenance or doing a budget for anything, you would factor in this and build something into the budget to actually cope with this end of life expenditure or increase of expenditure. Was that done to your knowledge? Well, under your tenure, I think you came in 2018, was that correct?
2019.
2019.
Yeah, so over the last 5 years, it has been about maintaining the building, but we've also been working towards, developing options for government to consider for the revitalisation of the museum so it can, be carried forward for the next 100 years. And so a lot of our planning has been focused on that.
Okay, thank you, Ms.
Thank
Havilar.
you. Questions from Ms Ward again.
Thank you, Minister. Can we go to tolling? When will the next report be available for the tolling review?
You're referring to the interim report for the tolling review, I think.
When
Is
will
that
it be
correct?
available?
Look, it'll be available shortly. I won't be.
What does shortly mean?
Well, we'll will make that clear
When?
in a short amount of time, but I don't think you'll have to wait too long for that
Will
report.
it be this month or next
It'll be an
month?
important update when it comes to the tolling discussion, one I'm very keen to have.
So we've done a review, we've done lots of reviews, but we don't have a timeline. Are you holding on to it until after estimates?
Ms Ward, we have continued your review. Importantly, I want to recognise the very valuable work that was done by Treasury and Transport. What we've simply done is called for help, called in Alan Fells, a tough customer,
Yes,
to
I'm
help
gonna
supervise
redirect
this work.
because I do
But
have
this
limited
is
time.
your review that
I'm
I'm
gonna-
happily continuing.
All right, so have you received it?
The government has received the interim report and it will be released shortly.
All right, you can't say if that's this month or next month.
Well, I'm not going to go beyond that statement, but
All right.
you won't have to wait too long. Ms
All right, so
Ward.
you're holding on to it. Can you provide an update on any specific work that's currently being undertaken in relation to that work? Or is it
Yes.
just another review and another talk?
Yeah, no, I can. So the government's approach has been relief then reform. That's essentially the model, and I'm happy to update the committee that, as promised, on the 1st of January, that important toll relief came into place, the toll cap of $60 a week
I'm gonna get
for
to that.
motorists, but
Yep.
also the truck tolling, which is taking place.
All right.
Both of those measures are in place now from the 1st
Can I
of
break
January.
those down then? Is it still the intention of the government to honour contracts entered into, or is contract negotiation an option?
You're referring to the motorway contracts
Tolls,
with the
yep.
private toll operators,
Yeah.
are you?
Yep.
Look, I'm not going to speak to part of the interim tolling review. I'd like to update the public altogether on that. The independent reviewers will certainly make it clear what their recommended options are.
Well, what's
for
your
government, and we'll
intention,
take
Minister?
those-
You're the Minister.
take
What's
those
your
very
intention? Will
seriously.
you honour the current contracts, or are you going to renegotiate them?
Yeah, look, I recognise that there are contracts in place, contracts that last till 2060, and I recommit the government to providing important public details about those contracts.
Yeah,
I
Alan
don't
Fells
accept
ruled that out,
the
though.
Treasury position that these contracts should be secret to 2060 and beyond.
But-
I
but
don't
Minister, I
accept
just
the
wanna be-
position of the former government.
All right, but let's talk about your government, because you're 12 months in. Alan Fells ruled that out, so is your position different to his? Is it now on the table that you're going to renegotiate those contracts?
Look, I'm not going to canvass individual options without the benefit of having that interim report
So
out
rule
in
it out.
public. That's exactly why we're going to release that
So you're not going to rule it out. All right, at what point do you intend to have the toll reform complete?
Well, look, I think one of the things that was clear in anything I've said, but it will really become clear as we bring this work out into public, is this will not be an easy reform path.
Sure.
To significantly reform these points, for exactly the reason you're outlining, Ms Ward, these are under contract till 2060, will be difficult, but I believe it's also necessary. And one of the updates for the committee since the last time we met is that $123 billion cost that these contracts exist with, that drivers are still yet to pay between now and 2060.
Minister, I'm going to redirect you just to be specific on that, because you said previously that it will be before the last election, and you did a press conference with Alan Fells early in the government. You talked about when that would be, so tell us now, when will that occur?
You'll have to be specific about what you're referring to.
When will the toll reform be complete? You talked about it a lot before the election. You stood with Alan Fells. He said it'll be done. We still don't have a date. We're 12 months in. You've got good intentions and concerns and a lot of talking and paying Alan Fells and other experts. When will the toll reform be complete? Will it be complete before the 2027 election?
Ms Ward, we'll release that interim report shortly. It'll set out the options and the paths, and the government will deliver on those commitments. Just as we did when we promised we'd have toll relief in place by the 1st of January. That is now delivered. I look forward to doing the same thing on the reform path. I'm not saying it will be easy. I'm not saying it will be quick. I am saying it is absolutely necessary, given the contracts that are in place.
Thank you. Will you deliver reform before 2027? As was your commitment?
Yeah, the interim report will set out the path forward. But yes, I absolutely want to see reform before 2027. I don't want to predict what the path will be.
You're committed to it, though. You've already done that. The horse is bolted. You're committed to the reform being done by 2027. Are you now shying away from that or doing another review?
We're continuing the work on your review, Ms Ward, and I look forward to your reception of the interim toll report.
I just want to see it. We all do.
along with Australia's toughest customer, presenting it.
Thank you. So we don't have a guarantee. All right. Is it your intention to provide a no worse off guarantee to motorists in future in respect of the toll reform?
Ms Ward, we've got to do this in order. We've got to release the report before you can quiz me about the contents. The government can't... you're inviting a government response to a report that hasn't been made public. The government will respond, but it won't do it before the report.
Minister, this is your opportunity. You've talked about toll reform. You made a commitment prior to the election. You stood with Alan Fells. You've done the press conferences. You've said this will be toll reform. It'll be a landmark of your government. You're now the minister. You're 12 months in. When will we see this? And when can you guarantee to motorists that they'll be better off and there'll be no worse off guarantee?
The commitments we made at the election to relief, the commitments we made at the election to reform will be delivered. And I'll be happy to spell out the government response to the interim report once it's made public.
You've got the report, you've read the report, you could make a commitment right now that motorists won't be worse off. So will they be worse off under Labor?
I think it's unreasonable to ask the government to respond before the report's released. That's the traditional position of governments, including your government, Ms Ward, and I won't be changing it this morning.
All right, so your toll reform is just media management, isn't it, Minister?
I reject the assertion in your question.
All right, will drivers pay more under Labor?
Look, I reject the assertion in that question.
It's not an assertion, it's just a question. Will drivers be worse off under Labor? Or will you commit now that there will be a no worse off guarantee?
Yeah, drivers will absolutely be better off under toll reform, otherwise we won't be proceeding with a particular recommendation. It's a very difficult task, I want to underline that, but it's very necessary given the sheer amount that people have been asked to pay. In today's dollars, $123 billion. Ignoring what we've paid already, that's how much drivers are on the hook for.
Let's go to that then. Let's talk about relief. How much relief has been accumulated on the government $60 toll cap this year?
We've got early figures. Obviously, drivers can't apply and receive that money till April, so we'll have better figures later. I'd be happy to update the committee at that point.
All right.
We do have some early indications that I'm very happy to
what are the early
alert
figures?
you to.
What are the early numbers?
And that is that around about 200,000 drivers might be eligible in January as those figures have started to roll through. I expect that number will increase and we'll certainly have more data as we hit
Thank you, that's
April.
helpful. 200,000 drivers, what is that in dollars? How much is that costing?
Well, we don't have that information yet before people have actually claimed in April, so there will be data which is available to the committee, but it'd be unreasonable to expect it before April when people are claiming after the first quarter.
But you're not just going to leave it
in place from the 1st of January.
Got that.
But we need the first quarter to
Sure,
have
but
taken
you've got a
place
number there,
before.
early indications. Have you been briefed on the figures? Have you been briefed on the numbers, what this will cost the government? Surely Daniel Mookie's asking you, you've got 200,000 eligible drivers, what is this going to cost?
Yeah, look, I've certainly been briefed on these figures. I'm providing the figures I've been briefed on. We'll examine the cost as part of the budget process in the ordinary way.
So will you provide that number? Have you been told how much it will cost? Your toll relief scheme, how much is it costing?
Yeah, look, it's too early to say what the cost will be, and particularly until we hit that April period. But I'll be happy to update the
Can you
committee
provide
along
that
the way.
on notice to the committee in relation to January? What have you been told it will cost so far?
Look, I'm happy for you to ask any of the officials this afternoon, or perhaps even now, if
But
you'd,
Minister, you said you've
perhaps
seen a
even
number.
now you'd prefer.
Yes,
but
but
I've provided to you the figures that have been
Yeah,
been
you said you've
supplied
seen
to
a
me.
number, 200,000 drivers. What is the dollar figure? Or can Mr Murray answer that, Mr
Well,
Murray?
let me put it to you this way: it's well within the budget, but I'll refer to the secretary.
Yes, thank you, Ms Ward. The January figures, obviously we're mapping those through at the moment because January is a lower traffic month, as the committee is aware, so it would be wrong for us to do full calculations based on that month, but we're working through that in the modelling.
can't
And as
surely-
you're aware, $561 million over 2 years has been made available for the $60 toll cap.
Yeah, so on the early indication, will you take it on notice to provide this committee with that number? You've clearly got a number of what it will cost. 200,000 drivers are eligible. What will it cost the taxpayer? Will you take that on notice and provide that to the committee?
We can take that on notice, but I just remind the committee that it's 200,000 tags for those motorists, 200,000 tags, which will have a range of different impacts once they have reached the toll cap.
All right, and so how much has been accumulated as of today?
Well, that's what we're modelling at the moment.
You'll take that on notice?
Yes.
But I do want to just stress that caution about using January as a guide because it is a lower traffic time for the city.
Sure, but either you
But
know or you don't know.
we're
You've got a
providing you the
number.
information that we do have.
This is budget estimates. This is a dollar figure that's costing taxpayers on your policy. We don't know how much taxpayers are spending on your policy, and you won't tell us. Is that right?
Well, that's why the Secretary's offered to get that information for you.
Will you provide that on notice to this committee, a dollar figure?
Yes, we'll provide the updated figures.
All right, we look forward to that. How much has been accumulated for the truck cap this year?
I haven't been briefed on the truck cap multiplier expenses, but we're happy to provide that detail if we've got it.
Minister, we want to know how much taxpayers are paying. How much are we paying for this landmark policy of yours?
Yeah, well, look, it's very early months
haven't been briefed.
in this policy, so I'm happy for the Secretary to provide, or the agency to provide information we do have. Anecdotally, I can inform you that it has assisted greatly in that problem that we're trying to tackle here on Forest Road and Stony Creek Road, where we did have trucks off these tunnels and onto suburban streets. But we're happy to get that detail for you.
Minister, it just seems your eyes are off the road and they're now off the budget as well. What are you looking at? Where are the numbers? Where are the dollar figures? This is budget estimates. I would have thought you'd come here ready, willing and able to provide these numbers to budget estimates, particularly having sat on this side of the table.
And Ms Ward will be happy to get you the details that you're asking for.
All right, let's go to Roselle interchange. Minister, on Channel 7's Serena and Deloro, an eminent investigative journalist, reported last week. Your secretary was reported to have said that Transport for New South Wales had a series of own goals regarding the opening. Do you agree with that assessment?
Well, I haven't seen those comments myself from the Secretary, and the Secretary can speak for the agency. I want to thank Transport, in particular staff of the Transport Management Centre, for the work they've done managing this. It's been a very big effort from Transport. It has had a real impact on drivers. I've been really upfront about that, but there have been a set of changes that have improved how traffic is flowing through that interchange.
Secretary, I might direct to you. You're reported by Serena and Deloro to have said that, a series of own goals. That's correct, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah, and so, Minister, do you agree with Mr Murray's text about the own goals?
Look, the Secretary can speak for himself, and as can the agency. I have made it clear I'm very sorry for the impact on drivers, particularly in the early weeks of this project. Things did improve quite significantly, both on the City West Link and on Victoria Road, as we made changes, physical changes to the design of this intersection 11 days after it opened. But there's still more improvements I'd like to see.
Minister, was the opening perfect, or were there own goals in the opening?
Ms Ward, I really don't want to point the finger at Transport or at the former government for their roles here. I see my job as Minister as getting on and driving the fix here. That's what I'm focused on. It's not blaming anyone for this situation that we're in. I'm doing my best to make sure the public's informed. I did that from mid last year, where I said there would be traffic problems locally here. I haven't claimed that this interchange will solve a whole lot of problems. We've tried to be upfront and communicate with the public what's going on.
Let's go to that then. Thank you for that. Minister, Channel 7 reported that your talking points from the department stated delays would be, and I quote, 5 to 10 minutes on opening. Was that talking point consistent with your advice at the time?
Look, my
5 to 10
advice was
minutes?
probably more conservative than that, and certainly the warning I issued mid-year to the public was more conservative than that. I was concerned about bigger delays based on the briefings I'd had. That's why I was upfront with the public. Certainly, I couldn't understand, I still can't understand, claims that have been made previously that traffic might drop 50% on Victoria Road. I was never briefed that that might be the case. It was always the case. I was informed there would be local traffic impacts. I can't understand why there were former government claims that there might be 50% less traffic.
If you had that
on
advice,
Victoria
why was it in your talking points then that it would only be 5 or 10 minutes?
Look, that's a question best directed to the agency. All I can speak to is the briefings I received when I was querying these details closely and what I've said in public.
So the talking points didn't reflect the advice. Was that active misinformation to the community about the delays to be expected?
Oh, look, I can't speak to the talking points. I can only speak to what I've informed the public of, and it was a more serious concern than that.
Minister, I asked you, Mr Murray, you might answer, are the talking points inconsistent with the advice? Clearly they are. Was that a deliberate step to mislead the public?
No, I think you're referring to a set of media talking points that were prepared before the opening. That was certainly never the advice that we gave. In multiple press conferences and public statements, we always talked about significant impacts for the Inner West for a 6-month period, including here at Estimates last
Mr.
time.
Murray, your department prepared the advice, your department prepared the talking points. They were clearly in there, and you're saying no one's responsible.
Well,
the public were not told. The 5-10 minutes was clearly active misinformation, wasn't it?
Well, no, the page you're referring to is one set of talking points that don't correspond with the comments made by the Minister, myself, the Coordinator General, or others during the lead up to the opening.
But, I mean, talking points are generally prepared before an opening for the purpose of the opening to inform people of the facts and what's going to happen. This was a very serious miscommunication, wasn't it? 5 or 10 minutes is not an hour and a half when people are kept waiting.
That's not what we communicated.
Minister, did you or your office, sorry, I might move on, excuse me. I'll move on to the Aerotropolis. How much funding has your government invested into the Aerotropolis road since coming to office?
We've certainly increased funding to Western Sydney roads since coming to office. We made a range of election commitments. Many of them were centred around this part of Sydney, and we've increased funding in this budget.
Yeah, I'm not asking about Western Sydney. I'm asking about specifically new funding, not funding continued from our previous budget or the previous budget of yours, specifically about the Aerotropolis.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to get you some information on that, but I can make it clear that not only have we delivered on the commitments we made, we've also increased funding in this last budget in a range of these areas, including around the Aerotropolis.
Okay, can you name the roads around the Aerotropolis that you have funded in new funding under your government?
Yes, I can come to some of
they?
that detail. Probably the one that's been highest on my desk, if that's the right way to put it, and it probably isn't, is our concerns around Elizabeth Drive. It really is the key road that's really going to open up the Aerotropolis area.
So new funding to Elizabeth Drive, what else?
We committed $200 million.
That was funded under the previous government, Minister. My question is, what new funding have you provided to roads around the Aerotropolis?
Well, the...
we funded Elizabeth Drive.
No, I will indicate that, yes, it's true the former government committed to funding Elizabeth Drive. We have put that money in the budget. We've funded that work. It's underway.
So can you name one road that your government has funded around the Aerotropolis with new funding?
One of the other key commitments that certainly I was very keen to see was on 15th Avenue. This is an important transit corridor that will be really important, particularly to opening up the Aerotropolis to the workforce who need to get there. I think we learnt during COVID that much of the workforce is centred in that south-west area, but we need to be able to get them to the airport.
Yeah, but getting them there
opens.
requires the delivery funding. 15th Avenue is planning funding only. Are you committed to new funding for actually delivering on 15th Avenue?
Well,
planning doesn't get you there.
We're working through the traditional way that Transport would deal with these roads. Before we commence construction, we start the planning. And that's exactly what we're doing here with 15th Avenue.
So what new funding are you providing for delivery?
I was pleased to have that funding confirmed in the budget. One of the other, would you like me to keep...
I'd like to know what new funding on new projects that you have provided under your government to deliver these roads, not just continuing planning and implementation. I want to see, and these communities want to see, what of these roads you are committed to and what new funding is provided by your government. You can't seem to name one. There's no money for delivery, is there?
Another key project, the M7, M12 interchange.
It was under us.
Along with the work on the M12, I know.
Minister, I did all of that work, and I'm pleased that you're continuing, but it's not It's not new funding under your government, is it?
Ms Ward, I want to recognise the work of the former government that did go into starting these roads, but our job is to continue them. And that's exactly what's happening.
All right.
With funding committed at the election, delivered in the budget, construction underway. I want to stress the scale of the task, though. This is a very big task, and there wasn't enough funding committed. We'll have to find more. We'll have to commit more in future budgets.
But you haven't actually done anything, have you? Under your watch, in 12 months, you haven't actually committed anything. I'll move on.
I'm happy to recognise the role of the former government, Ms Ward, but I think it'd be fair to recognise that the government has kept construction moving.
This is about you. I have just a few seconds, Minister. The Premier's previously mentioned in public commentary that the government is spending $600 million over the next 5 years on Aerotropolis roads. What projects is he referring to? Because I want to be clear about the projects and costs.
Look, questions about the Premier's comments are probably best directed to the Premier. I'm happy for
I'm
you
asking
to...
you as the Roads Minister.
I'm happy for you...
Aerotropolis Roads.
Order. One. That's it for your questions. Minister, do you have a
Wow.
response to that?
Doesn't
or-
have an answer.
No?
No, I'm happy to...
No new funding.
Continue.
Order. Minister, this is in relation to St Peter's Interchange. As a condition of approval for the WestConnex M8, an extension of M4 to Haberfield, 8.5 hectares of parkland was promised to the community on the interchange site as compensation for the impact of the construction and operation of the tollways, which included the removal of hundreds of mature trees and sections of the adjacent Sydney Park. Why hasn't this happened yet?
Look, I have been briefed on the project and I do have concerns about progress. I might refer to the Secretary to get you some details to the specifics.
Do you have any,
that you
just in
asked.
terms of, I'm just interested to know your level of detail about that. In terms of you do have concerns, do you know why the delay has occurred?
Look, this project has been delayed. And that's partly as a result of the negotiation with councils, largely the Inner West Council, and they've been quite vocal about their concerns about the nature of the site.
What does nature of the site mean?
I think, well, this is a former landfill site, and there have been the Inner West. I don't want to speak for the Inner West Council, but they have been concerned about the state of the land at handover and what future obligations that might bring.
And so have the contamination of the site. Transport for New South Wales has promised various times over the last 5 years, however long it's been, that the contamination is fine, is going to be dealt with, the site is going to be remediated. Is that a true statement? Is the site okay? Can it be remediated? Has the contamination been cleaned up?
Yep, I'll refer to the Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Ms Fairman. We are working with City of Sydney Council and Inner West Council to move that project to the next stage. It has been delayed by those concerns just about the state of the remediation and how that will be managed going forward into the new ownership, but we are at design stage for the handover of that park.
I understand that both City of Sydney and Inner West Council, in fact, are flatly rejecting to take on those sites because of the absolutely alarming level of contamination, including huge amounts of methane, including huge amounts of PCB. And perhaps you could share with and put on the public record now just exactly what is going on that site in terms of contamination.
I might ask Ms Drover to come in and just provide some up-to-date information on us managing that.
Can I just clarify the area that you're referring to? Because there are a number of different areas in that precinct.
Yes, I think it's the area that was going to be called St Campbell's Park. Is that?
So is that with the land bridge across?
Yes.
Yes. Look, I'll take it on notice. I understand the issues on that particular part do not relate to contamination, but more about what the design solution will be. And as was stated earlier, there are discussions ongoing with two councils about the preferred solution. But happy just to confirm that and come back to you after the break.
Okay. So in just sticking then in terms of the contamination, what do you know about the contamination in terms of what is happening with the levels of methane, with the levels of leachate? It was a landfill.
Yes.
Transport for New South Wales is trying very hard to get it off its books. The reason that Inner West Council and City of Sydney don't want that is because it's so heavily contaminated. So
Yes.
what is the contamination exactly at this point in time?
Yeah, look, I do accept that that part of Sydney is historically industrial use, and there are many parts of that precinct that are subject to historic contamination. The conditions of approval for WestConnex have very strict management plans in place to manage that contamination. In terms of the methane gas, that is monitored. In fact, at the moment there is additional methane monitoring in place. Those results are publicly available. If there is any exceedance, it is reported to the EPA, but that monitoring continues for the methane. In terms of the leachates, etc., again, there is a management plan in place and monitoring, and particularly to ensure that there is no movement of that leachate. But there are areas under Sydney Park and under the areas of the WestConnex construction site that are absolutely contaminated based on historical use, and there are management plans in place to manage and monitor those contaminants.
Management plans are in place, but at this point it's unsafe for the community to go there. 6 years after they were promised, if you look at the plans for WestConnex, it looks like, you know, the Amazon jungle under that the motorway. Looks like the Amazon. It's so green, it's so lush. There's nothing there now. Is it going to be green and lush? Are the people of St Peters going to get this park, and when?
Yeah, so a couple of things. I wouldn't characterise it as unsafe. We wouldn't be allowed to keep a site that's unsafe under our conditions of approval. So EPA, we have to comply with the EPA requirements and those plans. There are some areas of the St Peters interchange that will never be publicly accessible because they're actually part of the motorway. Thank you, Ms. Drover.
I will come back to you in the
afternoon. Can I just make one quick observation? There's definitely discussions both about the design and the former concerns about it being a landfill site. The other thing just to be upfront about, obviously the councils are, and particularly Inner West Council is concerned after what happened at Roselle. That's why we've been very focused on that. That has obviously made this other site harder to deal with in the relationship with the council as well.
I mean, I think it was, to be fair, it was pretty hard before we knew about Roselle.
Yeah.
Like, this has been going on for years.
No, I agree, it's a long-standing issue.
So there is a connection, though, Minister, between the two sites, isn't there, in terms of the same contractor, that the CPB contractor that, you know, allegedly had the asbestos in their mulch that was delivered to way too many parts in Sydney. Of course, one is too many. There's a connection there, isn't it? Isn't there?
Well, I'll be hesitant to jump to appointing blame while that EPA investigation
is just to be clear,
ongoing. This is one of the largest EPA investigations.
Just to be clear, okay,
so been undertaken.
I'll just let you. So between 2016 and 2020, the licence the licence to kind of clean up that construction to material, the contaminated material, was held by CPB contractors, the same company. That's for those 4 years. When that project opened, they transferred that licence to Transport for New South Wales. This is in 2020. However, before that, these contractors were fined $445,000 by the New South Wales Land and Environment Court for emitting odours at the St Peters site for many weeks in 2015 as a result of untreated leachate, going into local waterways. Why is CPB contractors continued to be contracted? I'm aware it's potentially not directly from Transport for New South Wales, but if it is, why do they continue to get the work when they have such a dodgy track record?
I'll make a couple of comments, and then perhaps Mr. Murray might like to answer some of those questions about the ongoing relationship. Firstly, I have seen some of those public references to the relationship before, so I'm aware of that general issue. Secondly, I think it's best left for the EPA to do its work. But thirdly, I am concerned if someone's turned a buck by having asbestos in this landfill, if someone's made money out of this situation which has inconvenienced thousands and tens of thousands of people across the city, it is appalling. So,
there was a landfill taken from St Peters interchange, asbestos, I understand.
Well, this is a
to Erskine Park by CPB contractors, just in terms of a connection. It's a pretty big one.
Yeah.
Not saying it's potentially the same asbestos, the very same, material, the very same bit of asbestos. It's a pretty strong connection.
Well, I think we've got to leave it to the EPA in this very significant investigation.
So just quickly then, in terms of you as Minister,
conclusions.
does it worry you that there are no procedures in place to pick this up, to spot contractors who are doing this. Transport New South Wales knew that they were doing this, but they continue to be given contracts. Why is that? Does it concern you, and will you stop it?
Yeah, well, I certainly think it's not true to say there are no processes in place. There are very significant...
Well, clearly they are.
Well,
not processes in place that stopped what happened, that totally inconvenienced so many Sydney-siders.
And I agree with that statement. There are strong processes in place. They clearly didn't work in the Roselle moment, and they should have. This should never have happened. And that's why I fully support the EPA investigating this. But if someone's made a buck by doing this, they should absolutely have the full force of the law brought against them.
Thank you. Questions by Mr. Rod Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. I'm going to take you away from transport for a little while and give you a breather. I want you to put your hat on as Special Minister of State.
Sure.
I want to talk to you about the Independent Commission Against Corruption Validation Act 2015.
Yep.
I believe this was passed into legislation before both you and I are in Parliament, but I'm sure that you're aware of that legislation. Is that correct?
I am aware. Yeah.
Thank you, Minister. I know that you are aware that at the existence at the time of the passing of that Act of the agreement between the Crown Solicitor's Office, ICAC, the New South Wales Court of Appeal and Messrs Duncan, Atkinson, McGuigan and Poole to set aside their corruption findings. And I know you know it because I've raised it a number of times in the Legislative Council. Is that correct?
Correct. And I'm aware this is one of the issues that both in the committees of the House and also in the Chamber you've raised.
Thank you. Minister, I take it that you're aware of the Joint Standing Committee on the Independent Commission Against Corruption's November 21 report on the reputational impact on individuals adversely named in ICAC investigations?
Look, I'm broadly aware of the report. I wouldn't like to speak to the individual findings and recommendations.
I'll take it in that case, and I'll take you to one. Minister, the committee consisted of members of the Liberal Party, the National Party, the Greens, One Nation, and of course your party, the Labor Party. The members of that committee unanimously, and I repeat, unanimously agreed at recommendation 7 of the report that the Independent Commission Against Corruption Amendment Validation Act 2015 be amended to put the persons named in the correspondence from the Crown Solicitor dated 23 April 2015 in the same position they would have been on the 8th of May 2015 had the Validation Act not applied to them. Minister, you're aware of that particular recommendation because that formed the basis for some of my actions in the Chamber. Right. Minister, what's your government's position at the moment in relation to recommendation 7, bearing in mind the Labor Party supported that recommendation whilst in opposition?
Yeah, look, Mr Roberts, firstly, I want to recognise you have played a real role pursuing this issue, and I want to recognise the terms in which you've done it. You see this as an issue of justice for these people, and they were certainly unusual decisions by the former government and the Parliament. This is a matter being dealt with by the attorney for the government. The government has not supported that approach when it's been raised since we've come into government, but those questions are probably best directed to the attorney.
Well, I don't think they are, because I have a letter here from a constituent to the Attorney General who refers the fact that he's referring it to you, and I'll provide you with a copy of that later.
Well, I apologise for that.
In fact, I have a copy of it here, Michael Daly's letterhead saying that you're the Minister responsible. But anyway, let's move on. So little time, so many questions to ask. Minister, the 14th of November 2022, you're a senior member of the then Shadow Cabinet, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay then. You'd be aware then of the briefing note provided to Shadow Cabinet by the then Shadow Attorney General Michael Daly, dated 14 November 2022, in relation to a bill that I introduced and second read in the Legislative Council titled Independent Commission Against Corruption Amendment Validation Bill 2022. And in that briefing, in which the Shadow Attorney General Michael Daly said, and I'll go straight to the recommendation to save time, the recommendation says, and I quote, "It is clear that these are serious matters involving the application of the very rule of law itself in New South Wales. That's why it deserves to be dealt with by the government after full consideration of the Cabinet acting upon publicly available advice from relevant authorities. It is incumbent on the government to introduce a bill to right these wrongs, as they said that they would do. It is for the government to provide advice and assurance to the Parliament that the bill gives effect to recommendation 7 of the committee and that the state is protected from compensation. This has not occurred. Instead, the Parliament has been presented with a bill by a member of the crossbench. Members of Parliament deserve, particularly in light of the fact that hugely significant facts were hidden from them with the passing of the Validation Act, to be able to form a judgment on these issues with the full benefit of reliable facts and appropriate advice. So you're aware of that briefing note, Minister?
Look, it's not the practice to talk about cabinet matters.
Well,
and
you're
I
not in
would
cabinet, shadow cabinet.
I would probably apply the same practice
Well, I
to
wouldn't
shadow
think-
cabinet.
Anyway, can we?
so
I'd just like to table. for
Yeah,
the
you're certainly
Minister's,
welcome to table that. But
it's shadow
I
cabinet, Minister. I don't think you're protected
We're
by
not.
cabinet.
We're not.
You're not.
I-
So don't try that one on me. You're
Yeah.
right. This is not my
no,
first rodeo.
you're welcome to table it, and
Well,
I'm
I
certain
have
it
and
would
I will.
be taken seriously. I would feel obliged not to comment though on matters that I discussed in the shadow cabinet as a member of that team.
All right then. Well then, let's go with this then. You're the minister responsible for ICAC,
Along with the Premier,
but you're Special Minister of State. You have carriage of it. According to the Attorney General,
yeah,
in letters to constituents, you have it.
well I can't, along with the Premier,
I've
I
raised your
administer the...
concerns with the Honourable John Graham, MLC, Special Minister of State, Minister of Roads, the Arts, the Music, Nighttime Economy, Jobs and Tourism, and everything I think we can find. But he says that you're the one responsible, okay?
Yeah, well, look, I can't speak to Mr Daly's correspondence. I can confirm that along with the Premier, I administer the ICAC Act in my
Well, then I'll
role as
ask you
Special
this.
Minister of State.
Bearing in mind the daily briefing, right, in November 2022, that supports the need for action. He says it is incumbent on the government, then the then Liberal government. It says it needs to be done, right, to right these wrongs. They are his words. Bearing in mind the Labor Party supported recommendation 7, my question to you is this: what specific actions does your government propose to take to give effect to the course of action recommended in the daily briefing?
The Leader of the Government in the House, in our House, has spelt out some of the government's thinking on this matter in the past, but I'd be happy to ask Ms Boyd to give a sense of some of the advice to the government on these matters, to give you some sense of why that's the case.
Oh, hello, Mr Roberts. I think the government's position on this matter was made clear in 2023 when the validation bill again came up for debate. The government at that point...
Well, can I rudely interrupt, Ms Boyd? Didn't come up for debate.
Oh, sorry, when it was foreshadowed to come up for debate. I think that the individuals in this matter had exercised all of their legal appeal rights, and
They
I
had them
think
snuffed out by the Validation Act.
I think the government's position was that, you know, it clearly does not tolerate corruption in New South Wales, and to reverse the findings made against these individuals would clearly be inconsistent.
So you're
with that.
suggesting these individuals engage in corrupt conduct. Is that what you're saying here today?
I think the factual findings made by the ICAC were clear at the time, and the
Outside their remit and power.
yeah, the jurisdictional question was what the Validation Act was aimed at fixing, but there was no dispute that they committed the acts that the ICAC found that they had committed. So in substance, they had committed what was widely understood at the time to constitute corrupt conduct, and there was no, government position that should be reversed.
But there was an agreement between the Crown Solicitor, the ICAC, the New South Wales Court of Appeal, then chaired by our now Governor, the Honourable Margaret Beazley, to set aside those findings. There was an agreement.
Yes,
and that was snuffed out by Mike Baird rushing through both Houses of Parliament in one day and having the bill assented to early hours of the morning by the Governor. Members of Parliament, this happened prior to me, have all said to me, had we been made aware of the existence of that agreement, perhaps, I'm not saying they would have, but perhaps we may have taken a different course of action in relation to the bill.
Thank you.
Oh, look, I can't speculate about particular members' knowledge or views at the time, but I think what we can say is that there's no current intention to reverse those findings for those individuals, as far as I'm aware.
All right, that's all I have. Thanks, Chair.
I've got a question.
Okay, thank you. Yep, no, back to Mr Benazia.
Just in that last minute, Mr Murray, alongside the one licence plate that was handed in by the sovereign citizen, how many actual driver's licences have been handed in under this sovereign citizen protest?
Oh, I'd have to seek advice on that.
Thank you. And just to Ms Havilah, how much of this year's capital budget has actually was set aside for maintenance for the Powerhouse Museum?
Sorry, Ms Havilah, yeah,
Ms
when you
Havilah,
hear
sorry.
questions to you, if you could start walking up to save time and just come to the desk as soon as you can, that would be appreciated.
Thank you for that question. In 2023, it was 1.15863 in reactive maintenance.
And this year, has there been anything applied for this year? Or we haven't applied anything because we're closing it?
No, we're still continuing OPEX. Apologies, I've got the last 5 years for you, and I will get that final number straight away.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that's a mistake. So we're just going to go to
Yeah,
the
sure.
opposition now for what will be about 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Minister. Just in relation to 15th Avenue, the last estimate session, your Deputy Secretary, Trudy Mez, confirmed there was no delivery funding for your election commitment to upgrade 15th Avenue and that planning will only be complete in 4 years' time. Do you think that's in line with your commitment to upgrade 15th Avenue?
Well, as I indicated to you previously, we'll take the traditional approach, first plan the road, then construct it, and that's the case because this project wasn't underway as a result of the work of the former government. Other roads were, this one wasn't.
But you made
That's
an
why
election.
we're working through in that traditional
Thank
way.
you, but your election
Those
commitment.
commitments were made in the first budget. I'm not ruling out what other budgets may undertake over the course of those 4 years.
But planning is not an upgrade, is it, Minister? Your commitment was to upgrade 15th Avenue. Will the people of Leppington get an upgraded road by 2027?
Well, I can confirm that the advice at the time from Ms Mayers, of course, would have been accurate.
Of course,
We will
she's very
deliver
capable.
our election commitment in full, and I won't rule out what may occur in the budgets to come under this government
But that
in
wasn't-
relation to 15th Avenue or otherwise.
But that wasn't your language before the election. You gave an election commitment to upgrade this road. Are you now walking back from that and saying that you can't deliver on your election promise?
We were very specific about the amount of money that was committed to 15th Avenue in that election commitment, and we'll deliver the election commitment in full.
All right. Will the people of Leppington get a contract awarded before 2027?
Look, I will deliver that election commitment in full is the best way to put it. That work...
That's construct the road.
You're welcome to go back and look at our election commitment. I can confirm it'll be delivered in full.
I'm asking
and
you
it was
now,
an
we've got the
election commitment
opportunity.
for $50 million.
Sure, we've got the opportunity now to clarify it for the people of Leppington. There is not enough money to deliver it. The planning will take 4 years. Are you saying that they will get a contract awarded before 2027? Are you saying that construction will start or construction will be completed? Let's clear it up right now.
Yeah, well, I want to be upfront with
Let's.
you, with the public, that this will require a significant amount of work, this particular corridor, given the importance of the Western Sydney Airport. So this commitment will be delivered in full. Will it finish the job? Certainly not. There'll be more work required
Well, how
here
can you
and in other areas around the airport.
All right, Minister, you didn't
that's
say...
unsurprising, I think.
All right, I have limited time, Minister. You didn't say Labor will plan 15th Avenue. You said Labor will upgrade 15th Avenue. You said today that you'll deliver on that. What does that mean? Will a contract be awarded before 2027?
Ms Ward, we will deliver on this commitment in full.
How?
That work has already started. It's rolling through. We've got 3 years to go before that, more than 3 years to go before that has to be delivered.
You clearly won't.
But I can
Minister,
guarantee
you
here
clearly
today
can't.
it will be.
Minister, I understand that the Art Gallery of New South Wales has had to cut $4 million from its operational costs. The government's announced $12 million in a one-off funding to fix a $16 million black hole. So how does the gallery cut $4 million without impacting programs, firstly?
Look, I can confirm some of the broad figures. So, yes, it's true that the gallery has worked through and made some changes, and it's of that order, $4 million. The government has provided $12 million since the budget. I've reallocated that as a result of some decisions in the time since, and I've invited Ms Carter, but I'm open to others inquiring as to where from. My concern is that had in part come about as a result of some of the earlier planning that had gone on and the business case, for example, that was in place.
So in terms of exactly what is being impacted by those cuts, just to be clear, like I understand that there will be redundancies at the art gallery, but with that $4 million, it's either programs or potentially dropping shifts for casual staff. What oversight do you have of this and what is happening?
Yeah, well, look, there's been significant support for the cultural sector up 11% since 2019. Significant support for the art gallery. Of course, they've raised publicly and in this forum they're concerned they need more money. Some of that, the majority of that's been delivered, but we're now working through, we're going through a process of looking line by line at their budget to see what's required in the long term, and that will answer, I think, where your questions are going.
Okay, I might pursue this in the afternoon as well. Why has the government not announced exhibitions for the International Art Series yet, which usually happens both at the MCA and Art Gallery for New South Wales?
Yeah, well, I can confirm funding has been confirmed for both those institutions for the International Art Series. As to whether it's been announced or not, I would actually have to take that on notice, so you may well be right, but I can confirm that funding's been provided for both those.
Is that funding in line with what has been given historically over the past few years? Can those galleries expect, reasonable?
It's of the same order of magnitude, and I was pleased to be able to reconfirm that. Obviously, not all the COVID funding will be continued, but in this instance, we are still supporting those programs.
Okay.
I can see the value in that.
I also understand that the MCA is considering public entry fees. Is there a reason why that is occurring, and do you think that's reasonable?
Yeah, look, the MCA's had very public concerns about their long-running financial issues. I've increased funding since coming in and indexed funding since coming in to the MCA specifically, but we are, similar to the Art Gallery, conducting an audit of their finances, in this case with the federal government, because it's a shared responsibility to really get to the bottom of what's required for that institution.
Thank you, Minister. Questions from the government? No. Okay. Thank you. We now break. And we'll actually be back at 11:15. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, welcome back. We'll kick off with questions from the opposition again. Mr. Damien Tudor-Hope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, as much as you may not like me coming back to this subject, but I will return to local small commitments allocation.
Very
good. Minister, you're aware that this is a program that was only available or made available to Labor candidates at the time of the election.
Well, welcome, Mr. Tudor-Hope. Before you return to that, and you're welcome to, I might just return to one of the issues that was raised in the first
Well,
session.
can you do
Yeah,
that?
if you want to
Can
do
you
that.
it?
Time.
Yep, so, Chair, if you just want to indicate
Sure.
when,
No worries, I can do that.
when it'd be
Continue.
a suitable time to do
Yeah.
that. Yes, I'm aware of that.
Correct. And in respect of that, there is a legislative requirement that those programs be administered pursuant to the Grants Administration Guide.
Well, there's a Premier's memorandum in effect that requires that the Grants Administration Guide is
I think
followed,
it's been brought into legislation, in fact.
Yeah, well, there's certainly, the government has certainly legislated
And
in this
you'll be
area, that's
aware that
correct.
in the respect of the Grants Administration Guide, there is a requirement, I should put this to you, that this wasn't a competitive merit-based selection process, was it?
That's correct. There's a number of paths that the Grants Administration Guide
So-
examines and offers as
Well, the Grants Administration Guide provides this, and
Programs.
this is an issue which I raised with Ms Boyd on a previous occasion, but it provides this: where a method other than a competitive merit-based selection process is to be used, including one-off or ad hoc grants, officials must, and the must is in bold, document why that method will be used and outline the risk mitigation strategies. This must be approved by the responsible minister or head of agency or delegate. Does that document exist?
yes, it does, and I've provided it to the Parliament previously.
Can you identify in the list of documents provided to the Parliament the document that you say complies with that requirement?
Well, Mr. Tudor-Hope,
There's an index there. Can you identify in the index the document that you say complies with that requirement?
I can certainly answer your question. The document was provided to the Parliament on the 10th of November 2023. You asked me about this matter twice. You've asked me in estimates where I indicated I'm advised the relevant document has been provided. You asked me where it was on notice, on question on notice.
Correct.
1601, to which I replied it was provided under a letter of the Clerk of the Parliaments on 10 November 2023. I told you when and where it was. It's been publicly available since the 10th of November.
Well, I may stand corrected in relation to that. In respect of the compliance with that document, you and the administration guidelines, you have in fact approved an expenditure on the 28th of September for a $20,000 taxpayer allocation pursuant to the Small Commitments Grant for a Soldiers Beach Surf Life Saving Club. Have you not?
I'd have to come back to look at the exact timing of a specific.
Well, take it from me that I think that was the date.
Look, I'm sure if you're.
And in fact, the grant sought for was to the allocation was for painting the interior and significantly enhancing the club's aesthetic, providing a more welcome and enjoyable space for members. At what time, Minister, were you aware that the member for Wyong, who nominated the project, was a former president of that club? When did you become aware of that?
Well, as I have indicated, I'm open to any of these projects being drawn attention to, and I became aware of that when I received a question on notice from the opposition drawing my attention to that matter, and I then took steps to clarify.
Well, and have you clarified it?
Yeah, I sought, having issued that invitation to the opposition to draw any matters to my attention, I dealt with this in accordance with the process that's been set up to assess conflicts of interest. I asked the Small Commitments Project Office to deal with that. They checked the 7 projects nominated in that electorate. 6 projects had no interest declared by the relevant MP. 1 interest was declared by the Wyong member for member for LSCA 250, that's the grant number. As you're correct, that was in relation to the Soldiers Beach Surf Life Saving Club. The advice back to me in relation to that project was that the conflict of interest was declared as a low probity risk and it should proceed for consideration of funding, and therefore it did proceed. I can give you some more details
No,
of the
perhaps not. I've only got
conflict.
limited time.
Yeah, but I
because-
could give you more details about the conflict type and why that
Well, I'm
decision
going to
was
come to
made.
that. I'll come to that.
Yeah.
Minister, who benefits from this grant?
Well, this is a small amount of money, up to $20,000 to the Soldiers Beach Surf Life Saving Club for internally painting
Who
the
benefits
clubhouse.
from
The
that?
community would be part of
The
my
members
answer to
benefit,
that.
don't they? This is a
Of-
grant for the members only of this club. The benefit of the members of the club.
I think you're underestimating the benefits that are provided by Surf Life Saving up and down the coast of New South
Well,
Wales.
I'm not
advise
suggesting-
you to
I'm
consult
not-
with some of your colleagues
Well, I'm not
before you
suggesting
pursue
that
this.
there is no benefit in surf life
Before you
saving,
pursue
Minister,
this
but
line of
I'm
questioning,
saying
Mr. Tudor.
a paint
Look,
job on the
this
inside.
is a good grant going to a good purpose, a community
Well,
interest, a public interest from my point of view.
Well, Minister, having
I'm not sure why you're opposing.
I'm not opposing. I'm not opposing the grant to surf life saving clubs, but where it is for aesthetic purposes, it's not for buying additional equipment for the purposes of surf life saving activity. This was, in fact, to improve the aesthetics of the club. Now, I have to say that the community benefit in relation to surf life saving is saving lives, Minister, and that's my interpretation of community benefits. Minister, in respect of the additional probity, which you've now saw, on the 16th of January 2024, in answer to a question on notice from me in relation to the aesthetics improvements to this clubhouse, you said in your answer you have instituted an additional probity process to finally look at potential conflicts of interest between a candidate who nominated the project and their personal or family connections with the project. So, between the 28th of September 23 and the 16th of January 2024, that's when you started approving these projects, and January 2024 when you instituted a new probity process. How many projects did you in fact approve during that period?
You're entirely correct that there are two levels of conflict of interest being assessed here. The advice to me was that was not required, but I took the view that it should be an additional check. I thought that was important to maintain public confidence in this. The reason that the agency advised me the first probity check was enough was essentially it was a probity check around the assessment process, and that is the standard process that might be applied under the grants process. I asked for an additional process to be put in place so that we could check any conflicts of interest that I became aware of or were raised with me or had been raised in the Parliament, or might be sensible questions where, for instance, a councillor was also a candidate,
Well,
and there may be money
maybe
going to
that
the
should have been
council.
done as a matter of policy, because effectively your process.
it has been done as a matter of policy.
The statement that you made is this: the process takes into account the role of a local MP or candidate for election as an active community member and recognises the acceptable community engagement activities they would undertake, and that's, I think, what you have just addressed. So, are you now saying to this committee that it is acceptable for the use of taxpayers' money under non-competitive programs to be allocated by a candidate or organisations in which they are active as members or even office holders, or in their case close family members actively participate? Is that now something which is open for local members to do in relation to grants programs?
I think the best way to answer that would be to give you the specific advice so that you've got a real life example of why this was assessed as low risk from a probity point of view. So when this was assessed by the Program Office, not by the government but by the agency, the assessment of the project was to proceed. There were no personal benefits accruing to the MP or a close acquaintance. In this case, it was considered usual community activity. The MP has no involvement in the assessment or approval process. This view was endorsed by the probity advisor in this case. The conflict type, and this is going to, I think your question was membership of organisation / association with an applicant organisation. The probity advisor then said this was a low probity risk. MP is a member of the club only and will not benefit financially from the funding. MP was former president, however this was 8 years ago, well over the 12-month governance timeframe.
So that's the test now.
The MP does not have any role in the assessment or approval process, with the merits of the project to be assessed independently, and they supported the program office management.
Well, can I ask you this?
Actions.
Have you got a copy of this new probity protocol?
They were recommended to me.
Have you got a copy of the new procedure which is going to... Is there a document which evidences it?
Yes.
Are you prepared to table that document?
I'll just answer these.
No. I've got very limited time, Minister. Have you got a document which evidences this?
I'll just say these were recommended to me and I signed off in accordance with that.
Have you got a document which
recommendation.
evidences the new manner in which you assess conflicts of interest?
Yes, I certainly do.
And would you table that document?
Yes, no, I'd be happy to. As I have tabled the guidelines, as I've tabled a range of the approval.
There are 121 nominated projects
for
now
these
identified
documents.
by the Premier's Department as requiring conflict of interest advice. Are you aware of that?
Sorry, you'll have to repeat the question.
Well, it's in your correspondence to me, Minister. You have there are 121 nominated projects identified by the Premier's Department as requiring additional conflict of interest advice. Are you prepared to identify to this committee those projects which have now been identified by the Premier's Department as requiring additional conflict of interest advice?
Yeah, well, look, I can identify the classes of...
the 121 projects.
Yeah, so I can confirm that I answered to you that 121 had fallen into that category. And
Are you prepared to provide a list of those 121 projects, Minister?
Well, I've been providing the approval paperwork to the Parliament.
No, it's a very simple question, Minister. Are you prepared to provide a list of the projects which you've identified as requiring additional advice?
Once they've been approved, I think that would be appropriate. I would be hesitant to do that prior to this paperwork coming to me for consideration. So, I've provided approval paperwork previously, and I'd be happy to do that, and I can inform the member and the committee that will include observations about these conflicts
I've just
of
got one more question for you, Minister.
Recommendations.
Impacting on other members' question time, but I just ask you would have heard the questions which were put to the Premier in relation to two projects which were identified for the electorates of Kellyvan and Castle Hill.
I'm aware of those questions.
Have you obtained advice in relation to those projects?
Those projects are yet to come to me, so I can't give you further details. I note the Premier's taken that question on notice.
If they were not election commitments, Minister, they would not fall within this program, would they?
That's my understanding, and I'll be signing off projects in accordance with the guidelines.
And if they have been falsely identified as election commitments, that would be of concern to you, would it, Minister?
Well, look, I'm not going to speculate about these matters. I'll leave that to you on the committee.
Well, you're the assessor,
Mr. Chair.
And
these are yet to come to me for assessment, which is why I'm appropriately, I think, hesitant to comment.
Ms. Gunter.
Minister, happy to take up your earlier invitation.
Very good.
You found $12 million for the art gallery to meet some of the funding shortfall, and this was from the cluster. Can you tell us what programs in the cluster were cut to provide this $12 million for the art gallery?
Yes, and I'm glad you've taken up my invitation to answer further questions on this matter. So I think firstly I want to thank you for your interest in this. I think you have taken a genuine interest in the matters relating to the art gallery and its budget. They've been reasonably public, and I've been clear about how we're going to deal with those. I answered some questions earlier about the quantums here. So the gallery was clear. They were short of some money out of the budget.
And where did the $12 million come from, Minister?
I have allocated $12.1 million from within the cluster. That's come from two areas. $7 million has come from underspends within the Destination New South Wales area in the major event space. So would they have been spent
on Noel ordinarily, Minister?
No, certainly not.
And the other 5 million, Minister?
And the other 5.1 million has come from jobs plus underspends, and I've reallocated that money towards that. I was happy to do so in the short term to assist. In the long term, I think we really need to get to the bottom of what's going on here. And we'll take the same approach here and in other institutions. That's
I appreciate that,
audit,
Minister.
and assist if required.
Thank you. And we've acknowledged that that still leaves a shortfall of at least $4.2 million. How many jobs at the Art Gallery will be lost because of that funding shortfall?
Yeah, well, look, I invite you, as you did last time, to really quiz on the details of those, the Director of the Art Gallery who's available to do so.
Can I ask you then, Minister, are you aware that members of the PSA are meeting tomorrow to discuss the job cuts at the Art Gallery precipitated by your underfunding?
Yeah, I've been briefed on this. I'm not, I want to know what is going on here, and that's why we're doing this close audit of the expenses.
Can I tell you, Minister, and the PSA could tell you as well, that the Art Gallery's change management plan, which I think a lot of us would call a job cut plan, identifies 10 roles which impact current staff. Lay people would call that 10 redundancies, and a further 21.5 full-time equivalent roles which will not be filled. Minister, what do you say to these union members who will lose their jobs because of your underfunding at the Art Gallery?
Well, I say that's precisely why this government has increased funding over the funding that was left there by the former government.
But not enough to maintain all the jobs at the Art Gallery.
Yes, and I'm not sure why the budget was left in the state it was in relation to the Art Gallery by the former government.
It's your budget, Minister, and your budget which said it emphasised jobs, yet we're seeing a direct result of your arts funding is job cuts at the Art Gallery. And what do you say to the union members who are losing their jobs because of Labor's budget?
Yeah, well, that's exactly why we're taking these two steps, allocating $12.1 million and going through this close audit process. I want to thank my colleagues for assisting with that process, and I think that'll get to the bottom of whether this is the 2017 business case or an ongoing funding requirement.
So thank you.
Exactly
and
what that ongoing funding requirement is.
in terms of that process, because you're clearly not guaranteeing to regard this as recurrent funding. You've clearly flagged this as a one-off top-up. Does this mean we'll see more job cuts next year?
Oh, look, I haven't come to any conclusions ahead of that audit. I think that'd be unreasonable as a minister to jump to conclusions without having done that serious work. I want to thank the Art Gallery for their cooperation with that. I think that's really important. It is a chance for them to put the case about what their needs are, but it'll also be a very serious examination of what the expenditure has been, what the practices have been, what that previous business case outlined.
And in terms of serious examinations, Minister, how is that going to sit with the commitments you have made in the Creative Communities policy, where at page 54 you flag the commitment to maintain free public access to New South Wales state cultural institutions? Are you backing that up with funding? Are you giving the Art Gallery enough funding to ensure that they can keep the doors open? Or are you asking them to flog tea towels in the shop so that people can still access the collection?
Well, that's exactly the set of decisions that we made in the budget to increase funding in the arts and culture space to guarantee free funding continued after COVID. That was additional funding that hadn't previously been budgeted
but
for.
Funding that is a shortfall that will result in job cuts.
But I want to recognise that was an initiative, one we supported, of the former government during COVID. Many of those other COVID measures have fallen by the wayside. I was particularly keen to see that continue because I know how much it matters to working class people to have access to arts and culture.
Can I ask you about another issue, also flowing from the Creative Communities policy, which notes that young children who participate in cultural and creative activities are much more likely to do well at school. Why then, if that's in your landmark policy, why was one of the first acts of your government to cut funding for creative kids vouchers? And not only that, but to destroy a separate identity for creative kids vouchers and lump creative activity in with sporting activity, removing the whole separate identity and emphasis and value on the creative arts for our young children?
Well, I don't accept the premise of your question. These issues...
Can you still get a creative kids voucher, Minister?
There is still support available for
Is
creative
it called
activities
Creative Kids Vouchers,
as a
Minister?
result of
or
the
is it
decisions
called
of the
Active
government.
Kids Vouchers?
Sorry, you'll have to
Is it
repeat
called
that
Creative
question.
Kids Vouchers, Minister, or is the funding through generic Active Kids?
Look, we've certainly made changes to the vouchers. Those matters were
Is
well...
a separate Creative Kids Voucher, Minister, still available?
I think it's well canvassed that these two vouchers have been combined.
So the answer is no,
government's made
Minister.
that very
Order.
clear.
Time is up for opposition's questions. Minister, music festival organisers have talked to me about how difficult and expensive it is for music festivals to operate in this state. I know the government talks about supply costs increasing for them, but it's also the amount that police charge music festivals, which is completely out of step compared to what police charge in other states. Young people just cannot afford the tickets anymore. What are you doing to reduce the exorbitant costs that music festival organisers have to pay to operate music festivals in New South Wales, and also young people have to pay for those tickets?
Yeah, well, firstly, I want to recognise I do believe there's an issue here. I am very concerned about festival viability. That is a problem around the country, and we've seen, for example, a big regional festival like Groove and the Moo withdraw from this festival season. We've seen other festivals also cancel over the course of the summer. It's a national problem. It's also more of a problem in New South Wales. I accept that. I accept that view that's been put by the industry, and one of the things that's contributing is costs that are being applied to festivals that are out of step
Minister,
with costs that are being applied in Queensland
Sure, if
or
we can just
Victoria.
go to the police charges particularly. Firstly, do you know why police in New South Wales charge so much more to attend a particular type of festival than they do, for example, in Victoria, whereas the user pays for ambulance as well as medical can sometimes be less than what is charged in other states like Victoria and Queensland? So the police are charging something like 3 times as much, which obviously impacts on festivals right across the board. Why is that, and what are you doing about it?
Yeah, look, I can't explain the exactly the methodology. I want to recognise that we do need police at these festivals. That is a part of the harm minimisation.
There's a lot of security as well, isn't there?
We need police, we need security, we do need appropriate safety supports and health supports.
Yes, but why so much more in New
people.
South Wales? Why are they being charged 4 times, 3 times as much when I've got data here from the Australian Festivals Association that has what New South Wales charges in terms of medical and ambulance is actually less than what's charged in the other states? You're the minister responsible for music festivals. Why is that going on? Have you talked to the police minister about this?
So I can't provide an explanation for why, but I've seen those figures and I can confirm that they do look out of step for the same
They
number
don't just
of
look out of
patrons.
step, Minister. They are out of step. Like, music festivals are cancelling. They're talking about exorbitant charges. Here's one that's completely over the top. You've been in for 1 year almost. What are you doing? What have you talked to the police minister about? I know that there's a Music Festival Act review, but they've already cancelled. They've already gone.
Yeah, so I'm happy to answer your question, Ms Fairman. I have spoken to my colleagues about it. It is of concern not just to me as a minister but to other colleagues. The Music Festival Review is an important place to examine that evidence. We have had that feedback from industry. It's been very strong. We have had that feedback from the public. That will be the key place where that work surfaces in public. So we will release that review shortly in coming months, I can confirm. That will trigger a discussion to see what is the methodology, what is required here, how can we keep people safe, but also make sure that festivals are viable.
Minister, I'll give you an example. This is a particular festival that in 2023 we had less people in New South Wales attend, 35,000. In Victoria, 40,000 people. Medical, $53,228. Victoria charged for that festival. Here in New South Wales, we charged $48,155, so less. In terms of police, Victoria was $9,519. New South Wales charged $120, $465. Is that fair?
So
Do you think that's fair, Minister?
Yeah, so what you're saying is the police cost in New South Wales was 12 times what it was in Victoria.
Yes,
Yeah.
good math. Is that fair?
Well, I don't know if it's fair. It's certainly of concern to me that we're so out of step with Victoria. We're examining why this is occurring, and I don't want to jump ahead of that process.
But it's
But
taken
it
a
is
year,
one of the
Minister.
things that is potentially driving festivals out of New South Wales, and it is a tougher environment here as a result, and that is something the government's concerned
Can you
about.
guarantee to music festival organisers that you, as the minister responsible for music, you made a big deal about this when you were in opposition, just how much you care about music, how much you were going to do for the music industry. You've been in the job for 12 months now. Everybody's hoping that things are going to change. Will you give a guarantee that this outrageous user-pays policing model in New South Wales is going to be reformed and is going to get in line with other states?
I can guarantee that it's under close examination, and it is an area where the government's looking to act at these festival charges in general, and I acknowledge that policing, particularly on the figures you've outlined, is a big part of that. I will also indicate that we have broader concerns about festival viability at the moment, and that is an issue that the government's looking at what it can do working with industry.
Okay, thank you. I have to move on, unfortunately, in terms of time. I wanted to move to the Western Harbour Tunnel and Warringah Freeway upgrade project. I understand that a group called Camera Voices has written to you with huge concerns about the fact that Transport for New South Wales are not meeting the ministerial conditions that have been set for this project in relation to the way in which Transport for New South Wales is dealing with multiple, probably hundreds, if not more, complaints by the community. The requirement is that they set up, this is a condition for the approval, a condition. So to set up procedures and mechanisms for inquiries and complaints to be handled within 24 hours. Now, the statistic in terms of how those complaints have been handled, only 69% of them have received an acknowledgement or response. Only 69%. Ultimately, there's been 1/3 of complaints since September, neither acknowledged nor responded. So they're not meeting their ministerial conditions. They wrote to you 1 month ago. What are you doing to ensure that Transport for New South Wales enforces those conditions?
Well, I'm concerned about those figures. It's not good enough. I'm happy to refer to the Secretary and the agency about what has been done in this area. I'm broadly aware that there has been some focus on this and there has been some attempt at improvement, but I'm happy to refer to the Secretary.
Can I just check, were you aware of this email, this letter, plus a report that I've been sent? I understand the opposition spokes has also been sent this. You were sent this probably more than just 1 month ago. Have you been aware of the unacceptable performance by Transport for New South Wales with this project? You know how distressing it's been, the loss of huge numbers of trees. People have complaints about parking by project staff in side streets that's not supposed to happen, dust, noise complaints being unanswered. Firstly, were you aware of this?
Yeah, well, I'm certainly aware of the issue. I've certainly spoken to residents directly. I'll take on notice the specific letter. I think it'd be best if I give you a 110% accurate response on the letter itself. But I'm certainly aware of the issue, and it certainly is one of the things that I'm concerned about. I don't regard the figures you're outlining as acceptable.
Okay.
But I'm happy
Thank you. Just I've got limited time now, but Minister, just like in terms of music festivals, you're concerned about it. Good to hear that you're concerned about it. What have you instructed Transport for New South Wales to do in terms of upping their game? Have you set them a deadline to ensure that they do respond? We're talking ministerial conditions for the project to go ahead, and Transport for New South Wales are performing so appallingly you know, what these complaints are, what they mean to residents, mental health issues, like it's serious. So what are you as Minister instructing your department to do and by when?
Yeah, well, I've certainly met with local council officials in relation to it. That's exactly the view they put, which was the early interaction to say, look, can we improve things with community consultation in relation to these projects? These are big projects.
What's it got to do with council though, Minister? This is you instructing your transport team who are responsible for this.
I'm indicating that those were concerns raised at the time as I met with the agency. These were discussions between the agencies and local representatives.
Okay, so will you
putting
commit
a very
now,
similar
in my
view
last
to the,
8 seconds on
putting
this,
a very similar
will you
view to the view
commit
you're putting
now,
now?
because the community's watching, they're very concerned about this, will you commit to them that you are going to instruct your department to ensure that complaints are dealt with and handled according to these ministerial conditions?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I expect that those conditions are adhered to.
Thank you. Mr. Rob Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. I come to your rescue yet again, Minister, and take you away from the basket case that is transport.
Very good.
And I ask you this time to put your hat on as the Minister responsible for Destinations New South Wales.
Yeah.
In November 2023, I'm aware that Cricket Australia invited all states and territories to submit proposals to secure test matches and women's international games, everything out to about 2030 or 2031. I think 7 years or something was their proposal. Test matches have been played in New South Wales, in particular at the SCG, since 1882. Will you be the first New South Wales government to lose the iconic New Year's Test to a bid from another state?
Well, the New Year's Test should stay in Sydney. I think that's good for Sydney, but I'll tell you what, it's good for Test cricket. I think given the state of Test cricket around the world, if Cricket Australia made the decision to move the New Year's Test away from Sydney, it'd be a big mistake with big implications for cricket, for Test cricket and for Cricket Australia. And I don't think Mike Baird will do that, but I'd caution Cricket Australia.
Well, what are you doing to encourage Cricket Australia to keep the New Year's Test in Sydney? What are you actually doing?
Look, we've certainly engaged with that formal process. We haven't, cricket isn't one of the events we've funded in the past, and we're always hesitant to begin funding without extra content coming to the public. However, we've engaged seriously with this process. Destination New South Wales has led that process for the government, engaged with Cricket Australia along with the other states and made an offer to Cricket Australia, and we're working through that process with them.
What have you offered them?
Well, that's obviously commercial in confidence, as is the case in a lot of these areas. But I can confirm that we've engaged with the process, an offer has been made, discussions ongoing with Cricket Australia. But I think it'd be a big mistake. They could really damage Test cricket here if they make the wrong move.
Your government could damage Test cricket if you don't make the right move.
Well, look, that's exactly why we've engaged with the process. We're keen to support them, we're keen to keep talking.
Sure.
I think I'd certainly hate to see that be the case. That's why we've taken it seriously.
Well, there's plenty of money to throw around because earlier in evidence today you said that there was an underspend in Destinations New South Wales that you reallocated to the art gallery. So perhaps we can remove some of the underspend and use it to promote Cricket Australia's proposal to keep test matches in New South Wales. So I'll just draw that to your attention. How do you reconcile, though, your approach to Cricket Australia when you look at the recent announcement of $10 million to the NRL to keep the grand final in Sydney for one night only, when you've got to accept that cricket of a test match goes for 5 days, brings a lot of tourism into Sydney, New South Wales, but into Sydney particularly for a 5-day period, not a one-night period. You spent $15 million reportedly on the A-League's United round. How do we reconcile what you're doing with cricket?
Well, I'm not confirming those figures either for the NRL or for the Unite round. What I can confirm in both those instances, though, is there has historically been funding for those measures. So for bringing the grand final to Sydney and also for the Unite round, bringing a whole range of teams here to play in Sydney. That hasn't been the case with the New Year's Test previously. So the idea that states should bid against each other to pay for cricket was a new idea, perhaps not an entirely welcome one amongst the states, but it is one that we've engaged in seriously. But I'd just caution Cricket Australia from making a hasty decision here. We're certainly happy to chat.
I mean, I refer back to the Chair's comments in relation to the policing costs for music festivals. The same policing costs would apply to cricket matches. What is the government doing in relation to that?
Yeah, look, it's a
Supporting
really
what the Chair has already asked.
It's a really good observation, and I do see the two situations as similar. We've got to keep people safe at any of these big events, including the cricket. There have been policing costs associated with that. There have also been traffic management costs in relation to where this is held, and those are the sorts of things that the government has under heavy scrutiny, both in relation to sport and to music festivals.
All right. Is Destinations New South Wales leading the proposal on behalf of the New South Wales Government to Cricket
Yes,
Australia?
that's correct. Yep.
And are they seeking advice from other agencies, and if so, which agencies?
Look, I think you'd be best, perhaps, this afternoon to direct that to the head of Destination New South Wales,
Unfortunately, I'm
Steve
not
Cox.
available this afternoon, Minister,
Oh,
so
well,
that's why I'm asking.
I'm happy to confirm it's been the subject of discussion with my colleagues, including across a range of agencies, but Steve could let you know exactly who's around the table for that one.
Certainly.
Mr Roberts, we engaged with Premier's Department, Venues New South Wales, Office of Sport, Transport New South Wales, Greater Sydney Parklands and the New South Wales Police Force.
Right, okay. Well, I'm just about wrapped up, Chair, but one final question. Minister, very similar to the Chair's question. Will you guarantee cricket fans in New South Wales that we will continue to retain the New Year's Day test?
Well, I can guarantee we'll be engaging seriously with Cricket Australia. They've got some big decisions to make. I hope they don't make a mistake here.
Well, if you make an attractive offer, it will be very easy to
Yeah,
make
and
the
we'll
bad
engage seriously with this process. I think that is absolutely the commitment from the government.
Okay, that's all from me, Chair.
Mr.
Thank you.
Benazir.
You found
Thank
16
you.
million for UFC.
Order.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to drag you back from the peripheries of your portfolio back into roads and also, I guess, music and creative arts. There is obviously work progressing on a massive concert venue up in Morisset, which will possibly hold up to 30,000 people. Given there's only sort of one road in, one road out into that potential great venue, what is the planned road improvements for those future customers to actually get into Morisset, and also obviously alleviate the traffic burden for the residents of the area?
Yeah, look, having grown up in Newcastle, I know the area well, and the future of Morisset, I have to say, is particularly bright at the moment. Having seen the plans and having talked to the council about their plans for the area, not just in relation to that venue, but more generally for that west side of the lake, I think I'm very impressed by the way they're thinking and the plan for the area.
Have you got plans to assist them with improving the roads?
The story they put to me was they found it difficult to engage on those transport issues historically. They hadn't had the attention that they felt they deserved. I've been briefed by them. It's certainly something that the government will be looking to assist those plans. Those are councils who are not only saying they're willing to accept more housing, but they've also got big plans for their community to grow. And I think the government and the transport agencies should be in a position to help them.
Okay. Well, what guarantee are you going to give us that your work on the road situation will be in sync with their work on their plans to expand with this facility and this housing? Because it would be the worst possible thing for them to, drive ahead with this and you guys to be dragging the chain, and the roads and the infrastructure not be ready to facilitate that growth that they're planning for. So will you guarantee that your department will be in sync with providing that infrastructure that's needed?
Look, I think you're right to characterise it in the way you are. This is high up the list of concerns. There is a particular intersection that is really a potential bottleneck here, and it could hold back significant economic development. So it is an issue that's...
What work has your department done already on that bottleneck intersection? Yeah,
look, there has been transport engagement on it, but I think we need to do more in this area, and future, I don't want to jump ahead to future budgets, but as we're looking at the road priorities of the state, I'd see this as a much higher priority than some of the mega toll road projects, for example. We'll get a higher economic return out of exactly this investment.
Okay, can I quickly just start to turn to drones, Minister? You made an announcement about us having up to 70 drones to monitor and bust traffic. What's the total cost of this drone program?
Look, we can get you some details on the total cost. I can tell you that the benefit is significant to really bust congestion as people move around the city. So this is really being used to hit the hotspots as they happen. The Roselle interchange is one example, but
so
other holiday
can I
traffic,
just
for
pick you up on
example.
the point? How do you do that? Because you got to know, you either got to take a stab in the dark and go, today there's going to be issues on the Roselle interchange or the M5 or the M4 or whatever it is, and get your vehicles within a certain range, because these drones, I imagine, have a range of anywhere between 2 and 5 kilometres. So you would have to be within 5 kilometres of a traffic issue. So you either got to take a stab at the dark and go, it's going to be here today, or you're going to be stuck in traffic trying to get to the traffic hotspot to throw up a drone. Like, it seems
Yeah.
like, could we just use traffic cams? Wouldn't that be a more financial, frugal approach that would give us the same real-time data?
It's a really good question, and in fact the Traffic Management Centre is really very professional in the way they use these. Many are truck mounted to get them to hotspots or potential hotspots, so they're nearby. So often they're pre-deployed because of the exact reasons you're outlining.
Okay.
Okay, questions from Ms Susan Carter.
Thank you. Minister, can I take you to the Powerhouse? And
Certainly.
you've announced a commitment of $250 million for the redevelopment at Ultimo, down from the $500 million that we had committed. Yet the budget papers only disclose an amount of $119 million over the 4 years to 26-27. That's less than half the sum which has been announced. Where's the other $131 million, Minister?
Yeah, well, I'm pleased to confirm that the government has adopted a $250 million heritage revitalisation. I'm upfront, this is more modest than the former government's plans.
And the other $131 million that's not in the budget?
I did think they were over the top, those $500 million, $500 million.
Sorry, Minister, if I can redirect, the question is, the budget is missing $131 million of the $250 million you've announced. Where is it?
Well, that's incorrect, and I'm just coming to that. But
Okay.
we've been unashamed.
Well, can I take you to the budget papers? Where in the budget papers will I find the extra $131 million?
Yeah, as I was saying, we've been unashamedly more modest about this. We're not allocating $500 million. We are, however, and I can confirm, allocating the $250 million.
And where in the budget is it?
The reason that you're seeing it in the way you are is because of the timing of these decisions. It'll certainly be reflected in the next budget. Treasury has confirmed that publicly, and I can confirm today that the $250 million has been allocated by the government. And of course, you'll see that reflected in the budget in the ordinary way.
With respect
but it was
to
obviously
timing,
that decision was made post the last budget, just to be clear.
With respect to timing, you've also announced the closure of the Ultimo site for conservation works expected to take up to 3 years. The budget papers show completion in 10 years. So what is it, 3 years or 10 years?
Sorry, just repeat the question.
So you've announced a 3-year closure at Ultimo for conservation works, but if we go to the budget papers, it says that the works are expected to be finalised in 2033. So is it 10 or 3?
Well, firstly, I want to congratulate you for being one of the members who's referring to the budget papers. That's heavily encouraged, and I note
Could you
your
honour
colleagues
me with an
also-
answer to the question?
Yeah, for exactly the same reason, the timing of these decisions in relation to the budget, I can confirm that this will be a up to 3 year heritage revitalisation, and the money will be spent in that period. And the budget papers will reflect that, something that Treasury's
So we believe the press release and not the budget papers?
Well, there's the normal process of government decisions being sequenced with the budget papers, is what you're seeing here. We've confirmed that publicly. I'm reiterating that again
Thank you,
today.
Minister. Thank you. Did you call for Transport New South Wales to tighten their system to prevent hate speech circulating in New South Wales via number plates?
I certainly did. I was very concerned about some of the instances of hate speech on our roads at this difficult time.
And thank you. And did you call for the implementation by Transport for New South Wales of measures to quickly remove number plates involving anti-Semitic or other messages which would incite hatred?
When I came in as a roads minister, this could take a month. You could have something that was obviously designed to create hate or cause community concern. It could be withdrawn, but it might take nearly a month to get it off the road.
Well,
I
thank you
did
for
not
that.
accept that, and I've asked for a much shorter period, and that's now the case.
Thank you. And did you call out and condemn those inciting hatred by the number plates they were using?
Yeah, look, I've certainly had those concerns.
Minister, is publicly releasing a list of people compiled on the basis of religion or race without their knowledge or consent an action which is likely to lead to fear in the targeted community and anti-Semitism if those people are Jewish?
I think you're referring to a specific incident or set of incidents.
I am.
And I did have concerns about the way that was dealt with. I didn't regard that as appropriate behaviour.
Have you called out this doxing, Minister?
It was, well, I'm doing that now. I support the position the federal government took on this matter. I'm certainly aligned with those comments.
And have you, as Arts Minister, had conversations with the Opera House about the ongoing involvement in the All About Women event of acknowledged doxers Clementine Ford and Randall Abdel Fattah?
I won't go into discussions with each of the cultural institutions, but you're welcome to put these questions to them directly. But it's certainly something I've been discussing with the arts community. I can confirm that. My approach has been to ensure that programming decisions are up to those institutions. My advice to anyone in the community is to be very cautious about community cohesion and to think about exactly what you're saying at the moment. We're very concerned about making sure that people feel safe in their own state.
And as Arts Minister, how have you shown leadership in this area with your conversations with, for example, the Opera House?
Yeah, look, I have certainly been engaging with the sector on this, and I think it's very important that people are aware of these issues. We need to keep communities safe. We need to keep communities talking at this difficult moment overseas. We don't want to see what's going on in the Middle East impact here on the beautiful community, on the community cohesion that we've got here.
Minister, I'm curious about this engagement with the sector. It isn't apparent from your diary that you've had meetings, for example, with leadership at the Opera House. How have you been engaging with the sector and showing leadership on this critically important issue of community cohesion?
Yeah, well, look, I can confirm I've certainly been engaging with a range of the cultural institutions and more broadly on this issue. I think I don't want to be in the position where the government is responsible for cancelling performances. I saw just today reports of a couple of key Israeli comics whose performance was cancelled. I don't think that sort of approach to this is helpful. I don't want to see that approach to things, but everyone has got an obligation here to make sure that they're aware of the impact their comments have, and I'm very concerned if people don't feel safe in their city, and that's an obligation on the arts sector as well, as well as other sectors.
But you accept, Minister, that this, as the Arts Minister, is a conversation that you should be leading?
Well, it's certainly one that I'm engaged in. The government's been very upfront about what it's prepared to do to enforce community cohesion. I include in that changes to the laws about hate speech, those 93Z changes, which frankly we would have hoped for more support on.
And you are satisfied, for example, that the Code of Ethics and Conduct for New South Wales government sector employees, which requires managers to ensure that any real or perceived conflicts of interest are avoided or effectively managed, you are confident that any perceived conflicts of interest about programming decisions at the Opera House are being effectively managed in the way that we would expect in the New South Wales public sector?
Well, look, I don't have any concerns, and I don't believe I've had any concerns raised with me. If there's something that you want to raise, I'm certainly open to...
Minister, there are significant community concerns in relation to the programming decisions, for example, in relation to the All About Women festival. I am, frankly, very shocked that you are not aware of these community concerns if you are as engaged with the sector as you've just been telling us that you are.
I'm certainly aware of those concerns. They've been raised with me directly. I'm not aware of a conflict of interest suggestion, but I welcome...
A perceived conflict of interest, Minister?
I'm not aware of a perceived conflict of interest, but I'm open to more information that you might want to provide.
If the person responsible for programming has a publicly stated position in relation to one side of a conflict, and is appointing as curators and speakers people from that same side of the conflict, does that not give rise to a perception of a conflict of interests?
Well, look, I think everyone's got an obligation to take this seriously. This is a terrible, terrible moment over in the Middle East, and we could make it worse here if we don't keep our community together in New South Wales. So
and I'm calling on you to show leadership on this issue,
I'd encourage you to
Minister.
raise those concerns directly. I certainly have been having discussions with the sector. I'll continue to do so.
Okay. Minister, can I just quickly take you to the commitment that we find in the Creative Communities policy to build 180,000 public and affordable houses over the next 5 years. Can you confirm that this commitment is actually government policy?
Well, the Creative Communities policy refers to other commitments of the government.
Can you tell us where that housing commitment is found? Where else in government policy this commitment for 180,000 public and affordable housing
Yeah, I'd be
is found?
very happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. And in the same policy, you commit to expanding the heritage floor space scheme. Will this be expanded from a City of Sydney policy to become a statewide policy?
This was our election commitment to examine expanding
And it's
this.
a commitment in creative policies that you will. So is that policy?
Yeah, we're absolutely, and this is the 10-year vision for the state. I can confirm that's the commitment in the 10-year plan.
And Minister, given that the government's changes to low and mid-rise housing will apply to not just heritage conservation areas, but individually listed heritage items, and will incentivise residential development on these properties, won't these initiatives undercut the statewide application of the heritage floor space scheme?
No, I don't accept the premise of your question.
So you don't accept that a housing policy that will cut across individual heritage listings conflicts with rolling out a heritage floor space scheme across the whole of New South Wales?
Well, the commitment's not across the whole of New South Wales, and I think you...
Well, what is the commitment, Minister?
If I understand your question correctly, you may be misunderstanding the scheme that's in place. I may be incorrect about that, but there is a scheme that operates in the City of Sydney. We're examining the expansion to a number of other centres. It just wouldn't be applicable or effective across all of New South Wales because it relies on places where there
Minister, perhaps it would assist everybody if you would withdraw the Creative Communities policy and make sure that it's expressed clearly, because that would be a benefit to everybody trying to use it.
Thank you, if I may, Chair. Thank you.
I'll take that as a comment.
Minister, back to... Oh, sorry.
No.
It is
Ms. Ward.
Thank you. Back to Special Minister of State, just to leap there. Minister, just in terms of your assurance to the Chair that you'd like to give 110% accurate answers in that spirit, could you inform the committee of the total number of DLOs, Department Liaison Officers, in Government Ministers' offices?
The total number of DLOs in government ministers.
Yeah,
I
as
believe
Special
that
Minister
will
of
be a
State.
matter for the Premier, although I'm happy to be...
No, in your capacity as Special Minister of State.
Correct. I'll take that on notice and I'll see what's appropriate to provide in that capacity.
Should be a simple number across Government Ministers' offices. It should be a very clear number. Is your staff able to get that today?
And that's why I've simply taken it on notice.
All right. I do hope we get the number, though, and not a broad brush answer. That would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Northern Beaches Road Network. What's the status of the Northern Beaches Road Network review currently underway?
Yep. So that is rolling out. It's as a result of the decisions that were made in relation to this. It's still ongoing. So I hope to be able to update the committee and the public.
Thank you. When will it be complete?
Look, we can get that detail for you.
If you could get that
But
today,
there's
that would be
still-
helpful.
Yeah, no, I think that'd be entirely appropriate. We should update you about the timing of that.
Thank you. Following the cut of funding to...
I might tell you that we're expecting it in the latter half of 2024, if that's helpful.
the latter half of this year?
Yeah.
Right. In the next month, in the next quarter, in December?
Well, that's the information I've got for you. If you'd like to pursue it further with the agency, you're welcome to.
Would be helpful if the agency could provide further detail on the status of that.
I do have some further detail for you as
That's okay.
promised
I'll move on. I'll go to the department.
On the truck toll multiplier.
Thank you. We'll come back to that if you don't mind. Very limited.
No worries.
Following the cut of funding to the Mona Vale Road West project, do you have any plans to increase road investment in the region?
Well, your first question is really the key
All right,
here.
you'll
It's
come
about
back
the
to us.
network review.
So you
So,
don't know.
of course, we should do that work first to guide any future investments.
So you
that
don't
really
know.
tells us. Well, it's not that we don't know. It's that actually you have to assess the traffic around the network before you make investment decisions.
All right, let's talk
And
about
that
Mona Vale
network
Road
review will
West.
be
So
the-
lots of assessment
the path to
discussion,
do
and you're
that.
coming back to us. We've spoken previously about Mona Vale Road West and the safety risks and the incidents on that road, including fatalities. Given the rising road toll and the government's decision to defer or cancel the Mona Vale Road West upgrade, why has the government decided not to pursue a road safety audit at this time?
This network review is probably the key piece of work that will inform future decisions here for Mona Vale Road.
Well, a network review is one thing, but this is a very specific question about the audit of road safety, a specific road safety audit on that part of the road where there has been a history of
Yep.
fatalities,
Yeah.
Mona Vale Road West.
And I've certainly had the concerns from the community raised with me. I can't update you on a road safety audit, but I'd be happy to refer to the agency, including
We might do that, but I'd like,
Yeah.
if you aren't able to answer that, to take it on notice, Minister, given
Yeah,
that
I'm
there has been a
certain-
history
I'm-
of fatalities.
I'm
You've assured the
absolutely-
committee of your commitment to road safety.
absolutely-
The funding has been pulled for Mona Vale Road West upgrade, which was underway. We'd like to know why the government won't pursue that safety audit. In a question on notice asked by the local member, Rory Amon, member for Pittwater, the government confirmed that no safety audit will be undertaken. We'd like to understand why that is. The community wants to know, so you'll provide that to us, will you?
Can I answer the question?
Yes. Why will there be no safety audit?
Yeah, no, thank you for the question. I am aware of the concerns. They have been raised with me, including by the member you've referred to. I
Right.
think it's totally appropriate to take that
You're aware of the
question on
issues.
notice and update the committee.
All right, I'll turn to the Urban Roads Fund. In a response to a question on notice at the last budget estimates regarding the Urban Roads Fund, you said, and I quote, "The majority of projects in the Urban Roads Fund are expected to be delivered within the $770 million. Minister, which projects are not expected to be delivered?
Look, the Urban Roads Fund is that $770 million. So those projects have been specifically designated. They've been committed to publicly. They'll be delivered
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
aware of that,
timeframes
but you've
that
said the
government's-
majority of projects. So my question in response to your answer, which is very clear, the majority of projects will be delivered. I want to understand what projects won't be delivered under
Well,
that
look,
project.
I don't have the benefit of that. That's a partial quote, so I don't. I can't confirm exactly what the interaction was at the time, but
It's
let me put
your
it to you this way.
response to a budget
All
estimates
the
question last
projects
time.
in the Urban Roads Fund will be delivered as promised from
No,
the
no.
Urban Roads Fund.
So just to be clear, Minister, to give you the benefit of clarity, we had budget estimates asked last time. A question was asked of you. You prepared an answer. You sign off on your questions on notice, the answers to those, don't you?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep, you sign off on those. So you have provided the answer. It's not a partial quote, it's a full sentence. The majority of projects under the Urban Roads Fund are expected to be delivered within the 770. So I'm just trying to understand, given your answer, you would have prepared for that today, surely knowing that we would follow up to say what projects won't be delivered under that fund.
Yeah, look, I'd be happy to take on notice some that further detail about the Urban Roads Fund.
All right, so you don't know that either. All right. Are you aware of the 23 projects that will be delivered from the Urban Roads Fund?
Yes, I've signed off on the Urban Roads Fund, so
Mhm.
I am broadly aware of that.
All right. At the last session, I asked for a breakdown from Ms. Mayers, and she said, and I quote, "Yes, I'll give you a breakdown." And in answer back, a breakdown was not provided. I'd like to understand if we can have a breakdown now in answer to our questions of those 23 projects.
Yeah, look, I think it's reasonable to expect that you'd know what projects were in the Urban Roads Fund. Much of that detail set out in the budget.
Yes.
I'm happy to. I think it is appropriate that we take on notice and provide you
But
the
thank
list
you,
of projects.
Minister.
that
I
are in the
appreciate
Urban
that,
Roads
but we
Fund.
did ask that last time. It respectfully is not set out in the budget.
Yeah, and
That's
you're
why we
raising
asked the
that concern
question.
now, and I'm happy
That's
to
why we
deal
asked
with
the
it. I think that's a
question.
reasonable.
But Minister, you keep
request
taking
of
these
this
things
order.
on notice, and the point is, does your department know, because we were given an assurance last time, does Transport for New South Wales know, and can they provide that breakdown today?
Yeah, well, they absolutely know. It's a requirement of the budget process that they know. These projects are budget funded. A lot of that detail is set out in the budget. It's certainly all required for the budget, and we'd be happy to take on notice.
With respect,
the provision
Minister,
of
it's
that,
not. That's why we're having to ask the question. May I ask Ms Mears, are you aware of the 23 projects?
Thank you for the question. We can bring that list back this afternoon.
Thank you. That would be very helpful because all of the projects, Minister, are not listed in the budget. That's just not correct and not truthful within the funding profile for the projects. So we'd appreciate that breakdown.
Yeah, I've made these two observations. One, that much of this information is available in the budget, and the Urban Roads Fund is set out in the usual level of detail. But I've made this point, all of the detail is required in order to present the budget. So it's certainly sitting there in the budget framework.
We'll have to agree to to agree to disagree, which is why we asked the question last time.
Well, let's agree to agree, though. I think it'd be very helpful that I think it would be totally appropriate this afternoon for you to be provided with that information.
And it would be helpful this afternoon to understand the funding amount. Can we get an assurance that that will be provided to this committee this afternoon, the funding amount for each of those projects?
We'll bring what we can. I'll check.
Sorry, you'll bring what you can?
Yeah, I will check that. Miss Wang, have we got the full list? Yep, that's fine.
So you're able to bring the funding amount for each of those projects for this afternoon?
Correct.
Thank you very much.
I'm very sympathetic to these frustrations.
I'm sure you are, which is why I'm sure you are very keen to assist. Minister, at the election you committed $180 million to widen Heathcote Road. At the last estimate session it was confirmed there is not $180 million in the forward estimates. When do you expect to have a contract awarded to meet your commitment?
We've made a commitment. It's a very important one. There's significant community concern about that Heathcote Road
when will you
work.
have the
It's
contract?
a very constrained corridor. I have to take on notice the precise timing for the contract,
have you been
not
out
unreasonably. I've certainly been speaking to the local member and I've driven it quite a number of times.
But you didn't put the money in the budget. There's no money in the budget for this project.
Ms Ward. Okay, Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, Minister, and to all of the officials. Coming back to the Powerhouse Museum, which I understand the Honourable Susan Carter was asking about as well. So we have the museum closing on the 4th of February, but I understand that it's unlikely that the planning approvals or even the plans themselves will be finalised until the end of the year. Why was that decision made so far ahead of those plans being finalised?
Yeah, well, look, it was. You're welcome to some more detail of Lisa Havilar, but as we were talking through the project, there is still some planning steps to go, but decanting a museum of this significance is a big, big undertaking. So in order to get the doors open sooner, the advice to me was, and advice I accepted, that we should begin the process as soon as possible. To do that safely, to do it securely, is a big job.
So has work now commenced then? Is stuff happening?
On that decanting process, on the arrangements about getting the museum in a form where construction and a heritage revitalisation could occur, yes.
I understand that all of the, and I'll probably say this wrong, the curatorial, conservation research staff have moved to Castle Hill. Has the decision been made to never return them to the Ultimo site when it's redeveloped?
No, I don't believe so. I'm happy for you to ask questions directly. Staff have certainly been moved. There's 80 staff based in Parramatta. 100 Powerhouse staff will be located at Ultimo. 56 staff at Castle Hill, and that will include, crucially, the curatorial teams. When there are jobs restarted at Ultimo, it's my expectation that those, of course, should be available to internal applicants as well as external applicants. Obviously, the Powerhouse would have to make a decision about the best arrangement of its teams, so there might be some complexities there, but I wouldn't have thought that existing staff were ruled out from serving somewhere if a curatorial job, for instance, opened up at Ultimo.
Okay.
I know this is the subject of some...
Yeah, because that's quite different, isn't it? I mean, so I guess, if we look at this very sort of highly skilled group of staff who have worked in a museum that is quite different to every other museum we have. It's very important, isn't it, that we keep that staff and we keep that experience. It's very different to say you can apply for the job later versus you will be returned to this job in the future. What are you doing to keep those people around so that we'll have the right staff when we do reopen?
Yeah, no, well, I should say you're very entitled to ask about this, but it is the subject of a current industrial dispute, and the Powerhouse is about to respond to exactly these points. So,
Okay.
But I invite you to ask some questions of them. But yeah, look, we want to retain our existing staff. I do want to see some of these functions move to the west. I think it's important that the potential of the Powerhouse in the west is reached, but Ultimo is an incredibly loved site, and there will need to be, there's a requirement for staff there down the track. There's 100 staff there at the moment.
So, I understand that the Harwood building storage space has been emptied of all the objects, and they've been relocated to Castle Hill. What will that empty space in the Harwood building be used for?
Well, my understanding, but feel free to check this with Lisa Havilar, is the Harwood building is not empty. It's still in use. There's no plans to separate this off from the Powerhouse and sell it. That is one of the concerns the community's got. It's not the plans of the government.
Okay. And can you give us an assurance that this, re-established, when it's finally refurbished and we have the Powerhouse Museum back, that it's not going to be just another sort of artistic space, another curated art space, instead of being that sort of hands-on space that we sort of love and want to see back?
Yeah, I think that there's been a lot of conflict over 9 years about the future of this space, and I want to see it return to the sort of institution that the public came to know and love. That work will take place while the doors are closed, but that's the spirit that it's got to be driven by. That's one of the reasons why we've set up a committee to really examine exactly what's going on and the future uses, to make sure that that discussion happens now.
Because there's nothing else, is there, that's got that sort of, I guess, drive to educate and inspire people around engineering and manufacturing and all of those sort of, the great sort of vibe, I guess, that the Powerhouse had. Can you commit to bringing the Powerhouse back in that same form, that same vibe? Yeah, look, institutions have got to evolve, so not everything's, we don't want this preserved in aspic. However, the reasons why the community loved the Powerhouse, that sense of a museum of applied arts and sciences, the sense that you could learn about the history of technology of science, is exactly the feeling that I think the community expects back. Okay. If I could turn quickly to the tolling review. I asked the Treasurer a bunch of questions around this as well. I understand now that we've spent around $2 million in contracts for people involved in the review, and there are multiple people now involved in this review. And the discussion I was having with the Treasurer was particularly in relation to the release of the full contracts from all of the privatisations of our toll roads. Now, I was told that that would be released when we have the toll review completed, but obviously there's a lot of effectively unpicking of those contracts to do, and the proposition I put to the Treasurer was with Transurban, because Transurban is part of every consortium effectively. I now see that there has been a tender put out to get investment banks involved. Is this an admission that we're going to have to pay some money in order to get the tolling regime in our city to be fair and equitable?
Look, I think the questions about the contracts for consultants are probably best directed to the Treasurer, and I saw the answers he gave you. I thought those looked very appropriate. The question in relation to the contracts for the concessions themselves, we committed at the election, we'll deliver on this commitment to release key contract details. We've been working through getting the relief stood up and the interim report underway, so that hasn't yet happened, but it will, and it will reveal key details to the public that, in my view, should be public.
When will it be released?
We haven't committed to a timeline. The interim report is due shortly, so that'll be the next step forward that the public will see on this. And we need some. These are difficult reforms, so we need some time for public discussion on them. But we'll absolutely meet the commitment to be more public.
Okay,
about
but
those
to be
details.
honest with the public, the difficulty in these reforms is that we are having to renegotiate contractual arrangements with effectively a monopoly provider of toll roads. It's not something that you're responsible for. You've inherited it. Is it going to cost us money to provide fair and equitable tolling regime for people in this state?
Yeah, well, you'll sadly have to wait for the interim report to learn all the details of this. But I think two things are really clear. This is really difficult for all the reasons you understand. It's also really necessary because of the cost, $123 billion in today's dollars. We're still yet to pay, but also the impact that has on the way our city works. So this is very, very hard. It's also very, very necessary.
Once the toll review is released, will there be an opportunity for cross-party discussion and collaboration on how we move forward on this?
Absolutely, I would welcome that. We're seeing this as really the launching pad for a more public discussion. There's been work underway, work including under the former government. I want to recognise that. We've continued that work. We've asked for help from Alan Fells and David Cousins, and we'll ask for help from the public and from the Parliament to be able to tackle these issues. They will not be easy to tackle, but I do believe it's a key reform opportunity.
We both sat on the inquiry that I chaired in relation to the tolls back in the last Parliament, and one of the key issues that we discovered was in relation to the charging of admin fees, where people were basically under incredible financial distress because of the toll admin fee that Transurban had been charging them. The way to fix that is very simple and straightforward, and yet it's not been done. Is that because the contractual terms are preventing us from making that change?
Look, we'll be able to talk about this some more shortly, but this matter has been more complex on the administrative side and system side, rather than necessarily being a contractual complexity. It is the government's made certain commitments. We'll meet those commitments. That's one of the reasons why the timing is as it is.
Thank you. We'll now go to questions from Mr. Benasiak.
Thanks, Chair. I might just stick with the drones for the moment, Minister. Will these, well, just going back to what you're saying, they're on the flatbed trucks, or the trucks, and so you must know or take a stab at the dark in terms of this is where they need to be. That's the case, isn't it? So you either have to have them permanently placed in key locations. Is that the design?
Exactly right. Some of these are pre-deployed where we suspect there'll be a problem. I'm happy for the Secretary.
That answers my question. Will these drones or these drone operators have to comply with CASA regulations around commercial drone operators?
Absolutely, and
so
that's been one of the key.
If that's the case, how are you going to navigate
requirements.
one of the more difficult traffic areas around the Sydney airport, where it says you have to be flying away from a commercial airport of, I think, 5.5 k's, I think is the CASA regulation. So how are you going to navigate that, given that it's, I drive that route quite often, it's a significant bottleneck most times. How are you going to navigate that requirement?
I'll hand to the Secretary.
Mr. Benasiak, yes, our TMC teams are aware of all of those restrictions. We have a chief pilot who works with the TMC leadership, but certainly we know that there will be places where the drones are not appropriate, which are covered by our fixed cameras and also our on-the-ground traffic teams.
Okay, thank you. Ms. I might just go back to the Powerhouse. I just want to throw out some stats for you, and I just want to get your assessment as to whether you're happy with the performance of the museum in the last 5 years. So visitation is down 33% over the last 5 years. Are you happy with that as an outcome?
No, absolutely not.
So we're down 33% in visitation over 5 years, but the museum has delivered a 188% increase in the cost per visitor. Yeah, you happy with that outcome?
No.
The education participation at the museum is down 56%. Do you agree that that's not an acceptable outcome?
Look, I can't confirm the figures.
Well, these are figures from the annual reports.
But I don't doubt the figures. There's been a well-publicised 9-year dispute, a rollercoaster ride of public opinion, as the policy on this matter has changed repeatedly.
Yeah. So over that same 5-year period, education engagement is up 36% at the Australian Museum. 50% at the 67% below the Art Gallery of New South Wales, and also about 90% lower than the museum's Victoria.
Yeah, no, and I'm very concerned about that. That confirms what I've, anecdotally seen, particularly some of those younger audiences have made their way to the Australian Museum. Look, I'm confident that can be fixed over time, particularly with this revitalisation, but it's a big problem, and it's reflective of the twists and turns in this tale and the damage that's been done to Ultimo as an institution, a much-loved institution over time.
Are you putting it solely on the twists and turns of whether the museum would be moved or when it'll be moved? Is that what we're putting?
Look,
down to?
The changing approach. One of the biggest effects has been the lack of a common vision for what this institution should be, and that has really been very damaging. I think that's what we've got to get back, is a sense of the potential of this institution, and it's got to be in line with the community's hopes.
Mm. So are you happy that operating expenses are up 86% over those 5 years? Well, exhibition costs are up 211%. Self-generated revenue has declined by more than 90% in that 5-year period. If this was a private business and you were the boss, what would you be saying?
Well, I'd close the doors and fix the job, and that's what we're doing.
Is that all you would do? Is close the doors and fix the job? Wouldn't you?
No,
wouldn't you be looking at the management of this facility?
No, look,
over those 5-year period.
I want to be clear. I support the CEO of the Powerhouse, Lisa Havilah. I regard her as a good operator in the arts and culture space, and I'm grateful for the work she's doing. The issues with
I invite Ms Havilah to come up and explain whether she's happy with these figures as well, because I wouldn't be happy if I was a CEO to see these figures happening under my leadership. Yeah, and I'd be wanting to take steps to actually improve it.
No, and I can understand why the community's concerned. These are very, these are all reasons why this has to do better.
And what guarantees will we have that when it is returned, it's revitalised, that it will do better?
One of the things I've done is asked for help from Bob Davis, former Arts Minister. Bob actually opened the Castle Hill space back in the very early days of that institution. I can inform Ms Ward he's doing it in an unpaid capacity. This is public service, not. But I'm hopeful that he will assist to work with the groups who've got concerns, with the Powerhouse at Ultimo, to really make sure that the community's view is coming through here, and he should work with the Trust to do so.
Thank you. I might just join with my colleague in turning to the creative communities policy. It's a great piece of creative writing. I'll turn to the section.
It's from a teacher.
I'll turn to the section from you, Minister. It says research reveals that the creative industries are growing at nearly twice the rate of the general economy in Australia. That's obviously your words. Where did you get that data from?
Look, we can get you the specific references, but that's lower than it is in the UK, where creative industries are growing at up to 5 times the rate of growth of the rest of the general economy. This is a well-worn path for growth. For Sydney, you're talking about a significant slice of our workforce. You're talking about 9 or 10% of our workforce, depending on what you measure, and it could be growing. That's the goal of the policy.
Okay. Can I just also raise the comment, or raise the concerns over the comment you say it's overwhelming? Young children who participate in cultural and creative activities are much more likely to do well at school. That's a given. I know that. But you've obviously taken away the vouchers. How are we going to facilitate greater participation in these cultural and creative activities? To give you an example, you know, a piano lesson or a violin lesson ranges from anywhere between $80 and $100 per hour. So if you've got a kid that's really into it and wants to go all the way to the conservatorium over those 10 years, would probably, I've done the calculations, you'd spend around $28,000 in engaging that kid in participation in that creative field. How are we going to make this reachable for the average person? Because at those costs, it's not.
Yeah, look, you're exactly right. I think that's a great description of the problem. We can't have arts, or particularly music education, just become the province of those who can pay for it. One of the issues is that the arts and culture sector has found it very difficult to engage with a devolved Department of Education. They found it difficult to lodge themselves into the education system. That's one of the things I would like to see the Parliament inquire into, to work out if there's a better way to centrally coordinate with the Department of Education.
Okay. And just in the last minute, there's obviously a big focus in this document about delivering regional arts and culture and creative industries. How does that sit, and getting more people out into the regions and experiencing that culture and that art, how does that sit with your government's plan for net zero and getting more people off the roads, and the fact that we don't have adequate public transport out into the regions? How is that all going to gel together? It's a nice fluffy statement, but when you wrap around all the other things that are going on in New South Wales, it doesn't seem achievable to me.
Yeah, look, those are challenges. I want to be upfront about that. But this is a big turn from an informal arts policy focused on the cultural institutions clustered around the harbour, which are incredible and should be better celebrated, to a whole of state focus. We started in Lismore and ended up in Broken Hill, and these creative communities out there need some attention and policy support from the government. That's what this policy delivers. Of course, that'll take some time to deliver, but we need
You need more than words, though, in a policy. You need actions, and you need deliverables and things to measure a policy by. And I don't see lots of commitments in there, but not a lot of actions that can be measured.
Yeah, well, let me tell you, you've put the case well, but the creative citizens of Broken Hill put it even more bluntly when we're out there.
I'm sure they would have.
And that was welcome. That's exactly the change we've got to drive. But this is the policy, first step, then we've got to drive implementation in the way you described.
I look forward to the driving.
Excellent. Questions from the opposition? Ms Natalie.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, did Transport for New South Wales conduct any assessment with respect to road capacity or provide any advice on road infrastructure to the Department of Planning for the assessment and selection of precincts for the transport-oriented development program?
Yes, in the consideration of the transport-oriented development precincts, as you would expect, that's not just a matter for planning. Some of those decisions crucially rely on the transport infrastructure that might surround them. So I can confirm that it's joint work. There's certainly been a dialogue between
Sure, a dialogue's one thing, but did Transport conduct any assessment with respect to road capacity or advice on infrastructure to the Department of Planning?
Well, I've seen your questions previously on this, and I'm not prepared to canvass the Cabinet
I'm not asking you to do, I'm just asking, was advice provided on road capacity?
I'm not prepared to canvass the Cabinet deliberations in relation to the decision. However, I can definitely inform you that Transport's been deeply engaged in this set of policy questions and has been providing advice.
Okay, did they provide advice to planning?
They've certainly been providing advice to government and me as Minister.
Okay, all right. And you've seen that advice?
I won't comment on. I can confirm they've been providing advice to me as Minister. I won't comment on matters relating to Cabinet.
Thank you. Road safety. Following the increase in the road toll in New South Wales, which we've talked about, is it still a priority for the Minns government's commitment to legislate an independent victims commissioner for road crime?
Look, that is not a matter that sits in my portfolio. It's certainly a matter I've got some interest in, but you'd be best referring that to the minister responsible.
But surely, given the road toll and given your commitment prior to the election, you said that this is something that your government would do. You committed to doing that. Surely that's something that you would be pushing along. I'm just interested in who.
Well, that's why those commitments were made.
Yeah, who is responsible then?
I'd expect to see them delivered.
Mhm.
I don't want to mislead you, so we might take that on notice, but I'm not the responsible minister, but we'll come back to you.
You'll let us know that today who
make it clear, any changes we make will be closely consulted with industry. We don't want to lose venues by changing the law. But
I'm not asking about consultation, though.
Yeah, no, but I'd want to talk to venues, to industry first. But look, we're open to making further changes. We will bring further changes before the Parliament.
Have they talked to you about this issue?
I haven't talked to clubs directly on this issue, certainly not since the incident.
So you haven't reached out to, for example, did you reach out to Manly Skiff Club, by the way, or to Pink's people to apologise as the Minister for Music in New South Wales, who oversees a regulatory environment that made it impossible for Pink to get into that club? Who did you apologise to?
I haven't reached out, as you say, to Pink's people. However, I'm certainly... I am concerned to have Pink join the long queue of people who've come to a Sydney venue and been knocked back. I thought those days were behind us. If we need to make further changes, we're certainly open to that. But we'll do it in a way working with venues, with the Parliament, to make sure that it has the effect we want.
Thank you. You good?
Bring back Pink.
I'll throw some out there. Let's go to another music star, Taylor Swift. I know your favourite, my favourite. You're obviously you pulled out all the stops. You got extra buses. You had to get people home. Is there a view to do that for other large-scale events in other areas, like events at the Opera House, events at theatres where we have large amounts of people? Is this going to be a policy where we flood the streets with buses and trains and whatever, we get people home safely, not just for Taylor Swift but for other cultural institutions?
Well, it was a fantastic result, and I certainly don't want to take credit for it. Not only is it not my portfolio, but in fact it was the transport team who really delivered on that. And I want to recognise the whole transport team, but particularly Coordinator General Howard Collins. Was a great result, despite the fact he was held hostage here at Estimates until late in the day.
Called democracy.
It was smoothly.
We let him go slightly early, actually.
And I think that was a great.
Got to the concert. It's all right.
That was a great sign. We'd love to be able to apply that elsewhere. Obviously, there's some constraints on doing that, but I think it was a great example of having done this well, and I want to thank both the public and transport.
And just quickly, and I might pick up with your public servants in the afternoon. AI. What's the government doing in addressing this issue with AI in creative arts and protection of intellectual property? Where we have now AI, you can ask it to paint a picture in the style of this, or write a song in the style of a particular artist. Where are we? What's the department doing in terms of looking at this issue? Given that in the US, the whole writers' strike was solely based on this issue, in terms of how they deal with that. Where are we at?
Yeah, look, this is a great question, and it is of real concern, certainly to industry looking at what's going on overseas and around the world, but it should be of concern to the nation's parliaments. Many of those rules around intellectual property or those copyright protections rest at federal government level, but I don't think that's a reason we should be complacent at state government level. Certainly there's concerns in the screen industry, as you've observed, in the music industry. One expert on AI out here, a professor overseas, but also a member of an electronic music band from Sydney, put it to me this way: don't be concerned just about those industries. If you're a ceramicist, you should be concerned about the impact of AI. Potters won't be immune to these changes. They're really going to impact in ways we don't expect, more rapidly than we expect.
Thank you. We'll now go to any questions from the government.
I think the Minister was going to clarify.
Oh, okay, just to clarify. Yes, you had something to clarify in terms of answers, Minister.
I'm certainly happy to. We took on notice the numbers in relation to the truck toll multiplier, but I think it would be appropriate to give you an update at this point. As of March, we're expecting 1.4 million tags will automatically be refunded 1/3 of the truck toll multiplier. That applies to the M8 and the M5 East. Like the other toll relief measure, that will apply in April. I can confirm that's within the budget for this measure. I can also confirm, of course, in the ordinary way, we'll update any of the budget figures when it comes to the June budget.
Thank you very much. No, it's not time, sorry, to ask questions. If we any further questions from the government? No, we are going to. Order. We're going to break for lunch now. Thank you very much for appearing, Minister. We'll be back at 2 o'clock, obviously, with the rest of you. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back. I hope you had a good lunch, and we will move to questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you very much. I just have one quick follow-up from today. And then we'll go to the Honourable Damien Tudor-Hope. But just that list, can we get that?
Urban roads.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Ms Ward. So I'll get Ms Wong to help me if needed, but there are 15 projects in the budget papers that are allocated to the Urban Roads Fund, and I'll just step you through the others that aren't in the budget papers. But
do you want to maybe just, if that's in written form, I'm happy for you to
I
hand
haven't
that
got
to
it in
me.
written form today, but we can prepare that.
Yeah, if you can
you're
just quickly
comfortable.
prepare that and hand
Yep.
that to me, that'd be fine. So
Okay.
Mr. Tudor-Hope can get on with his questions.
No
Thank
problem.
You. That's great. Thank you.
Mr Tudor-Hope, before you begin, can you just make sure a microphone is closer to you?
Thanks, Liz. Ms Morgan, Julia Carland emailed you on the 6th of September stating that I presume you have separately obtained approval for the use of a method other than a competitive merit-based process as required by Guide 6.1.5, and I'm talking about the local small commitments allocation. Ms Carland's presumption, of course, was misplaced, wasn't it?
Yes.
You hadn't obtained any such approval as required by the guide, had you?
We'd obtained it as a part of the approval of the original grant guidelines, but following Ms Carlin's advice, we put a separate brief to the Minister, which was approved.
Yep. So, did you prepare the mandatory documentation?
Yes.
Have you got a copy with you today?
Yes.
Well, you would have heard the Minister's evidence saying that he had, in fact, produced a copy to the House pursuant to the Standing Order 50.
On the 10th of November.
On the 10th of November.
Correct.
Well, I might be absolutely blind or alternatively missing something which is supposed to be totally apparent. So, for
Can
my
I help?
Sorry?
Can I help with this?
Yes.
I think there might be a bit of confusion about what was produced under the SO52 and what was tabled voluntarily by the Minister in the House. And so
Yes.
the document you're referring to, following the last budget estimates hearing, the Minister at the next opportunity went into the House and tabled it, I think, or wrote
In
to
the House,
clerk.
do you say?
Yes. So it's available online, and it has been since November. And I think that's the cause of confusion here. It's not.
So it hasn't been produced to the clerk. It was produced in the House. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I can't recall whether it was produced, like tabled on the floor of the Parliament, or whether we wrote to the clerk.
Well, I think the
for it to
Minister's
be
evidence
tabled.
was that he, in fact, wrote to the clerk and provided a copy.
It's publicly available in any event, so we can send you the link or provide that to you.
I'd be very happy if you would send me the link. So just in relation to that program, between the 6th of September and the 28th of September, did you continue to assess applications pursuant to the small commitments allocation?
Yes.
Potentially that was unlawful.
Well,
Do you
the
agree?
guidelines had been approved, which made it very clear that that was a non-competitive one-off ad hoc grant program, and the guidelines didn't
But
change,
there was no
so
document
we
in it.
assessed them.
But the 6.1.5 documentation wasn't in place, was it?
Well, there were significant elements of that had been included in the approval for the guidelines.
Yeah, but I'm not quibbling with you in your interpretation of potential other documents, but the actual documentation which is required to be produced wasn't in place, was it?
It was in place before the Minister approved any projects.
So while you were assessing them, they weren't in place, was it?
Correct.
Just so for my benefit, and since I don't have access to the document, Ms Boyd has just told me that it is available, what risks did you identify?
What risks did we identify? We outlined how we would approve achieving value for money. I'd have to go through this in more detail. Would be better for us to make it available to you.
Thank
Certainly.
you. And I take it that there were mitigation strategies also outlined in the document. Again, you'll have to excuse me for not having seen this document.
Certainly.
But it certainly, were there mitigation strategies included in the documentation?
Yeah, there were a number. One of the key mitigation strategies is that the individuals who nominated the projects were not a part of the assessment process, and it was an independent assessment process.
Good. And so effectively for the purposes of conflicts of interest, which I think that you're now alluding to as a potential mitigation strategy, your approach to conflicts of interest was to ensure that the proponent was not part of the assessment process.
The person that had nominated the organisation was not a part of the assessment process nor the approval process.
Yeah, so that was your focus in terms of what you thought might arise as a conflict.
It was one of them, certainly.
What other ones were there?
Having an assessment process that ensured that the grants represented value for money and were an effective, efficient way of using taxpayers' money.
Yeah, but the assessment process, to the extent that it dealt with conflicts of interest, didn't deal with whether the actual proponent may have a conflict of interest, did it?
We had no part in the nomination process for those projects.
No, but that's I accept that, but you didn't do an assessment of those projects on the basis of investigating whether the proponent, that is the candidate or subsequently elected member, had a potential conflict of interest, did it?
No, we did not until the Minister asked us to undertake a process.
And when did he do that?
Check the dates for you, but we were asked to do that in 17 electorates, and that was done in 20th of October 2023. We did the first 15. We were then asked to do another one, the Wyong electorate, later.
That was in January this year, was it not?
That's right. And we were also asked to assess one project in the Blacktown electorate, again, earlier in October.
Well, the Minister, in his correspondence to me, indicated that there were 121 projects with potential conflicts of interest. Are you aware of those 121 projects?
There were 118 projects that were nominated in those 17 electorates that we were asked to undertake a conflict of interest review on.
And that was the effectively, other than the 15 which you said that you had...
No, that's the same. It's
included those 15 which you had done in October.
Across 17 electorates, there were 118 individual projects that had been nominated in those electorates. I'm assuming they're the numbers you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah. So there were 118 projects that were then assessed across 17 electorates.
And have you completed that process, have you?
Yes.
The 120, I think the Minister's evidence in his reply to me, and it's question on notice 1757, indicated that there were 121 projects, and I think his evidence was that the process in relation to that additional probity requirement, and I take it the process that you are now adopting in relation to what he calls the additional probity investigation includes the extent to which the member may have a conflict of interest.
Correct.
He seems to indicate that there was only 45 which had currently been assessed, and that he wouldn't be finalising the others until he actually saw them. But for your part, you're telling me today you have actually completed that process.
We have assessed the interests that were declared. Not all of those projects have yet been lodged. We don't have submissions from them. They haven't all yet been assessed, and they have not all yet been referred to the Minister with a recommendation about whether they should be approved or not.
So for the purposes of actually carrying out the assessment of potential conflicts of interest by the member, do you just rely on the statement by the member?
Member or candidate.
Or candidate.
Completed an interest declaration form.
And that's the only documentation that you look at for the purpose of satisfying yourself that there is no conflict of interest?
If there was any ambiguity in that documentation, we would have gone back to that candidate or member to ask for some clarification. I can think of one instance where we did that. But yes, that's the document that we've relied on.
So can I accept then from you that in all other cases, the members had voluntarily already disclosed a potential conflict of interest?
We've only asked the candidate or the member in those 17 electorates. Any other, if you're asking about other electorates,
Yep.
Not as a part of our process, no.
So, in terms of the documentation that was before you, on how many occasions had the member or candidate already identified a potential conflict of interest?
To somebody else. Identified it to whom?
Identified it as part of the application process, that they may have had a conflict of interest because, for example, the member for Wyong may have said, I was a member of this club.
I can't speak to any sorts of conflict of interest process that happened prior to our office being involved in the process from June.
So, as part of the original application process, there was never any requirement that members or candidates identify or self-identify any potential conflicts of interest.
I can't answer that. We were not a part of the nomination process that was run by the Labor Party prior to the election.
But it wasn't put in front of you, was it? There were no documents put in front of you which would indicate that you had access to a declaration otherwise by the member or candidate.
That's correct.
Yep. Can I just ask you about two, and you've no doubt been aware of the applications in relation to Castle Hill and Kellyville.
Mm-hmm.
Have you assessed those two grants yet?
Excuse me one moment.
Yep.
None have. Castle Hill has had nothing yet approved. I can't speak to exactly where those submissions may well be in the process of lodgement and assessment. Kellyville similarly has had no projects yet approved. I can't speak to exactly whether or not they've been lodged or where they are maybe in the assessment process yet.
But you would be aware, of course, that they have been included on the spreadsheet of projects which have been approved for the purposes of these grants?
They're included in the spreadsheet, yes, provided to us by the Premier's office, which said these are the election commitments, yes.
So would you agree with me that a term of these grants would be that they were made as part of election commitments?
That's my understanding.
So do you actually assess the grants on the basis of checking whether they were election commitments?
No. If they are on the list that was provided to us by the Premier's office and we were advised that they are election commitments, then we have accepted that they are election commitments.
So if they are on that list and they go to the Minister's office for approval, is there any check done other than just accepting the projects which were on the spreadsheet as being election commitments?
No. We
No.
do no further checks.
No
if the
further
Premier's
check-
office have advised us that they are election commitments and they're included in the list, then that is our evidence base that they are election commitments.
So you're aware of the suggestion that the projects in relation to Castle Hill and Kellyville were not election commitments. Have you made any inquiries since being made aware of that as to whether they were election commitments?
No.
Do you think you should? Because that's a term of the making of the grants, is it not?
If the Premier's office have advised us that they are election commitments, then we have accepted that they're election commitments.
So if they are included on that list and they weren't election commitments, it may well be the case that they have been falsely included in that list as being election commitments in circumstances where they were not, and you would not know and you would not query it.
Well, as we have no involvement in the original collation of the list of election commitments or the making of election commitments, that is a question that we would refer back to the Premier's office.
Well, now that you've heard it from both in my questions today to the Minister and to you and to the Premier, is it your view that you should in fact refer it back to the Premier's office for clarification?
I'll take that on notice. But.
Good. The last question I have for you is the new probity process, of course, there would be a document which covers the things which would be covered off by you in relation to the additional probity checks which you would carry out.
I think you're referring to how we would assess the interests that are declared to determine whether or
Correct.
not we think they have a high, medium or low probity risk.
Correct.
Yes, there is a guide for that, yes.
Thank you.
Ms Natalie Ward.
Can I just check back in on how we're going with the urban roads list?
Just being prepared.
Okay, can I have that in this
Put it
session,
together now.
please? I don't mind if it's handwritten, I'm not fussy. Thank you. All right, fantastic, thank you very much. I'll check back in on that.
Miss Susan Carter.
Thank you. Just to continue with the grants theme, but I think my question is probably to Ms Collins from Sound New South Wales. So I'm just curious, Ms Collins, the one-off grants to both the Gadigal Information Service Aboriginal Corporation and the Sydney Fringe Incorporated, was it the Minister who approved the risk mitigation strategies and the reasons, or was it somebody that the Minister delegated?
The advice was provided in a brief to the Minister's office, and that a brief was approved by the Minister's office.
So the Minister signed off on those?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. And can you provide us with copies of the documentation provided pursuant to 6.1.5 of the New South Wales Grants Administration Guide?
Yes, I can on notice.
That would be lovely. Thank you. And I'm curious, why were these one-off grants considered necessary?
So the support for Gadigal Information Service was for the broadcast of Yabin Festival, which was a festival that happened on the 26th of January. They sought support from New South Wales Government to present the event, specifically for the broadcast across the state. We felt that...
Sorry, I'm not querying the event. I'm just wondering why it was a one-off process that was necessary.
Sure. Yeah, so Sound New South Wales at the moment has just funding for 1 year. So we provided support to the festival to do the broadcast because it was of urgent need, and we considered it to be of significant benefit to First Nations artists and community across the state, and that the festival needed support.
And the Sydney Fringe, where did the funded performances occur?
The Sydney Fringe had multiple sites across the city.
So how much was spent for performances in Penrith?
I will have to come back to you with detail on the breakdown of that.
If you could provide a breakdown of the locations and the LGAs.
Yeah, we've got funding equivalents on that.
That would be good. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you good? Mr Tudor-Hope.
Yeah, I will jump in just quickly. So we've had over an hour to get this list. I do want to ask some further questions this afternoon. So if we could get that even just handwritten.
I think the point's been made with respect to the public servants. They're aware of that.
Thank you.
Mr Tudor-Hope.
Ms Morgan, just a couple of things that I wanted. The 17 electorates you identify, where did you get that list of 17 electorates from?
The Minister.
He identified himself the electorates that he wanted covered.
Yep.
And in relation to the, you say that there was an interest declaration form. Where did you get those forms from? Where did they come from?
We generated those. That process was run by my office. So it's a standard template, very similar to one you will have signed yourself. I then sent that to the either MP or candidate. We pre-populated it with the projects that we knew had been nominated, asked them to then fill it in and declare any interests, sign it, return it.
Yep. And lastly, would you be concerned, in fact, if in fact people were nominating projects which were not election commitments as being part of this grants program, that in fact may constitute fraud?
I don't have a role to play in determining what a party has said are their election commitments. The Premier's office has provided us with a list to say that these are election commitments. We have relied on that list as in terms of what are election commitments.
Thank
you. So a question in relation to jobs and tourism. If somebody could help me with that?
I can try, depends on the...
No, thank you. Creative communities, the Minister in his capacity as the Minister for the Arts was going to direct himself in the Minister as Jobs and Tourism to formally direct Destination New South Wales to adopt a experienced tourism policy focus. Has that direction been given?
Yes, it has.
And what's the tangible effect of that? What difference does that make?
So it has directed Destination New South Wales, amongst a few other things, to start work on revision of its visitor economy strategy to take into account the new policy and align with that. And so that process is just starting now.
And but what does that mean for tourists being attracted to New South Wales or for jobs in the tourism sector?
What it means is the strategy that Destination are currently working to, and Mr Cox can give you more detail, was set a few years ago with targets over the next few years and what sectors they'll focus on, that sort of thing. They'll now revise the strategy to take into account both the new policy but also the passing of time, COVID, post-COVID impacts, that sort of thing. And when that's produced, which I would anticipate would be, maybe around the third quarter of this year, then that will set the way forward for Destination in terms of where it directs funding, where it focuses its activities. Okay. Some of that will be the same as it is now, but it's quite possible some of it will be different to take into account the new policy.
Thank you. We'll move to questions from the crossbench. Ms Abigail Boyd.
Thank you very much. I've got some questions in relation to the Powerhouse Museum again. Who should I direct that to? Thank you. So just coming off of the questions I was asking earlier, we talked about the objects being decanted from the Ultimo Museum. Has that, and I think the Minister indicated that that had begun, what's the timeline for that? When will it be complete?
Yep, so we have a period of 5 to 7 months where our collections and conservation team are going to decant the collection from the Powerhouse in preparation to hand the museum then to Infrastructure New South Wales, who'll deliver the infrastructure project.
Okay, so sorry, what did you say, 5 to 7 months?
5 to 7 months.
Okay. In the last estimates, I think that's when we heard about the hydraulic line at the Castle Hill storehouse that needed to be repaired.
Yep.
How much did that cost to repair or to replace, and who pays for that?
So that's part of the overall project cost, and that issue has now been resolved, and we're preparing to open the Newcastle Hill building on the 23rd and 24th of March, so we've got a big weekend of family celebrations. I might just refer the cost of that to Annette Pittman.
I don't have the specific cost in front of me. However, that's been all taken care of out of the original project budget of $44 million.
Okay, so that's a Create New South Wales cost or a museum cost?
So Create New South Wales manages the budget for the program, and that was dealt with within the cost of
Okay. Are you able to come back on notice with how much that cost?
Specific cost? Yes.
That would be great. It would be great. Thank you. Just some more questions about the Castle Hill facility. I understand that the glass at the new building is only single glazing. Has any thought been given to the objects under that glass being subject to additional deterioration because of that single glazing?
So I think the area that you're referring to is the office space where staff will work, so that there won't be any collection items in that area.
Okay. I'm being asked to ask if risk assessments have been completed on the new premises at Building J in Castle Hill.
So there's been a whole process over a period of 3 years in terms of developing the brief, working through the construction of the building, and the governance of the project is done collaboratively with Create New South Wales and Public Works and the Powerhouse. And so our responsibility in relation to that project is that we are the client, and we have, in consultation with the staff as well, especially the collections and conservation team, undertaken a whole range of assessments, both risk assessments in relation to the moving of objects, but a whole range of assessments in the delivery of the project.
Okay. It's been reported that there's no drain in the hazard shower, meaning that hazardous materials will collect on the floor and staff will be forced to stand in them. Is that correct?
I would have to take that detail on notice, but very happy to
Thank
provide
you. And if
an
it is
update.
correct, how it will be rectified would be
Of
useful.
course, yep.
I understand the labs have been fitted with stainless steel sinks instead of plastic, which risks damage to the objects when they are being washed. Is that the case?
The sinks are stainless steel, but I can confirm that the design of the conservation labs were done very much in consultation with our collections and conservation team. I'm very happy to go back and get the detail. If there's any issues with that, we would rectify that immediately, but
If you
I
could
would be
find
surprised.
out, if the staff who were working with the objects were consulted
Yeah,
about
they
that.
absolutely were.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. If you could perhaps come back on what the
Yep.
decision making was
Yep.
around that. Okay. I understand I think maybe this has been dealt with earlier, that the Harwood building is being excluded from the redevelopment plans. Did I hear earlier, though, that it won't be excluded from the museum altogether? It's just...
No, the Harwood building will continue to be utilised by the museum on an ongoing basis. So the way that we utilise the Harwood building at the moment is we have conservation labs, our workshop are there, we have 100 staff based there. Yes, it's very much an important part of the operations of the museum and will continue to be utilised in that way.
Okay. If I could turn to something different. Hang on a second. I understand we had a chat. Yeah, actually we did. We talked about this in the last estimates around having a community-run dedicated Indigenous cultural centre and the Baruch site. I understand now that there has been an announcement that there will be something developed at Barangaroo at the cutaway there. Is that only part of it going to be Indigenous, or is it...
My remit is the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, so I might just refer you to Annette Pittman.
Thank you.
Answer that. Sorry, could you repeat the question though?
So I'm looking at an article that's talking about the plans for the Barangaroo cutaway, which was, I thought, the original. Yes, it was. It was the original site for plans for a community-led Indigenous cultural centre. Does that mean that cultural centre idea has now been shelved?
So there was a piece of work that was done a couple of years ago with a First Nations-led task force to consider the full-time programming of the cutaway as an Aboriginal cultural centre. At the time, the government made the decision to proceed with a more flexible multi-use option, which is what is being currently developed. So that space will be used for a variety of cultural and commercial uses, including First Nations programming content, but not exclusively.
Okay, so we're not going to get a dedicated Indigenous cultural centre, or is that somewhere else?
So in Creative Communities, the policy has made the commitment to a First Nations cultural centre, and we will be doing a piece of work in deep partnership with First Nations people to identify an approach and a location for that.
Okay. Sorry, which government decided? It was the previous government decided
Correct.
not to have it as a dedicated site. Was that something that the current government could have overturned, though?
Obviously, the project had proceeded quite a long way after after that decision was made. The design was complete, and the project was well progressed from there. So, in order to change the approach, it would have there would have been substantial time and cost, and the decision was made to progress with the.
Do you have any sort of timeline for when we might get a some sort of a plan then for a dedicated Indigenous institution?
So we're just in the process now of finalising the implementation plan, which will have individual timelines for each of the commitments that are in the policy. So we don't have that at the moment, but we're very close to completing that.
Okay. Just coming back to the Powerhouse in the little bit of time I've got left, did the museum specifically pay for any of the sprinkler works at Castle Hill? I understand there was some issue with the sprinklers.
Not to my knowledge. So there was an issue with the sprinkler main, and the fire main into basically the capacity for that main line into that fed the multitude of buildings there didn't have the capacity for the inclusion of the new building as well.
Sorry, so did the contractor pay for the faulty work, or did the museum have to pick up?
So again, I've taken that on notice, and we'll provide you with. We obviously, whenever anything like this occurs, you consider the cause, and if it was a mistake on the builder's part, then there are negotiations to that effect. If not, then it would be something that the project pays for.
Thank
so
you.
I've taken that. I just want to ask some questions about, I think from Sound, New South Wales, Ms. Collins. Thank you. Just in relation to Groove and the Mood, just to continue that question. So what did Sound New South Wales do when you found out about the cancellation of Groove and the Mood?
So Sound New South Wales then organised a meeting with festival operators from across the state to try and get a better understanding of some of the acute issues being felt by festival operators.
Okay, and what information from them did you ask for?
I didn't specifically ask them for information. They shared information around their decision-making process. That this meeting happened on Friday with a group of festival operators, so they were able to share the factors around their financial position, what led to their decision, and generally some of the considerations that impact the viability of their national festival.
Okay, so in terms of costs to festival operators, is there anything that is markedly different in New South Wales compared to Victoria and Queensland and other states that the government can actually do something about?
Yeah, so the festival operators were able to share that, particularly for a national touring festival, there are differences in costs for operators in different states, specifically around issues for policing and health. So they were able to identify the increased costs for New South Wales.
Yeah, so is it fair to say that that's largely the expense differential? I'm not saying that that's the only reason that it's becoming very expensive for festivals to operate, but is that the largest differential between New South Wales, but festivals operating in New South Wales and the rest of the country?
I think it's one of a few factors, other being audiences. So, anecdotally from festival operators, I've heard that it is actually sometimes harder to sell tickets in New South Wales as well. So when you're looking at potentially increased costs and reduced income, it makes it extra difficult to work here.
You also mentioned New South Wales Health. What are the differences in price, or what they're charging in terms of user pays? What are the differences? I assume you mean medical, or is there more than that?
No, my understanding is medical. I didn't ask for the breakdown from the operators, and I would have to refer to New South Wales Health for detail on those costs.
Because the statistics and the data that I have, that seems negligible, to be honest. Any difference between states?
Look, I think primarily the issues raised were around policing costs.
So they're raising that with you, like you with Sound New South Wales, the festival operators. What are they specifically calling for in that regard?
Look, I think there's a range of things that they're requesting support for government. One is, they're asking about the current status of the Music Festivals Act and where that review is up to, and so that is underway. They were asking specifically for financial support for festivals across the state, looking at covering their increased costs. Some festivals are experiencing up to 40% cost increase, separate to the regulatory issues, from things like increased artist prices, the cost of booking talent that will help sell a show, cost of suppliers. There's a range of increased costs. So they're really in a specific difficult time at the moment, and I'd say this is something that's reflected both nationally and globally, that festivals are experiencing quite a lot of financial challenge in a changing market.
Is there a possibility that some festivals will simply skip New South Wales because New South Wales just seems to be adding to the cost? As you said, if the consumers, the patrons, aren't able to afford it as much in New South Wales, are you hearing back from music festival organisers and the industry that it's becoming quite expensive to do this in New South Wales compared to the rest of the country, and they might just skip New South Wales but keep operating?
I haven't heard there's some talk, and it has been going for many years, around festival viability in New South Wales. I think that these the impacts are being felt nationally. Whilst there are increased costs in New South Wales, I don't think the difference would necessarily support the viability of the national sector in a real way. So there's definitely things to consider there.
Do you think that more music festivals in New South Wales will announce that they can't continue in this state unless they get support from the government before next summer?
I think that may be a consideration for festivals across the state and both across the country. I think it's a very difficult market for festivals nationally.
Yeah, are you hearing that? I've
Absolutely.
certainly spoken to music festival organisers who have said to me that unless things change, particularly in terms of obviously financial situation, whether that means government support, but specifically in terms of how much police are charging, they're just not going to be able to operate next year.
I think it's that's one of the considerations that many of the operators have told me that they're considering. I think it doesn't solve all their problems, and the viability ongoing of these businesses is greater than just that issue, but it is definitely one of the key considerations.
Thank you. I'll thank you. I just wanted to turn to questions continued about St Peter's interchange. I'm not sure who I direct this to, but So I understand that there have been contractors or a single contractor employed or used, by Transport for New South Wales to monitor pollution at St Peter's Interchange. So this is contracted by Transport for New South Wales, not by the EPA, between January 2020 and January 2024. Who are those contractors?
Yes, we do ongoing monitoring as part of the transport oversight of that project.
And the contractors are? Who can answer that? Ms Drover, is it?
Yeah, if I can just explain. So you'll be aware that St Peter's Interchange was an operating landfill site, garbage tip, before WestConnex took it over.
Yes.
And acquired the entity. It was used for the construction of two parts of WestConnex. So initially the M8 motorway. So WestConnex was responsible for the delivery of the M8, and they employed their contractor. So that contractor had responsibility for the site during their construction works. You'll recollect that the M8 opened in July 2020. Part of that site was returned to WestConnex after construction, and part of it is now in the care of Transport. Another part of the St Peter's Interchange was also then used for construction of the M4, M8 motorway. And again, WestConnex was responsible for that. And they had their own subcontractor. So with time, the site has been used for various construction activities. Both those projects obviously have finished and are open to traffic, and some of those areas remain operational motorway, particularly the areas underneath the viaducts at the St Peter's Interchange. And those areas are well vegetated, as you say, and they'll never be publicly accessible because they're part of the areas where the motorway runs. There are some other areas, the residual areas, which with time we're hoping to hand back for community use. And there have been a range of remediation works that have occurred at the St Peters interchange. Most of those works were delivered by the construction contractors, either for the M8 or the M4 M8. But for the areas that are now handed back in the care of Transport for New South Wales, we are undertaking some ongoing monitoring, and we pay for that and we engage the consultants that do that. And we are undertaking ongoing methane monitoring. That's in alignment with the EPA environmental licence for the site, and that will continue. We mentioned earlier that we're still working with both the Inner West Council and the City of Sydney in terms of design solutions that they would like for the park. When the design solution is confirmed, it will inform whether any further remediation works are required to support the preferred design and use of that area of parkland. But in the interim, we continue to comply with our EPL, we call it, the Environmental Protection Licence for the site, which does include ongoing investigation, monitoring and reporting of results. I have asked today whether we've had any recent exceedances. I haven't heard back from the project team, but happy to provide that on notice if there are any.
Thank you. So when you're saying continue to comply, is that infers that Transport for New South Wales, that everything has been in compliance to date? I understand that's not the case.
Yeah, so I accept that during the construction of the M8, there were some exceedances of methane levels, and that the control of the site at that time was in the control of the then M8 contractor, and they were fined for that exceedance. That project is finished, open to traffic, as I said, and it's now been handed back, or parts of it has been handed back for Transport for New South Wales. So we have an EPL that we need to comply with to manage that site, because of course it will need management in perpetuity because it's an old landfill site, and we will comply with those obligations. I think the other thing we need to confirm is if we were to hand part of that site back to the councils, we don't expect the councils to take on those contamination responsibilities. So Transport has committed that we would maintain the responsibility for managing the contamination that's been there for decades and decades, and is a result of the prior industrial use of the site.
Thank you. We'll move to questions again from the opposition. Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for providing the list, Ms Mayers. I might ask just in the meantime if somebody could prepare another copy of that just to table. I've written diligently on mine. Can I just ask you quickly about those then? So you've handed me a list of 23 projects under the Urban Road Fund projects. Thank you very much. Can I ask about a couple of them, and then we'll go through the balance. Firstly, Richmond Road, which I think is number 15. That's widen Richmond Road between Alara Boulevard and Heritage Road. Can you see that one on your list?
I can.
Is there funding in the budget for that project?
Not in the budget papers, and I don't have the budget figures with me for that.
Can you get those
I'd make
numbers?
a general statement that the 8 that I've given you that aren't in the budget papers, we're still assessing or scoping and looking at timing for delivery, so I don't have exact budget figures for those for you today.
All right, so I'm going to go through each of them, so it might be repetitive.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but let's go through them. So Richmond Road was an election commitment. You're saying today that there is no funding in the budget papers for that? And
No,
that funding...
I'm saying I don't have that available. Miss Wang may be able to assist. We'll do a bit of a double act here for you. Brenda?
Great, if I can just help clarify. There is...
So that one was a line item in the budget
Is
as
that the
capital.
Townsend Road TM7?
We've got really limited time. So number
so
15,
you're
widen
looking at-
Richmond Road between Alara Boulevard and Heritage Road. Yep. So no funding in the budget for that.
There's
That was
$19 million in this year's budget. 19 million?
19 million for that project. Is that planning funding?
Yes, it is planning. for the
Okay,
time
so
being.
will that complete all of the planning for that project? Is that sufficient to complete all the planning?
My advice is that we'll be going out for delivery tenders in the second half of this year.
Delivery tender second half of this year. So that's...
Which will obviously be in the next financial year.
Yeah, okay. So this year there's 19 million. That is that over the 4 years?
No, that's just for this year, 23, 24 is the 19.
And that will complete the planning and it will go out. So how much is in over the 4-year period for that project?
Unfortunately, I don't have that with me. I just have this.
Can someone get that for us today?
We'll
It's a
take that on
budget
notice.
estimates question. If it's possible, we'd appreciate that one today because we're only concerned about the 4-year allocation for each of these projects. So I'll just make that clear at the outset. So over the 4 years, $19 million.
No, just this year is $19 million.
All right, and you're going to get us the number for over the 4 years allocated to that project, which was an election commitment.
So we can have a look, but I reiterate my earlier comment, which is that we're still working on scoping and timing.
that.
So I don't think we'll have the forwards information for you today, Ms Ward.
All right, number 15, sorry, we've just done that one. Let's go to 17, flood-proof the Wakehurst Parkway. So how much is allocated to that one?
This year we have 4.9 million in the 23-24 budget.
4.9 million, that's just for planning?
Yes, I think one of the next milestones for that project is to determine the REF, the planning approval for the project.
So an election commitment, so that was an election commitment to deliver that project. We got 4.9 million for planning. Will that be sufficient to complete the planning?
Well, as I said, the next milestone is the REF determination, which we're hoping to do by the middle of this year.
Within that funding allocation of the 4.9 million?
Yes.
So all the planning will be complete under the $4.9 million?
Well, I can't make that commitment, but this year's allocation is for 4.9 and our next milestone is the planning determination.
Thank you, understand. So for those 2 election commitments, we don't have funding over the 4 years. We've got some money for planning and we know that Wakehurst Parkway, for example, should be about $13 million. There's nowhere near that. There's $4.9 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say it's not unusual for us to do the planning, confirm the scope of the project and the cost of the project, and then go up for the balance of the delivery funding.
But given that they were election commitments, they said that they will be delivered. It seems that the funding, all the funding we have for those 2 projects, so Richmond Road should be about $100 million and Wakehurst Parkway should be about 13. We have only 4.9 for Wakehurst Parkway and 19 so
again,
far.
Ms Ward, we've given you this year's budget and actions, but the forwards aren't provided today. We don't have that available, but we are working particularly on Wakehurst Parkway with Northern Beaches Council on full delivery. So we just don't have the budget figures for the forwards here.
Yeah, but I'm interested in the 4-year figure because these are line items, they're election commitments, and having been a roads minister, I know that you do have a capital budget. You know how much money is available for each project as a line item over the 4 years. That is a number that's in there. That's how you manage these big projects. I'm not telling you anything. You taught me, but okay. All right, let's go through the projects. So planning, the first project, number 1, planning to upgrade 15th Avenue. I'll take on notice, obviously, that the forward estimates, but how much is allocated to 15th Avenue?
Yeah, so that's in the budget papers, the $50 million. It has been allocated as new money to progress the strategic business case for the corridor. As you know, it's a long corridor, 12 kilometres, through from Liverpool to Bradfield. So we are looking at segmentation and staging of that, and this will assist with the planning.
Thank you. We do have 23 to get through, so I'm going to move you along. Please forgive me, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm just
Ms.
interested in
Ward?
the dollar figures.
If I may just confirm, Wakehurst Parkway, there's $13 million in the forwards.
Allocated over the 4 years?
Yes.
13 million. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. We might have some hope of delivering that. That's very helpful. So 50 million is allocated for 15th Avenue. That will cover and complete planning. Will that complete delivery of that project?
We are still looking at staging and what delivery would look like, but we are looking at that funding planning.
How much would be needed after planning of that 50 million?
A 12-kilometre corridor, I couldn't estimate that for you. That's why we're undertaking the planning work.
So we don't even have a capital budget estimate for a project at all?
The planning work's underway.
That's not an answer, but okay. Appin Road upgrade number 2, how much is allocated to that?
Yep, so the commitment was for $2 million for that. Again, we're still looking at scoping and what that project will look like, but that's for the northern end of Appin Road. Safety improvement works around St Helens Park.
We don't have a number over the 4 years for the Appin Road upgrade?
No.
We just got $2 million this year for planning. And there will be a 4-year figure for these. I know that there is a
but,
4-year capital allocation for these numbers.
Just to explain it, we are still working through those 8 that I provided you that aren't in the budget papers on timing and scope.
Ms. Swain, do you have that number for Appin Road? Is there a capital budget allocation? You're the CFO of Transport for New South Wales. There will be a number.
It depends on which Appin Road you're talking about.
Number 2 on your list that you've provided to me, the Appin Road upgrade.
So the election commitment was $2 million, and that $2 million was funded in the budget.
And that's over the 4 years?
Yes.
Okay. Number 3, the school crossings across Camden. What is the 4-year allocation capital budget for that project?
I can confirm it's $1.5 million as per the election commitment.
That's allocated?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. That's helpful. Duplicate sections of Heathcote Road, number 4.
Yep. So there are several projects on Heathcote Road. I assume you're talking about the avenue to the Princess Highway. That's the one that's in development.
No, I'm talking about the election commitment that is on this list.
So is that for further duplication of Heathcote Road?
To
Yes,
widen the Heathcote Road, which was an election commitment, a promise to that community to widen that road. How much has been allocated to
So I
that
can
in the capital
confirm-
budget over the 4 years?
I can confirm $65 million was allocated over 4 years, and there's also money in the planning years as well.
So that's not the 180 million?
It is 180 million within the 10 years.
Sorry, so that's 180 million over 10 years?
65 million over 4.
Okay, all right. Spring Farm Parkway, stage 2. Over 4 years capital budget.
Oh, apologies. I've got the number here. It is $15 million.
Over 4 years capital funding for Spring Farm Parkway, stage 2.
That's right.
Okay, number 6, resurface Canterbury Road.
$12 million.
Thank you. Also over 4 years.
Yes.
Yep. Number 7, the traffic study at Granville, South Granville, Auburn and Lickham.
$1 million as per the election commitment.
Thank you. That's over the 4 years, 1 million. All of these are.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Number 8, install traffic lights at Bank Street and Constitution Road.
$4 million.
Thank you. Number 9, install traffic lights at the intersection of Alara Boulevard and Northbourne Drive at Marsden Park.
That's $25 million.
Number 10, Blaxland, the pedestrian safety barriers in Blaxland.
1.6.
Okay. Number 11, Toongabbie Bridge upgrade.
That's $2 million.
Sorry, could you speak up? 2?
$2 million.
2 million over 4 years, thank you. Number 12, the traffic study for intersection of Sunny Holt and Old Windsor Roads.
At the moment, there's 0 in the budget papers. However, we are looking at the costing for that before we allocate anything to that particular election commitment.
So that's an election commitment that at the present time has 0 allocated to it. When you say you're looking at it, how long, when we have an answer on that? There's no allocation at this time.
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Number 13, pedestrian overpass at Hurstville Primary School.
It's $5 million allocated.
Thank you. Number 14, upgrade of Bandon Road.
$55 million.
Thank you. Number 15, widening the Richmond Road between Alara Boulevard, I think we said was 19. Is that correct?
We've got $8 million in forwards and $100 million within the 10 years.
Okay. Number 16, upgrade Henry Lawson Drive at Milperra.
We've got $38 million in the forwards at the moment.
Over the 4 years?
Yes.
Thank you. I think number 17, Wakehurst Parkway, we said over the 4 years was...
13 million.
The 13 million, but you said the 4.9 is allocated for planning.
Yes, so the 13 is over the forwards.
Okay. 18, Driftway, we might just get there in time. The Driftway roundabout in Londonderry.
15 million.
1.5.
That's correct.
Thank you. Over the 4 years. And 19, upgrade of Hill Road.
50.
50.
That's correct.
Thank you. And number 20, widen the Richmond Road between Townsend Road and the M7.
We've got 113.4 million in the forwards at the present.
Okay. Number 21, Riverston, upgrade the Garfield Road East.
80 million.
80 million to that. And then 22, the Pitttown Bypass.
70 million.
70. And number 23, Elizabeth Drive at Kemps Creek.
160 at this point in time.
That's over the forwards, over 4 years?
That's correct.
All of those are. Okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
So that should add up to the 770.
So that should total the 770 over the 4 years.
That's correct.
Okay. So how many of those projects out of the 770 have enough for delivery in the next 4 years? Clearly not number 12 because it's got 0 allocated. But of any of those, can we get delivery of those projects?
I'd like to take that on notice. Some of these are fully funded, but with others, as Ms. Mayor said earlier, we need to do some more work in terms of the scoping and the planning and development before we can finalise the cost to deliver that particular election commitment.
Which one can be delivered in the next 4 years?
And again, I'll have to take that on notice.
Of the 23 projects, Ms. Wang, you can't identify one project in that fund. And it's not a trick question, I'm just the sheer numbers. What can be delivered in the next 4 years of these projects?
We'll take it on notice, Ms. Ward.
So the election commitments that were made to deliver these projects, essentially, am I to understand, cannot necessarily be delivered in the next 4 years, even with some having, as you say, fully funded allocation. They just...
I think we just said we'll take it on notice simply because we just need to go through what needs to be done before we can actually determine when they would start.
Okay. This is budget estimates. I'm not trying to have a go, but these are questions that are squarely within expenditure. Can you take on notice that then for each of those projects, what will be delivered within that funding in the next 4 years specifically, and itemise?
Happy to.
Thank you very much. How many of those projects, or can you identify any of those projects that will get to contract award stage in the next 12 months? I think we had one that was close to it, but which of those projects will be at contract award stage?
I'll have to defer to Ms. Drover.
Yeah, given there's so many, happy to take that on notice and bring back which ones will be in contract award or at least tender this year.
Can you identify one?
The one I gave you was it was the Richmond Road, Alara Boulevard to Heritage Road, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, election commitment. Can Wakehurst Parkway be delivered?
Well, we're aiming for the planning
contract
determination by the middle of the year.
So given that, that's helpful. Is that any chance of being contract award this year?
Yeah, well, some of them we're looking at funding delivery through council for a number of those as well, so we do need to take that on notice and check it.
So Richmond Road is a $100 million project, but there's not $100 million in the budget for that project. It just can't be delivered. can it?
Well, we've got 113.4 million over the forwards, unless we're talking about a different Richmond Road. This is the one between Townsend Road and M7.
Mm-hmm. No, this is Richmond Road, $100 million between Alara Boulevard and Heritage Road. $100 million election commitment, which doesn't seem to be able to be capable of delivery. I'll put it this way. Will it require more funding? Yeah, will it require more funding for completion?
We've taken those questions on notice to make sure we give the committee the correct information, but there is an additional $75 million for that project in federal funding. That information is publicly available.
Mm-hmm. I'm asking about the New South Wales allocation though, and I'm asking about what can be achieved within this budget, within the urban roads funds of $770 million, and what is achievable of any of these projects. I can ask it this way then. Are you confident within the envelope of the 770 million that the majority of these projects can be delivered?
We would like to check. Some is council delivery, some is state delivery, and we'll respond to that on notice.
So we have a fund, we don't know what can be delivered, we don't know when, we're going to take it on notice.
I just want to give you the most accurate information.
All right, well, I do ask that the information that is provided is in respect of each of the projects and what is actually allocated and whether there's confidence of delivery of that project, understanding that projects do cost money for planning and for delivery, but clearly it seems to me these will require more funding. And, is there a project that you're confident can be delivered within this envelope?
Take it on notice, Ms Ward.
Okay. Are there any of these projects that are likely to not be part of this funding, given that it doesn't seem that they can all be delivered? It seems perhaps the traffic study for intersection of Sunnyhold and Old Windsor Roads is
We have internal funding for that study. That's within my budget.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that question again?
Yeah. Are there any projects that seem like they were not capable of delivery at all, given that we don't have... There are line items for capital delivery, but we don't seem to have any allocation for that one. And within the envelope, I've tried 3 different ways to ask you what you're confident of, what can be delivered, what is required. So
we
I'm
have
trying to
got
the other way.
full allocation within the 770, as Ms Wong went through. Ms Drove has given some updates on project status for delivery. The rest are in planning, or we're looking at scoping. So we do want to come back to you with the right information, but we are absolutely working towards delivering all of those commitments under the Urban Roads Fund.
And if I could just add, you do need to draw your attention to what the election commitment was, because in many instances it was an allocation of a certain amount of money towards the project, not necessarily the delivery funding. So, for example, $50 million for planning to upgrade 15th Avenue, the commitment was not actually the delivery funding, it was an allocation of money towards the project.
So the commitment to deliver it wasn't really a commitment to deliver it, it was just a commitment to put some money towards some planning for it at some time and see how we go.
No, you just have to be clear what the election commitment was.
Well, the election commitment was
specific to each individual project.
I can clarify that. The Minister said Labor will upgrade 15th Avenue. Labor didn't say we will do the planning work or the preliminary work for 15th Avenue. The commitment was to the electorate, we will upgrade 15th Avenue. That was what the electorate was told. That is just not capable of happening now, is it? Realistically.
Well, Transport for New South Wales is working towards the election commitment, which was as per the Urban Roads Fund.
Well, the fund's going to need
thank
more money.
you. Order. Let me see one. Appin Road, Koalas, in terms of who I'm addressing that to. Speed limits. Who is
I
that?
can assist.
Okay,
Yep.
great. All right.
Yep.
So, firstly, the question is, what consideration has there been given by the department to reducing the speed limit on those portions of Appin Road that are particularly susceptible to, or koalas are particularly susceptible to being killed?
Yep. Thank you. I think we did talk about this at last estimates. Also, Mr. Carlon is here today as well, who can assist. Certainly, as part of our review of environmental factors, speed zones were assessed as part of the conditions of approval for those. We have got particular measures in place, mainly around signage, so I don't believe there was a speed zone reduction recommended as part of that project, but it was considered.
And so recommendation, so signage, you've got signage of koalas. Is that what you mean?
Yes, yes, fauna on road, warning signage to show that there would be movement through the corridor and for drivers to be careful in that area.
Have we had koala signs on Appin Road for some time though?
I think we've got some VMSs where there's construction works in place. Mr. Cullen may know if we've got permanent signage there, but it was, to answer your question, it was considered as part of the upgrade, and we've got 3 other sections we're still looking at.
Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. Mr. Carlon, do we have... I just have thought, I think I've seen those koala signs on Appin Road, or I'm mistaken? Like 2 years ago?
Yeah, my understanding is that there are permanent signage, and we could get back to you on the scope of how many there are and where they're located. With regard to the speed zone standards, I think the question that was asked previously in estimates, there's a current review of the new speed zone standards, and there was a request for consideration of including a specific criteria for consideration where there are high volumes of animal traffic in those corridors, and that's being considered as part of the update of those standards now.
Okay, so just to be clear, those koala signs have been there for some time?
I'd have to take that on notice and get back to you on how long they've been in position.
Okay, so
the big signage.
Specifically in relation to the additional laneways, additional traffic lanes that will be part of Appin Road because of the upgrade, I'm of the understanding that there are already koala signs there. There's already koalas, lots of koalas being killed on that road, an unsustainable level in terms of that koala population. So it seems like those signs are already there. So my question is, what is the department doing to reduce the deaths? And I'll get to the underpasses in a minute.
Sure.
But you're obviously aware that speed plays a huge factor in deaths of people, but also deaths of wildlife. So why did the department not agree, for example, to reduce the speed limit there from 100 kilometres to 80, for example?
Yeah. So I'd have to look at the exact details of the assessment, but my understanding was that with all of the measures, and you just mentioned the underpasses, exclusion fencing and koala grids, it was seen as being the correct level of intervention without the speed zone reduction. I just want to check if we have done, I believe there's one section where we have implemented a reduction that we spoke about last time as well.
Okay, if you could get back to me about that when you can, that would be good.
Yep.
So in relation to the underpasses that I understand will be built at some point in time, I'm being told that, of course, hundreds of trees are going to be built, but that there's also potentially 12 months where connectivity between koala habitat, I'm assuming from one side to the other, will be cut off for up to 12 months. Are you aware of that?
No, I don't know that there would be connectivity cut off. No, I'm not aware of that. I'd have to check. I haven't had a discussion about that. Yeah.
Okay, if you could get back to me about that. I've also had concerns raised with me about there's one particular underpass that I understand is the reinforced concrete box culverts adjacent to Narumba Reserve. They are going to be 53 metres in length, you understand, because that stretch of Appin Road is the one that's being widened to four-lane dual carriageway. What advice have you received to say that 53 metres of this concrete box is better for koalas to use and wildlife to use than overpasses? We've got a couple of, not enough, but very good overpasses in New South Wales on our motorways that wildlife use. They're very successful. So what advice have you received that underpass is going to be better than an overpass for koalas particularly?
Thank you. So you would be aware there's been 2 years of intensive work with koala specialists, both by ourselves and with the developer that's working on that particular section that you mentioned. We have worked to the Chief Scientist's findings, and they did recommend that ground access and underpass is actually better for koala connectivity than the overpass in the Chief Scientist's report, as well as the koala grids and exclusion fencing. So they were the key recommendations from the Chief Scientist. We also worked really closely with other key stakeholders that are experts in that field in coming up with those as the best options for the site.
If you could take on notice, I think we might have gone through this, but take on notice who the koala experts and ecologists are that you worked with.
Yes, certainly.
To get that advice. And I'll just go back to the speed limit. There's different speed limits. There'll be a different speed limit on the four-lane dual highway, of course. Appin Road is currently 80 kilometres per hour. So the part of Appin Road that is particularly terrible for koalas, and I understand that particular stretch of Appin Road, we've had people advocating for at least a 70% reduction, if not more than that, for some time.
Yeah.
So just in terms of the history of that, has Transport for New South Wales undertaken study, research into those optimal speeds and considered the request by the community for that particular, which I think has been submitted to you some time ago?
Yeah, it has. I will have to take the detail on notice unless Mr. Carlon has got any further information. Let me get the specifics for you for that.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to go back to St Peter's interchange now. So I understand that according to... So environment contractors hired by Transport for New South Wales, this is in their May 2022 monitoring, which you said, I think, Ms. Drover, but not the detail, reported methane at 99% with carbon dioxide at 11% in gas monitoring in one of the wells that they were monitoring in May 2022. Then I've heard that it's actually it's not possible for methane to be above 70% in a landfill. So are you aware of that anomaly for firstly?
I'm not aware of that anomaly if it was in 2022, but I'm happy to take on notice and get some information. Obviously, if there are any exceedances, we need to address them.
Okay, questions in relation to that as well, taking on notice, is what action did Transport for New South Wales take when you were made aware of that anomaly, and what was this raised with the EPA? Or did the EPA raise it with you?
I'm happy to take that on notice, and particularly where it was at the St Peter's interchange, whether it was a site that had been handed back to us or whether it was a site that was still the subject of, say, the M4, M5 link construction site. So happy to take that on notice.
Okay, I've also been advised that this is on your website actually, on the Transport for New South Wales website, environmental consultants lost the December leachate sample before delivering it to the laboratory. Is that correct?
Look, I'm not aware of that incident, but again, happy to investigate.
So I also understand that they failed to resample, that it was lost. This is from the website. It was lost, they failed to resample. So Transport for New South Wales didn't require them to resample?
As I said, I'm not familiar with this particular incident, but I'm very happy to go away and get enough information to answer. And if there has been any non-compliance, etc., happy to address it.
Okay, but you were saying, you said earlier that there had been a few instances, but that they were complying with their licence.
Yeah, the EPL. Yeah.
Yes, with their EPL.
Yeah, and that's very much our intention to, of course, comply with our EPL. Given the nature of the site, that's why there is ongoing monitoring and public reporting of the results. If there are any non-compliances, yes, they will absolutely be addressed, and if in the future further remediation is required, that will be undertaken.
So does public reporting mean publicly reporting pollution monitoring results? Is that what you mean?
I am aware that we do put on the website some of the results of the monitoring and testing.
Do you put all of the results on there?
I would just have to go away and check the extent of...
Why wouldn't all of the results be on the website? You're here...
I agree, it's a good proposition, so I'm happy to go away and check. I mean, we have air quality monitoring on there. We have both inside the tunnels and external to the tunnels. There is a high degree of information available. I'll just have to go and confirm the exact extent of monitoring that is provided on the website.
Okay, so when conditions of a licence, which is part of what your EPL 4627 licence, part of that is to undertake annual monitoring. That's required, as well as to publish the monitoring results. Correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Does the licence specify only publish these particular pollution samples?
I'm not across that level of detail, but I'm very happy to take on notice the extent
If
of...
somebody here could look, if one of your people behind you, the EPL, I could do it. I can do it when the opposition has 20 minutes, if you like, and then I'll come back to you, because clearly the EPL specifies to publish the pollution results. I can tell you right now, Ms. Drover, I'm pretty sure that EPL does not specify just publish these results. For example, there are no monitoring results of the leachate and groundwater monitoring requirements that have ever been published by Transport for New South Wales for the St Peters landfill interchange. You aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, and that's why I've taken it on notice and confirm exactly what is publicly available. And if there's any disconnect between what we should be doing, we will absolutely address it.
Is it standard for Transport for New South Wales to handpick what, there's a requirement to publish results, and Transport for New South Wales handpicks particular results and not others?
Not in my experience, but as I said, I'll have taken that away to confirm, because we absolutely want to be transparent with any results that we have.
And what would be the if you are breaching conditions of your licence, what happens then? Do you just correct it after being, I don't want to say caught out, but it's almost a bit like that. Do you just correct it?
I think that would depend on the nature of the breach, but as I said, I'll take it away because I'm just not familiar with that level of detail. So we have taken it on notice.
So I also understand that all leachate samples taken between 21st of May 2022 and 22nd of June 2023, these are the latest available results, failed the industry standard quality control agreement for ionic balance and TDS conductivity agreement. Any explanation for why that happened as well?
No, I'm not aware of that failing. But as I said, I'd take the matter away and
okay, all right.
investigate everything.
Okay, we'll come back to that when once we find out exactly what the EPL required. So has Transport for New South Wales agreed to retain and maintain in a safe state the land, which this is the land, one of the blocks of land we have talked about, which was originally intended to open as a park, the one near the corner of Canal Road and Princess Highway in late 2022. So have you agreed to retain and maintain that in a safe state, or is it more making it into a safe state before you give it to Inner West Council, or is it giving it to Inner West Council in a contaminated state and just maintaining it the whole time? Because it can't be, it can't be ultimately decontaminated and made safe.
So my division is not leading those discussions with both councils, but my understanding is that Transport is not expecting the councils to take over responsibility, accountability for managing the pre-existing contamination which arises out of that site.
So if they're not agreeing to manage the contaminated side, like, I thought that was one of the key reasons, to be honest, why they didn't want the site at all. But you're saying here today that Transport for New South Wales is going to maintain the looking after the contamination side of it. What are the other reasons then that they don't want to take over those sites?
My understanding is the reason they haven't taken over the sites to date is obviously concerns about the ongoing management of the sites in terms of contamination. And I understand we've made a commitment that we will meet those obligations. But the other factor is getting agreement, consensus on what the future design will be of the areas. And those discussions are ongoing.
So with the first, I think it was with the conditions of approval, or when it was first proposed, when the public was promised the, was it as a condition of approval, actually, not just a promise at the beginning, as a condition of approval, the 8.5 hectares of parkland was promised. Has that been completely... is the community going to get the 8.5 hectares that they were promised originally of parkland?
Well, there is land available. Obviously, it will be a function of what areas of land councils want for public open space or some other community use. So those discussions are continuing.
So 8.5 hectares, hundreds of mature trees, and this is I should say at this point, this is from a report that I understand has been sent to the Minister and probably Transport for New South Wales by a community group called Community Environment Monitoring, undertaken by environmental scientist Charlie Pearce, who has pulled all of this together. We know often that is what happens. It's up to the community to uncover all of this. So 8.5 hectares, hundreds of mature trees, but there's no commitment or promise by Transport for New South Wales to the community that they will get their 8.5 hectares. I don't think it's probably fair to say it's up to councils because it was a condition of approval. So how is this condition of approval enforced and made real, made a reality for the community? When can they expect this to occur, and if not, how many hectares are they going to lose ultimately?
So what I can confirm is there is absolutely land that's able to be handed over for community use. The discussions with the councils about what that comprises and the design of it and its long-term purpose, those discussions I understand are still continuing.
Is there any of that land that you're saying is going to be handed over to the community? Is any of that actually not contaminated?
Look, I think that precinct, given its historic use, is subject to varying degrees of contamination. The site includes the old landfill, the tip, and there are other adjacent sites as well which were not subject to the tip and therefore have different levels of contamination. But that was the original purpose of that St Peter's interchange site. It was a landfill, a tip.
Was it ever? Did Transport for New South Wales ever under the impression or say to the community that the site could be made safe? Is it like when it was the conditional approval and at public meetings and public statements? Has Transport for New South Wales said it could be made safe? Is this a new kind of revelation recently that the contamination issues are so bad?
I'm not sure what commitments but we've always known, given its long-term historic use, it will always be subject to an environmental protection licence, and there will always be management and ongoing measurement measures that will need to be undertaken for that site.
So Transport, a spokesperson for Transport for New South Wales, I understand, did tell the Daily Telegraph in September 2021 that this is following an Inner West Council meeting where there was a motion on this very issue that the site would be made safe and enjoyable.
Yeah.
Those words, safe and enjoyable, when offered to Inner West Council. That was in 2021. It's now March 2024. Seems like a lot's changed in those 2.5 years.
No, a lot of remediation works have obviously occurred at that site. So, the landfill was capped. There's various capping layers across the site. There's passive gas collection lines, there's gas vents, groundwater monitoring bores. So a lot of work has been done to make the site safe. But it is, of course, subject to that ongoing EPL to make sure that it always continues to be safe. And if there are additional measures required with time, they'll be put in place.
Thank
But
you.
the intent is always to keep some of that area for the operating motorway, but any surplus land, the intent is to hand it back in a safe manner for the community to use.
Thank you. We'll go to questions from the opposition, just about 2.5, 3 minutes now.
Okay. Mr Cox, I'm curious, was an evaluation done of the previous tourism policy, which has informed the the new policy which you've been directed to implement?
So the direction is to review the visitor economy strategy that we currently have in place, and also to take into account, of course, the creative communities policy within that work as well. So absolutely part of the work will be looking at what's currently in place, the results, and doing an update. In fact, the original policy, when it was set out, did put in there that there would be a review conducted after 3 years of operation, and we are now at that 3-year time zone.
And how long do you anticipate the review will take?
We've been directed to have the review completed and to the Minister for review by I think it's the 15th of July.
Right, and this is an internal review, not an external review?
Oh, it's a full review, so it'll include external consultation. And as was mentioned previously by the Secretary, we're just establishing that work and we'll map out the program.
Okay, but those doing the review will be internal to
That's
the
correct. Yeah,
to the body.
Operated by Destination New South Wales.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Sound New South Wales, sorry, just if you could think about while you're coming up, I'm interested in the live venue accelerator workshops, and I wonder whether you can tell me how many expressions of interest were received.
I might have to refer you to my colleague, Michael Rodriguez, who's running that program.
Oh, okay, I understood that was the Sound New South Wales.
There's two programs as part of the umbrella for Venues Unlocked.
Okay, thank you. And who has carriage of the contemporary music budget? I believe there's 103 million.
Maybe
available.
we'll go Mr. Rodrigo, because you're here now.
Yeah,
Mr.
sorry,
Rodriguez,
yeah.
if you could.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you
So I think your
Yeah.
question was in respect to the live music
live venue accelerator workshops.
Yeah, correct.
Yep.
And apologies for a little bit of confusion. We are working with Sound New South Wales.
No,
on
just
delivery
happy to
of-
get the answer.
So
Thank you.
that has 24 participants in it currently. There were 25.
Sorry, how many expressions of interest were received?
In terms of applications, I may need to take that on notice.
Right.
But there's 25 places in the accelerator.
And what's the cost per participant?
I might need to take that on notice as well.
Thank you. And how is the program to be assessed?
In terms of the applications?
Whether it's successful or not. It's a new program. What's the protocol for assessment of the success of the program?
Well, after the program is complete, it will be evaluated and
by
the department.
So it's an internal.
It's an internal program.
Against what criteria?
Against the program objectives, and the program objectives are to enable the sector to adopt and diversify their the offerings of their venues to incorporate live performance, in particular live music.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Powerhouse Museum, Ms. Havilah, is it?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Is the Powerhouse Parramatta on track to open in mid-2025?
There isn't a date set for the opening, but yes, it will be opening in 2025.
Mid-2025?
Around about, there'll be a review of that date by Infrastructure New South Wales and Lend-Lease, as there is. So I'm hesitant to name the date, but the commitment is 2025.
Okay, because the previous commitment has been given by the former Arts Minister, in fact, that it was mid-2025.
Mm-hmm.
So that commitment that's no longer locked in stone from this government.
There isn't a date set, but it is 2025 and it is on track.
Well, I mean, it was committed. It seemed
Yep.
to have been set
Yep.
by the previous government. So is there a reason why Infrastructure New South Wales needs to look at that to revise this opening date?
I think that's a matter for Infrastructure New South Wales to answer that question in
Well,
more detail.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are they assessing to revise the opening date, just to be clear?
Well, it hasn't been actually set as an opening date, so I think it's always under review in terms of reviewing the delivery as it gets delivered.
When will they know that?
I'll have to take that on notice. And it's also a question for Infrastructure New South Wales.
So estimates under the previous government, they said mid-2025. The Minister was able to tell us that then. It's now, as I said, March 2024, and this government now can't tell me whether it's still mid-2025, even though that was probably...
It will be around that date. But
18 months ago, and now it's up to Infrastructure New South Wales, not yourself or the Minister for Arts, to say when that date is.
It'll be around that date, but there just hasn't been a date.
Is it possible it's going to be delayed?
Well, there has been a lot of rain and there has been a lot of weather, so it is something that could be possible.
Okay. How many of the dedicated event spaces, as well as the limited edition spaces, how many of those are available to hire for commercial events?
So the museum altogether is 30,000 square metres. Of that, there's 18,000 square metres of public space, museum exhibition space. There is one dedicated event space, which is PS7, which is around 700 square metres.
I'll come back to that. Thank you. We'll now break.
I might just indicate it if it's helpful. I don't want to keep anyone hostage, least of all Mr.
Can
Collins.
we talk about which witnesses?
Certainly.
Actually? Yeah. Okay. So we'll try and let you know if any of you, hopefully some of you, can
Free to
go after afternoon tea, but the Secretariat will inform you about that during afternoon tea, because we have to consult. So thank you. We'll break and come back at 3:30.
Miss Havilah here or Dr. Brand?
I'll find out for you whether.
Yeah. Just on a call for people.
I've just been in the lift with all of them, so.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yep. In fact, they could have come through that way.
Mm.
That's, I mean, we're on air just for.
I was just being overly enthusiastic, Deputy Chair.
Did you say that? Did you go on air?
No, I didn't just very well. I just said.
Sorry, just do this very quickly. Let's go. Yep. All right, so we'll move to questions from the opposition. Awesome. Welcome back. Questions from the opposition, Ms. Susan Carter.
Okay. I have some questions about the Powerhouse, Ms. Havilah, I think. If you could come up to the table. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. So the Ultimo site originally allocated 500 million. That's now looking like 250 million, although there's not quite that in the budget. What are we losing? What won't proceed because of the change budget for the Ultimo site?
Thank you. So the total budget for the project is 300 million. 250 million is being provided by the New South Wales Government, and the Powerhouse will raise 50 million through a philanthropy program. So we have, since leading up to and since the announcement, we've been working really closely with the architectural team, Demerit, Block Jaggers and Architectus, to work through the design and refine the design in response to the policy direction of the government, which is focused on heritage revitalisation. And so that has been a really fantastic process, and it's really focused us on how we develop a really integrated circulation system in the museum, because that's one of the things. We've got a lot of feedback from the community in terms of how people orientate and how the museum connects to the public domain. And so that's been a big focus. We've also been focused on really how we develop within the RAM building an international standard exhibition space, which is really critical for our operations going forward.
Can I ask you about that? Because one of the challenges with the existing site is the ability, as I understand it, to provide adequate travelling exhibition spaces within the footprint of the RAND building. So is that going to be reconfigured internally? Will we have those exhibition spaces for travelling exhibitions?
Yes, so absolutely. And that's one of the, been really great in terms of working so closely with Infrastructure New South Wales, with Create New South Wales, the design team and the broader team, including the engineers, is to look at how within the RAND building, because over time there's been a lot of changes to the interior of the RAND building, including new mezzanines and other areas that have broken it up. And so
you're confident that we will get a travelling exhibition space?
Oh, absolutely. And
comparable
it will be,
to what we were looking at before?
Yeah, absolutely. It will be an exceptional space that will be able to really work, with national and international partners to present international exhibitions that really go across both the applied arts and applied sciences in that building.
And I understand that the original plans included an academy with residential opportunities for regional students so that they could engage with the museum. Will that still be proceeding on the Ultimo site?
Yeah, so we'll proceed with the academy, which was one of the really key things that we wanted to continue with, because that academy program, in the same way as it is in Parramatta, is very much about providing access for students from across regional New South Wales, from across Western Sydney, to access the museum's programs and learning programs. And those programs are very much tied into our new partnerships with UTS and Western Sydney University as well, and really looking at how we can provide pathways for young people into those disciplines, but also pathways for young people from regional and remote areas into tertiary learning and into new jobs essentially as well.
So there'll be an academy at Parramatta and an academy at Ultimo?
Correct.
Oh, great. And building approvals, where are we with those for the Ultimo site?
So we just finished the consultation on on the concept, and the team are preparing, INSW and the design team are preparing to submit the state significant development application.
Right. And do we have a realistic time frame for when all of these works will be completed?
I believe that we do. We are, as you know, preparing the museum to hand over to Infrastructure New South Wales, and the program that we have at the moment includes the securing of a construction contract before the end of the year, and then starting those works at the early next year.
And so at the moment we've got Castle Hill about to open, and we've got Parramatta and Ultimo not available. What impact does that have on educational programs?
So we have actually significantly increased our investment into learning programs over the last 12 to 24 months, and we've done that through a very transformative investment by both the New South Wales Government, but also through a $20 million investment by Mr. Lang Walker, alongside $10 million investment by Western Sydney University and UTS. And through those programs, we are delivering them across New South Wales, but we're very much focused on delivering them in schools across Western Sydney. So we're working with, at the moment, 7 schools on those programs, and they're very focused on really looking at how we can use the specialisation of the museum to provide very distinctive and unique experiences for young people in Western Sydney. So for example,
you're taking the museum to the students rather than the students to the museum. And regional schools, this operates in regional schools?
Yeah, so we're expanding it out into regional schools, and we're working very closely with the New South Wales Department of Education to really develop and make sure that the academy programs that we do in both Parramatta and Ultimo really are embedded in the syllabus and provide extension experiences from that syllabus. So I'm a student in Wagga.
What access do I have to these programs?
So when Powerhouse Parramatta opens, you'll have students and classes will be able to come and stay at the Powerhouse Museum for up to 3 days.
And would they be able to come to stay at Powerhouse Ultimo as well?
Absolutely, yeah.
Right. Okay, thank you. I wonder, could I ask Dr. Brand some questions?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and congratulations on the extra $12 million, although we found out that that's one-off and not recurrent, which is... understand that you've got a change management plan because there are you're needing to separate from some staff because of funding issues?
Correct. We have a change management plan in place, and that is partly we're undergoing a small realignment after the first year of operations, and also addressing the budget issue.
And as well as the 10 permanent roles and the 21.5 FTE roles that won't be filled, how many workers on temporary contracts and how many casuals will be affected by the gallery's change management program?
I'd have to take that particular number on notice.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you confident that alternative jobs in the public sector will be available to all of these sacked workers?
No, it's beyond my remit to what will happen in the workplace mobility program, but we are delighted that that program is in effect. As I think you mentioned earlier, I should also say that we're currently still in the consultation phase, so these numbers are not final numbers, but it looks like at the moment about 9.5 positions currently filled would then be referred to the workplace mobility program.
And if you're not an employment lawyer, that means you're losing your job, doesn't it?
No, not necessarily, because it means that...
or will you still have the same job that you had before the change management plan was in place?
Well, not at the ICAC of New South Wales, no, but
Thank you.
the hope is that a similar job would be found somewhere else within the New South Wales Public Service.
Thank you. And what impact do you think these job cuts will have on the workload of other workers still employed at the gallery?
Well, that's my responsibility to make sure that we manage our program and our responsibilities. We have very important responsibilities caring for state art collection, for example. I have to make sure that those responsibilities and programs and services to the public can be balanced with the resources we have, both human and human resources, financial resources.
So I understand that there is a review of the Destination New South Wales tourism policy and a move in the creative communities to move to an experience tourism policy. Are you in discussions with Destination New South Wales? What would be the likely workload impact on the gallery of drawing in more tourists into the gallery?
We have had a very close relationship with Destination New South Wales for a number of years now. They're a major supporter of what we do, particularly in terms of our major exhibitions, but also they're a great supporter of our opening program when the new building opened at the end of December 2022, which allowed us to keep free admission for the first 6 months of operation, which was a goal to have that across the campus. We are always in discussions about current and future programming, and we would be very happy to participate in their planning for the future, but I don't see that as a particular burden on the art gallery at all.
Just a quick question to follow up from that. You said free admission for the first 6 months. You're not going to proceed with free admission after that?
No, sorry. What I meant was we had no ticketed exhibitions in that first 6 month period. So we're totally committed to free admission, as always, to the whole ICAC of New South Wales. But for that first 6 months or so, we had no ticketed exhibitions, so all spaces were accessible free of charge until the Archibald opened in the original South building. But we didn't have a ticketed exhibition in the new North building until the Wiz Bourgeois opened. I think that was in November last year. Yeah, sorry for that. Should have clarified.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Murray, or whoever is dealing with, I know we've dealt with these, but I just want to add a couple of questions. Roselle Mulch.
Yes.
So on what day did the member of the community email Transport concerning their finding of asbestos in mulch?
Yes, thank you for the question. That was the 2nd of January.
Okay. And when were you informed, Mr. Murray?
I was informed the following week. Let me just check the exact date. I was informed on the 9th, on the morning of the 9th, that we were investigating a discovery that had come to our attention the day before formally.
Okay, so 2nd of January the email comes through. You were informed in the morning of 9 January that you're investigating.
Yes.
Who informed you of that?
It was the acting deputy secretary.
Who's that?
It's Peter Gammon.
Thank you. So can you just walk me through the reporting lines between the person that's responsible for that email address through to you?
Yes, well, I think as we covered at the time, the important thing to note is that we do apologise for the time taken between the member of the public, member of the community coming forward and making and following up on their original call and that being escalated. We also have to remember that it was the first week of the new year. The project teams around Roselle Interchange and Parklands were taking some well-deserved rest time, but the office was staffed and the email should have been picked up. Unfortunately, due to human factors, it wasn't assessed properly at the time and it didn't make its way to the proper people.
Understand all of that, and you've said that publicly, and I thank you for that. But can you just, back to my question, talk me through the reporting lines between the person responsible for that email address through to you?
Look, I'd have to check exactly who that came through. It was reported to our environmental teams in terms of the fact that there was a complaint. It came through the project, as we said initially, through that project email address. By the time it was notified to the correct teams was that following week. It was Monday the 8th, and then it was obviously escalated quickly through the leadership that we had not confirmed at that point, but that we had a member of the public who had concerns, and we had organised by that stage on the 9th to meet with that person.
Okay, so you then met with that person when on the 9th?
Transport met with the members of the community on the 9th.
Okay, so from the time that email came through the project team, what was the line of communication? Where did that go from that person, the recipient of that email, through to you? Talk me through the steps there.
Well, I'd have to check exactly how many hands that passed through at the time. Certainly it was notified to me within a very short period of time of it being notified that we had initially missed this public comment, but that we were on with it. And obviously, because it was asbestos, it was escalated through to the Secretary.
So how many people have access to that email inbox?
I'd have to take that on notice. It's a project inbox that was being staffed at the time on the project related to the parklands.
All right. Well, so you can't tell me you can't talk me through the lines, and you can't talk me through how many people are staffing that particular email inbox. Is it concerning that email sat for a week without being actioned? Well,
I would say that it didn't sit for a week. It was as a result of errors. It was not assessed properly, and it didn't end up in the right place. It certainly didn't sit, but the actions were not satisfactory to start the processes that we would require.
I'm not quite sure what that means, though. I've tried to talk through the steps, and I've tried to understand the timing. So can you just clarify for me? You said it didn't go to the right place. So did it sit there unattended, or did it go through various channels? And if so, what were those channels?
Yes, my advice is the email was received, it was read, and it was forwarded on, but it wasn't forwarded to the right place. It was almost this is for someone else to deal with, because of the understanding of the email at the time. It then made its way back to that project team, who, upon second receipt of it, realised that this actually was something that they needed to deal with, and as a result they initiated the protocols.
All right. So it wasn't satisfactorily dealt with in the first place, but I suppose how many people saw that email before action was taken on it?
I'd have to take the exact number on notice, but
yes, please.
Given it was the 8th when that email was assessed as being of note, and by the morning of the 9th, the Deputy Secretary called me and said, we've had a member of the public report asbestos and we're investigating, that was a fairly quick transition.
Well, except that the other view is that it came in on the 2nd and it wasn't action until the 9th. So that's another take, which is why I'm trying to establish what happened. So what steps have been put in place to ensure something like this doesn't happen again?
So one of the first elements is we have gone through, obviously, the administration behind project stakeholder management. That includes auditing email addresses and telephone numbers so that there aren't errant links. Obviously, projects that may have finished or handed over at some time in the past, we don't want there to be any outstanding email addresses that might not be monitored. In addition, all project teams who are staffing a email address or a phone number such as this have had all the protocols reasserted to make sure that there is constant coverage of those and that there are backups. There were backups in this case. They weren't actually needed because the email was received, but we are making sure that when someone isn't perhaps staffing the mailbox out of hours or the like, there are still ways that a member of the public can escalate. We want to make sure that that's in place in every project.
Maybe in that week, if the cricket is not here during that week, maybe people might be monitoring the
Please let me
email.
assure the committee that the email inboxes were staffed.
Thank you. I'm going to redirect. I've just got
coverage.
2 minutes left, so I will, but I understand, and I think we've answered that. So when will the parklands be open to the public?
We're working through that at the moment with the contractor. Obviously, the scale and the size of that one individual site has to be taken into account, as
But an
well
ETA.
as what has developed since.
Yep, a
I
month,
think
6 months.
We've been public that we expect staged openings to be able to inform to the community through March and April.
All right, March and April, thank you. Who's paying for the remediation works currently?
The contractor.
The contractor's paying for those. And do you anticipate that will continue?
Yes.
Okay. All right, can I go to the opening of the Roselle interchange? So the government has conceded that things could have been done better. What specifically does Transport for New South Wales feel could have been better managed?
Well, I think we've already discussed quite publicly, there were some elements of signage, if I take that as a starting point, where in particular with the Iron Cove link, it was very difficult for people to perhaps understand when presented with a brand new underground motorway tunnel that it was in fact free of charge, and so that was addressed very quickly after the motorway opening. We had new signage up and VMS signage throughout the Victoria Road corridor within the first 24 hours.
You're not blaming the drivers. I'm not having a go, but you're not blaming the drivers, are you? There was a sign saying toll, so clearly the interpretation from the sign is don't take that road if you don't want to pay the toll.
I think we've all accepted, and the fact that we moved very quickly to change the sign showed that we didn't feel it was enough. Earlier in the day, I was asked about did I feel as though there were own goals. I also felt as though when we moved to do very quick work to rectify that, and I commend the teams for getting out working through the night to do that, we also lost some attention to detail because of the pace in which we were working.
Speaking of the pace, was there pressure on the department to open the interchange on that date?
No, there wasn't. The interchange opening relates to the independent certifier declaring that it was ready to open, which was something we were waiting on.
All right, I think Mr Collins is on the public record saying there was some pressure for opening. I may not have used the exact word, I'm not trying to verbal you, but there was some concession that there was some pressure for the opening. Talking points highlighted by Channel 7 and Serena and Deloro highlighted that traffic disruption was expected to be only 5 to 10 minutes. At the time of the opening. Was that consistent with Transport for New South Wales advice to the Minister prior to the opening?
No, and I think I'll redirect to my earlier comments on this, is that in public statements made multiple times we said we believe there would be significant disruption in the inner west. I would make the point now that on most days traffic disruption is around 5 to 10 minutes. And obviously traffic to the west is now seeing significant improvements for about at least 5 to 10 minute improvements on their journey times.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to St Peter's interchange. Ms. Drover, have you found anything else out about the EPL?
Yes, I have. So the EPL for the leachate plant is with Transport, and I have checked the website myself, and all the data is on there. So the landfill gas monitoring, which is subsurface gas monitoring, that does occur quarterly in line with the EPL, and the results are all on the website.
Okay, right. Well, that's good. Have they been on the website the whole time, or has there been a correction made recently?
No, I can see here that the last data was received on the 8th of February and published on the 9th of February 24.
Thank you. Can I just ask why Transport for New South Wales, I understand the Inner West Council has been seeking an urgent briefing from Transport for New South Wales about the contamination issues, about the remediation works. There's been several motions passed by West Council, I think the latest that I'm aware of, June 2022, calling for an urgent briefing. Relevant ministers, the Premier, Minister for Environment, and as well as Minister for Transport, this was obviously in the previous government, have requested that Transport for New South Wales shares the reports into the remediation that ordered by the EPA with Council, along with any other relevant reports and information about investigations into ongoing contamination issues, and the motion goes on. I understand that Inner West Council has not received the requested information, that the urgent briefing has never happened. Is that the situation?
As I said, I'm not aware of those specific instances. I can see that there is a lot of information on the website, not just about the leachate quality monitoring, but also groundwater quality monitoring, surface water quality monitoring, air quality monitoring, etc. The other thing that should be noted is my division has delivered the project, and we have now handed it over to the operations team. So I'm not sure whether my colleague Ms Mears has any information about those ongoing discussions with Inner West Council.
Are you referring to St Peter's Interchange or the Roselle Parklands?
St Peter's Interchange is what I've been talking about the whole time.
Yep. Yeah, right, just clarifying. No, I can check what engagement we have had, but we have regular engagement with Inner West Council. I'll get specifics related to St Peter's for you.
Rinus, is the Inner West Council satisfied with the engagement by Transport for New South Wales on St Peter's Interchange, would you say?
So I have met with Inner West Council on a range of matters, as have some of my colleagues, not specifically on St Peter's though, so I would like to check that if I could.
Because what I'm hearing is that despite requests that from the Inner West Council in relation to getting this urgent briefing that I was just talking about, plus reports that Transport for New South Wales has not responded to those. They're not supplying the information as requested by Inner West Council. What's the reason for that?
No, I understand the question. I'll endeavour to get some information for you now.
Okay.
Yep.
So Ms Drover doesn't know that. You don't know that.
Not specifically
at what
to
level
St
of
Peter's Interchange, no.
At what level of in terms of positions within Transport for New South Wales, where does that decision making rest then? If it's not with you, it's not with Ms Drover. Like at what point, who makes the decision not to send reports?
Yeah, so I just want to check if we have not provided it. I'm unaware of that. I do know that we certainly have undertaken a reset, if I can call it that, of our engagement processes to try and meet the needs of our councils, and Inner West being one of them. We have regular engagement at executive director, director and officer level into the council itself and with officials. That I know the matter would have been discussed, but specifically about if we did not respond to a motion, I would just like to check that.
Okay, do you know what I understand that there's been an extension for submission of something called the revised hazardous ground gases risk assessment of that, as well as an interim audit advice?
No, I don't have any information on that. Sorry.
I understand that there's been several extensions of this, ongoing extensions by Transport for New South Wales. Like if you look at the extent, like the number of and the extent, the time, in terms of extension, it does seem like there's a hell of a lot of problems at St Peter's Interchange.
I don't have any information on that. I'm sorry, Ms Drover.
I mean,
did you have
my
any
previous
other?
question earlier in the day, when I asked about this, Ms Drover, you said that you understand that you're complying with the licence, but I'm just wondering what the extension, the ongoing extensions of these, which is this hazardous ground gases risk assessment. So ongoing extension, it does seem that the problem in relation to the emission of gases is, it's a really kind of, you could call it a wicked problem. Like it's just not being fixed, is it?
And that's why there's an EPL, Environmental Protection Licence, that covers the site, because there is the need for ongoing monitoring and management of the site, and that's what the EPL does cover. I'm not aware of the particular matter you're referring to, an extension of what was it again? Can you just clarify what the...
I'll get that back to you on notice. I've just gone to another question. I had to read that out myself. So I'll get it to you on notice. I also understand there was a licence variation in May 2021. The EPL you're referring to was varied by the EPA. Is that do Do you understand that
It
that's
may,
the case?
It may well have been. Sometimes we amend the management strategies that we're putting in place to manage the problem. So we undertake monitoring depending on what we find. We continue with the approach. Sometimes we need to change the approach, and that would necessitate a change to the EPL. Look, occasionally there are, I wouldn't call it a breach, but for example, I can see here that we didn't test from one particular well, and that was because the construction of the Gateway project, for example, meant that we couldn't test from that well. There's another example I can see where there was an equipment failure for the testing of one particular well. So that's noted. If there is any material breach of the EPL, we are required to report that to the EPA, and we do. Sometimes breaches do not become apparent until later, and they are then later reported when they become apparent to the EPA. But we have an ongoing commitment and responsibility to manage that site, and that's why with time, sometimes our approaches do change.
So with that variation that you are aware of in May 2021 of the EPL?
I'm not aware of that specific change, so I'm happy to take that on notice and get the exact nature and detail of it. But I'm aware that with time we sometimes do, and sometimes we undertake additional monitoring.
Thank you, Ms. Drover. So that amendment in May 2022 varied the licence, the EPA varied the licence to include a voluntary environmental audit. It's interesting it's voluntary, frankly, and the completion of 2 pollution studies. So this is what I was referring to before.
Right.
The first pollution study required the licensee to undertake a revised hazardous ground gases risk assessment and submit a report to the EPA by 30th of September 2021. That the Transport for New South Wales was required to do that. It's been delayed a number of times, I understand. It's a requirement of the licence, variation of the licence, but it's a requirement. 2 pollution studies. Why do they keep being delayed and extended?
Look, I don't know in that instance, but I'm very happy to take that on notice and find out why there is a delay and whether that delay still persists. I'm not familiar with that particular matter.
Okay. Let us go to Ms. Lamb, Music Festivals.
Ms. Fuhrman, yes.
Oh, there you are. Thank you. What's ILGA advising the government when it comes to the regulatory framework for music festivals and just how difficult it is operating music festivals in this state? What are you advising in terms of making it easier? And I'm also concerned, the question is also around police presence, because I know ILGA has something to do with that in terms of the application process.
Well, first, 2 things. ILGA has one role in relation to music festivals, and that's basically a risk assessment role. And if ILGA determines that a festival is, if you like, higher risk, then it's characterised as a subject festival, and that requires additional medical facilities at the site. So in relation to your question, however, we've been consulted by the team as part of the review into the music festivals legislation. We provided some input to that team, and we're, like everybody else, we're awaiting the outcome.
So in terms of subject festivals and let's just say subject festivals at this point, is it your view that you think that the system, ILGA's involvement, the risk assessing, that system of subject festivals, is it your view that that is working? Do you want to see it continue?
I suppose to the extent that there's a correlation between our involvement in the framework of the existing legislation and the characterisation of some festivals by ILGA as subject festivals and the general decline in adverse events and particularly deaths arising from music festivals, you could say yes, it's been successful. But it is only a correlation.
Yes. Now, do you take into consideration with this in terms of assessing the risk of music festivals, to designate them a subject festival, do you take into consideration the number of police that attended in previous years, the number of interactions with the police, not arrests, or at least taking the number of patrons that were subject to searches and what have you. Do you take that into consideration?
We look at a range of data. The history of the festival, if it does have a history, is certainly a factor that we take into consideration in terms of our risk assessment. Typically, we look at data in relation to incidents, if I can put it like that broadly, both medical and, or particularly medical. Perhaps less so in relation to police, because really we don't determine how many police will attend a particular festival.
So you don't take into consideration then the anything in terms of the police stats and data, other than you're saying medical incidents recorded by the medical crew?
Yes. We do ask police for input. We ask police and health specifically whether they, in their opinion, a particular festival should be classified as subject, and we take their response into account in making our determination.
Do you realise of also take into consideration when you are making your determination the potential conflict of interest that the police have in determining a music festival, a subject festival?
Because we are not the arbiters of how many police attend and the extent of user pay policing, that's not something that is relevant to our determination.
So even though the police may recommend particular festivals be subject festivals, which means usually they will, that enables them to say, well, this number of police are expected at this, and put more police on and put more dogs on and charge more. You don't think that that's a factor? That they don't have any self-interest in this?
I can't comment on any degree of police self-interest in their recommendations, but what I can say is that what we're interested in from the police is their view as to the likely health risks associated with a particular festival. So we're predominantly concerned with the risk of particularly drug-related misadventures at music festivals. And the police have some very useful data in relation to that.
How much balance is the police given, for example, compared to, for example, dance-wise? Is their views taken into consideration in the same way?
We don't specifically ask for input from dance-wise, but we do from New South Wales Health. And New South Wales Health typically provides some very valuable input into our consideration.
What's the input that they provide?
The sort of input they provide is the extent to which there may be health risks associated, for example, with the distance between the venue and the nearest tertiary hospital, so that if people become seriously ill, they can be transported promptly. They also take into account the history of the festival, if indeed there is a history, but the location of the venue and the incidence of particularly drug-related misadventure in previous years is probably the most important consideration.
Does ILGA take into consideration the coroner's report into music festival related deaths?
Yeah, to the extent,
recommendations of that in relation to the presence of police, the presence of sniffer dogs, the increased risk to drug overdoses as a result, is that also taken into consideration?
We would always take into account any recommendations from the coroner, but as I said, we're not responsible for determining how many police are at a particular venue, and the number of sniffer dogs and so on that the police recommend.
How do you weigh up the police evidence compared to the police's contribution when you're determining this, compared to other organisations' contribution? And for example, you say you weigh up, for example, coroner's recommendations. Is there a formula?
No, there's no formula. It's very much dependent on the strength of the recommendations, particularly from health, but also from police. It's also very much a function of the material that is quite extensive material that's provided to us from Liquor and Gaming New South Wales in relation to, for example, the specifics of the event organiser and their track record in terms of managing events of this kind, because some organisers have a very strong track record, and that gives us a great deal of confidence. On the other hand, if it's the very first time a particular organiser is putting on a festival, then obviously we can't give credit to them for, being an organisation with a very strong track record in this space.
So in terms of formula then, what does it take for a festival to get off this subject festival list?
There are a number of festivals that have previously been characterised as subject and are now no longer subject. In the last 6 months, we've characterised most festivals as being not subject, and I think that that's largely due to the fact that we now have a number of festival organisers with a very strong track record of harm minimisation at their events.
So in terms of what does it take, so a couple, you're saying, have come off the list?
Yes.
Any gone on the list in that time?
Any gone on the list? I'd have to take that one on notice, but I think as a generalisation, there are far fewer festivals that are characterised in the last 12 months as subject by comparison with the previous 12 months.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. I want to go back to some questions about the Powerhouse, just in relation to the event, the commercial space I was talking about, spaces I was talking about earlier, asking about earlier. So how many dedicated spaces aren't available for commercial hire out of all the spaces available?
So there's 7 spaces altogether, 6 museum exhibition spaces, and if it's helpful, I can take you through the square metre.
That'd be great.
Yep.
Thanks.
So there's 11,157 square metres of exhibition space, which is delivered over 6 spaces. There's 1,700 square metres of education space. There is 4,000 of circulation, which is concierge and cloaking, and retail is 1,000 square metres.
What was the 11,157, did you say?
That is
roughly?
That is museum exhibition space.
And is that ever available for commercial hire?
Well, we will be developing a commercial program that will include events, conferences. They'll be integrated into the museum's program, but very much in line with how.
So I've got 10 seconds left. So the question was, which events and which spaces will be free, as in not available for commercial hire?
So there'll be 6 spaces not available, and there'll be 1 space that is fully available, which will be an event space.
Fully available for.
Yep.
I'll come back.
Yep.
Ms. Ward.
Thank you. Sorry, having to guess by nods, Chair. I know the Chair has asked some questions about Camero Voices and the Warringah Freeway upgrade, but I just want to ask about those. Perhaps Ms. Strover or whoever is responsible.
Yep, I can try and assist.
Oh, thank you, Ms.
Thank
Miz.
you.
Thank you. So I know we've covered off some of these, but complaints have also been raised with the opposition by local residents about Transport for New South Wales failure to adhere to the planning conditions. I just want to ask specifically around complaints handling. Is there data on complaints for the project?
Yes, there is, thank you. Ms. Drover and I did look at this in the break to see if we had any information. We weren't aware of the matter, but we did want to reiterate to the committee that we do take all complaints seriously, and we'll look into this one ourselves. The complaints handling process is through a complaints management and communication plan that each project has. So that outlines the response time. For example, if a complaint or an inquiry is received, it has to be acknowledged within 2 hours, I think it is, in the plan for those 2 projects, and a response provided within a certain period. So there are protocols specified, and they meet the the conditions of approval requirements.
Mm.
So, and we do send weekly a report to DPHI on how we're complying with that complaints handling process.
All right, so it does seem that there's some ongoing concerns about how that's being handled.
There's a process in place.
Okay, so what oversight is there for the complaints handling process?
So it's managed through the project and community teams, assessing that if there were any significant gaps, there'd be escalations, and that would be dealt with. As I mentioned, we haven't seen an escalation of that particular matter, and we did want to check the stats.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think we're escalating it now because they're feeling like it's
we hadn't
not being-
before today.
Yeah, okay.
And just the statistics around the response rate and things, we'll check those against what we've provided to DPHI.
All right, that would be helpful.
If I can just add, regardless of the process, we do take construction workers parking in residential streets very seriously.
Yeah.
And we will address that problem if it persists.
Thank you.
And any other complaints, we particularly appreciate the impact the Ring Freeway is having on the adjacent community. So yes, we will take any feedback on non-compliance very seriously.
Thank you. That's helpful. I drive it every day, so as you're aware, and I know that you take complaints handling seriously, but we are getting a lot of feedback on this. I personally am very pleased to see it continuing, but the impact to locals is obviously of concern, and they want confidence that their concerns are being mitigated. But just in terms of the new operating model, will that impact this process, and who will it report to?
Well, the planning and performance relating to projects before they go into delivery will be handled by Ms. Mayers through the client division of the organisation. Delivery and a broader remit for project delivery remains with Ms. Drover.
Okay, so all right, so in designing the new operating model, you want to ensure that the objective of the business line is to deliver the project. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right. That's why we've removed the geographic boundaries of the interfaces. It takes out a step in all of these processes.
While also balancing, I suppose, what we call the human impacts of the project as a result of a project. Yeah. Just in terms of human impact, are there still outstanding claims or matters in relation to the Roselle interchange and the area and the residents around there? Are there any outstanding claims or concerns by those residents?
What nature of claims do you mean?
Community concerns, complaints about impact to residents in the Roselle interchange area.
Look, not that I'm aware of, but what I can say, we've still got the community drop-in centre open, so although the project has largely finished and is open to traffic, of course, we're very cognisant that we're still addressing the issues of the parkland, and for that purpose, the community centre on Lilyfield Road remains open. We've had the odd person drop into that facility in recent weeks, and of course all the online helplines, etc., are still running and will remain running until the project is fully finished and the project team has demobilised from the site.
So is that the contractor that is dealing with individuals in terms of impact, damage to buildings, residents' homes? Is that going now through Transport for New South Wales or through the contractor?
Okay, so you'll be aware that we've got what we call the IPAP process. So the conditions survey of properties was done pre-construction, and then another conditions survey is done post-construction. If there is any damage, property owners can make a claim to the contractor.
Are there any outstanding claims?
If you just give me 2 seconds, I will check. We've had very, very low numbers referred to IPAP for the Roselle interchange, but I'll just double check for you.
All right, while you're doing that, I think I can tell you there are outstanding claims. I'm just interested in who is now handling those and what the resolution process is.
So under the IPAP process, property owners can apply to Transport for New South Wales.
Assuming that's all been done,
yeah, and then they're
still in
referred
train,
to IPAP, and the independent panel makes a determination. that is binding on transport, and it's also for stage 3 of WestConnex, it's binding on the contractor. So if EPAP says there's damage due to the construction activity, then it will be remedied, and whether that's us undertaking the remediation works or whether paying compensation to the landowner.
Okay, is there an appeal process for that? If EPAC finds that there's the resident is not in agreement with the assessment?
We're bound by as is the contractor, the determination of the EPAP process. In terms of an appeal process for landowners, I don't believe there is.
Okay, thank you. Can I move on to the M6 stage 1 sinkhole? Late last week, media reports say that the M6 stage 1, a project I'm very supportive of, but that it was evacuated due to fears of worker safety, possibly related to the sinkhole near the tunnelling. Can I just ask what happened?
I might start and then perhaps hand to Ms Drover, and just noting that the workers in the tunnel were safely evacuated at the time, very early on Friday morning, and there were no workers present in the associated building, which was that were directly affected. But we did make sure, in conjunction with Fire Brigades New South Wales, that site was deemed safe and an exclusion zone was put in place. Investigations into the exact cause of the slippage and the subsidence are now ongoing.
Who's conducting those, Mr. Murray?
They're being done by the contractor.
The contractor's investigating the cause.
That's right.
Of the slippage. Okay. And how long? And they'll be reporting that back through to you.
Yes, that's
or
right.
Will they be managing
the
that?
Priority. Ms Drover was there on Friday, and both of us were there across the weekend. The contractor is taking this very seriously. They're extremely experienced in terms of Sydney and broader tunnelling. Their priority was to stabilise the works, as you would have seen through the coverage that was completed on Sunday night in terms of the concrete pour.
Concrete pour, yeah.
And now the work to further stabilise the surrounding ground will enable them to conduct those investigations.
So do we know what happened, or just a sinkhole appeared? I understand it's an investigation, but is the initial early understanding?
We don't know yet, so the investigation continues. The contractor is obviously undertaking their investigation, as is Transport. The building owners also have their own engineering team. You'll be aware that WorkSafe have put a prevention notice on further tunnelling for the M6 on the southbound tunnel. This is an area where the southbound tunnel is heading towards the portal, so it's coming up to the surface. They were tunnelling about 18 metres below the ground level, so there's about 14 metres between the depth of the sinkhole and the tunnel. But we don't know exactly the cause. There's obviously not, it's obviously an anomaly in the ground conditions in that area.
Yep.
About 76% of the tunnelling overall for the M6 stage 1 is complete, so they are heading towards the end of the tunnelling activities.
It's a great project, and your knowledge of it is extraordinary. So are there any new issues concerning the possibility of increased risk to workers for the project? Are you being made aware of any further issues prior to last Friday?
I haven't been made aware of any issues prior to Friday. WorkSafe, of course, is continuing their investigations, and we'll be supporting that. And the Fire Brigade have handed the site back to the property owners. That was done Sunday night, I believe 6 p.m.
Okay, thank you. So what's the current status of the project, considering the events of last Friday?
Yeah, so as I said, WorkSafe have stopped tunnelling on that southbound tunnel. The rest of the works are proceeding. We have approval from WorkSafe to do that. There was a closure on President's Avenue over the weekend that proceeded. But obviously the highest priority is to understand what happened and to resume the safe tunnelling of the project. There were about, I think it was four or five workers at the face when the event occurred. It was about 5:30 in the morning. They followed the protocol. As soon as they saw material coming in the crown of the tunnel, they took initial measures and then they evacuated the tunnel as per the protocol. It was then that they observed the subsidence on the surface, and no one has been back in the tunnel yet since that incident. They've been using drone technology to get some really amazing footage of what's happening within that tunnel.
All right, and so I'll move on, but when do we expect tunnelling to start again?
I'm not going to give you a date. We need to wait for that investigation to conclude and to understand what caused the issue, and also get WorkSafe clearance to proceed with tunnelling again.
Understand, thank you. Can I move on to another project, Western Distributor Network Improvement Plan? When will work start on the Western Distributor Network Improvement Plan?
Okay, you'll be aware there's a couple of elements to that initiative. There's the Allen Street intersection works. We have done the planning for that, and I understand the utility relocations, which are non-contestable, are underway. They need to be done before we actually make the changes to the intersection. There are also changes at
Sorry, how long will they take?
Well, it'll be subject to moving the utilities, but I understand we're hoping to start that later this year, after the utilities have been moved. There's also the Piedmont Bridge Road intersection works. They will not occur until after the fish markets open. I understand that's next year, so that's subject to the fish markets opening. And then we're also in the planning phase for the Fig Street on-ramp. So we have planning approval for all of those works, but the various elements have different implementation dates. Obviously, the weave ramp is more complex. We have started the property acquisition activities for that. The design is well advanced. And we're also coordinating the delivery of that with activities at the ICC. So that's also driving the delivery program for that element of the project.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. And why did the governments delay the start of that project?
I wouldn't categorise it as delaying the start. We obviously needed the REF. That obviously did generate some commentary in the community. So we took our time to respond to that community feedback. The REF was then determined, and then that allowed us to get on with those various elements. You'd be aware it's a complex bit of Sydney.
Yep.
It's right on the edge of the CBD. There is not much space, and we need to program those works so that we balance the need to improving the capacity and resilience of that network, whilst actually keeping it flowing as an operational network.
Okay, so I believe the REF said that it would begin in the second quarter of 2023. We're well beyond that. So when will the whole thing be delivered?
When will the whole thing be completed?
Yeah.
Well, as I said, the Allen Street works are fairly straightforward, but they'll just be subject to those utilities being moved. Yep. We've got to wait for the fish markets for Piedmont Bridge Road.
Mm-hmm.
And then we're just finalising how quickly we can proceed with the Fig Street ramp. But as I said, it's in part a function of the activities at the ICC. But we have commenced the property acquisition. Mm-hmm. That is now funded, and that's probably the other thing I need to confirm, though all those elements are now funded. And we're proceeding as soon as we can.
Okay, given that the whole project, though, I understand the elements of it and the complexity of it and acknowledge that, given it all went to the REF as one project, when will it be complete?
I need to take that on notice and just look at that for all elements. I don't have an exact date for the Fig Street on-ramp.
Okay, if you could take on notice when it's anticipated, the entire thing, given it went as one bundle to the REF would... if you could take a notice when that will be complete or anticipated, that would be helpful. I'll give you one second, I've just got one more. Just the, Berries Bay, as part of that, when will Berries Bay be delivered as part of the Western Harbour Tunnel project?
Okay, I've got some information on that. I can say that given we've now received the modification for the Western Harbour Tunnel, which was great, the change of construction methodology, it will now mean that we can actually deliver that Berries Bay Park back to the community earlier than was initially anticipated.
Right.
I know we've been out with the urban design landscape for consultation recently, and there were some changes to that. But if you just give me a minute, I'll get the exact dates for you.
That'd be very helpful. I think the community would welcome that Berries Bay being delivered earlier, and it's certainly helpful that the change of methodology occurs. I think I announced that at the time, but that the Berries Bay can be delivered back to the community as part of that Western Harbour Tunnel change of methodology. So not only is the tunnel going to be delivered, but the community will not be impacted in the way that it may have been.
Actually, I can just, we're expecting to start construction early next year on the
early
park.
2025.
Early 2025. The Berries Bay Master Plan has been informed by the community engagement and also responds to the conditions of approval for the project, which must result in a net increase in usable open space and continuous foreshore path.
Yeah, it's a terrific project, and I think the community will welcome that. If we can get some dates on that, that would be fantastic. A good one to be a part of. Did you have a couple? Yep. Thank you.
Ms. Mulwood, I'm hoping you can help me in relation to funding in relation to the Creative Communities policy.
I can try. Yes.
So I notice Principle 2 talks about agility in funding, and I'm interested, last September there was an announcement of $60 million of cuts to screen funding programs, which would have impacted the Made in New South Wales Fund and the post-digital and visual effects rebate. But then that was reversed, which very good decision, but of course creates funding uncertainty within the creative community. Is this what's meant by agility in a new approach to funding in creative communities?
I can speak to the individual matter you raised, if you like, and then perhaps Ms Pittman can talk to the principle more generally. With the post-digital effects and the screen funding generally, we then, based on feedback received by the Minister, we then reinstated funding for those programs. So that, yes, because we heard the strong feedback, but that was a one-off decision related to those programs where we were able to find some money out of other programs this year and in the budget process for the forward years. That was not what was meant by that principle, and maybe I'll throw to Ms Pittman to talk more about the principle.
So Creative Communities is a 10-year policy, and so
I'm focusing on Principle 2, on the funding, because what's interesting about Creative Communities, there's not a lot of dollars allocated in it that I could find anyway.
So Creative Communities is a high-level policy document, and there are a number of commitments that are made specifically within the policy document, but also, as I mentioned previously, an implementation regime, which is just being worked through now with specific actions and
implementation
timelines.
regime, does that mean dollars for projects?
So it means specific actions that will be taken around delivering on the objectives of the policy, and then the timeframes and, of course, the cost to do that. So
and infrastructure funding for the arts, when will that be? Is that part of the implementation policy?
So infrastructure funding, as you would have seen in the policy, there's quite a significant space for the arts component of the policy, and that space, the space initiative broadly, is around ensuring that communities have the ability to have access to space for enjoying and making art. Those space initiatives there will be specific things like you would have noticed in the policy there was a commitment for individual hubs for creative space in the regions and in Western Sydney that would be delivered.
And what's
order? Oh, sorry. Mr. Barakat. Just wanted to ask some questions about the vibrancy reforms the ones that came in on the 12th of December. Yep. I'm particularly interested in the number of venues that have applied to take particular things up. Yep. So I understand with the Sunday trading there was the change, but then every individual venue still had to apply if they wished to trade earlier or later, is that correct?
So that's right. So the Sunday trading traditionally finished at 10 p.m. That's now been extended to align with other days of the week to midnight.
Yeah.
It's up to individuals. So it's not mandatory. Obviously, individual venues will make that decision based on their own circumstances, and then they'll apply to us and the authority to seek that extension. If you're after an exact number, I don't have that with me, but very happy to take on notice how many have applied for that extension.
Yeah, I was going to ask the exact number, but maybe generally, has there been strong interest in that?
I think at the moment, it has taken time, I think, for venues to take this up. I think in addition to this, we've had the changes to the way that the Minister can designate special event extended trading. So
Yes,
venues can
I was
still...
gonna ask about that.
Yeah, so venues can still have extended trading on Sundays for special events that the Minister has designated of state or regional local significance. So I think a lot of them are still utilising that to have their extended trading on Sundays. So I don't know that there's been a huge amount, but again, I'm very happy to take on notice the exact number who've applied.
Thank you. How are venues notified of these changes? How have they been told about them?
So once the reforms passed Parliament, we, through our newsletter, through our mailing lists, through the peak bodies, we sent out information to all licensees, all operators about what the reforms are, what they mean for venues, how they access them, what they need to apply, what they need to do to apply for different things.
Okay, and what about the, and that was just once afterwards, after the reforms
Yeah, so there'll
at this
be,
point?
there were some that commenced on assent, so for those ones it was immediately upon that assent that the information went out. There's others, so us Liquor and Gaming taking on noise regulation, for example, across the state will commence on proclamation, and so for those ones that are still yet to commence, once they come online, we would do the same thing.
Okay, so thank you. The special entertainment precincts, I understand that there was the extension for venues within that. There were live music conditions, for example, wasn't there? A couple of live music performances a week or something?
So there's two separate things. There's, and I'll correct this if I get it wrong, but there's live music venues across the state, or venues across the state can apply to be designated as a live music venue, and yes, they have to meet certain criteria, which I think is a minimum of 2 performances a week of 45 minutes or more after 8 p.m. I think, from memory. So that's one, and then they get 2 hours extended trading for that, I think is what they're allowed. The special entertainment precincts are slightly different. I think if you're in a designated special entertainment precinct, and Mr. Rodriguez might be able to talk about a program that's in place to expand those more broadly across the state. My recollection is if you're a venue within that precinct, you're putting on live music, you actually have an hour extra trading every night of the week, even if you're not putting on live music.
Yes, and that doesn't.
Nights.
Thank you. And so that's not like the previous question in relation to venues having to apply for a variation of their licence. They automatically have it.
Yeah. So in the special entertainment precincts, because they're really council driven and council led, and council has to be taking the ownership of those designated areas, the development consent can be overridden by the special entertainment precinct. So in other situations, your development consent will determine when you can trade, and it will override your licence conditions. But in the special entertainment precincts, because councils are driving it, the licence condition extension can override your development consent and allow you to trade for that extra hour.
Okay, thank you. We actually will go to you, Mr. Rodriguez, to talk about what is happening with the new special entertainment precincts in terms of which other councils, if you're able to say, which other areas are interested, and the kind of potential timeline of New South Wales seeing more designated special entertainment precincts this year, for example.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. As you and Mr. Barrett have just indicated, the laws were passed at the end of last year. We, over the time, have then worked to get live expression of interest form for local councils, which went live, I think, on the 26th of February. I don't have details of the councils that have applied or registered via that expression of interest form. There has been, of course, media reports, and you would have seen the discussion around Waverley and Bondi Junction. And, of course, I'm aware that there is interest from councils across the state in investigating special entertainment precincts. In terms of the role that our office will play, it is to, it's a new scheme. We will be assisting councils through that process. The point of the EOI is to start that process in motion and then start concierging essentially a small group of entertainment precincts through the system, working with councils, making sure that they have the capacity, that they've gone about their stakeholder engagement, that indeed the areas that they're designating are in line with the state's vision, which takes into account things like transport, lighting, the things that would ultimately lead to success ultimately for those precincts. In terms of the time frame, which you just asked, it's a new process. We're estimating it will maybe take 2 to 4 months for that initial phase to happen, and then a further period through the planning system.
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned transport just then. I was going to ask you about transport and the lack of, largely, in terms of 24-hour transport in Sydney.
Me or Mr. Murray, sorry.
But I'll ask you, because the question is relevant to you. That's what I'm asking. Whether that's part of your remit, whether you're doing what you can to advocate within government the need. You've got the nighttime economy, yet for us, it's stopping, right? The nighttime economy kind of dwindles when the transport stops. So have you been advocating for more services, for more, ideally, 24-hour transport in some places? I know you've been to the conference in London, was it? International.
Yeah.
Yeah, for nighttime economy or nighttime mares, nightmares, which is a terrible expression. And I know you've been to that. So I assume other cities have better transport than we do, who have more vibrant nighttime economies than we do.
Yeah, well, maybe I can take a couple of pieces of that. So absolutely, we've learnt from our experience here in Sydney that in order that the overall experience begins with to, during and getting home. Cessations in public transport at a particular time present challenges. And so if you just, in terms of the ambition for the state, it really is to include transport solutions in thinking about nighttime economy. In terms of specifics, we have had a couple of things that I draw attention to, including, for example, around point-to-point transport. So we've worked with the Point-to-Point Commissioner in transport to include a secure taxi rank into the ICAC district as an example of what happens when you can start collaborating. In terms of the wider discussion around late night transport, oftentimes this is punctuated with the remark that we should just send the network live 24 hours a day, and of course there would be a significant cost that would result from that. So as going out habits are starting to normalise now post-COVID, I think we are in a position to perhaps work more closely with transport to progress that discussion. It's been quite challenging as the rhythm of the cities have been upset with people's work habits changing, and with us not being able necessarily to baseline the activity across districts. One thing that I would just tease out, and because you mentioned Manchester, it was an interesting thing to observe
I
that.
mentioned London, but you corrected me, so Manchester.
Sure. I want to be accurate in my testimony.
Thank you, I do too.
Is that the, and I think this does resonate here, one of the challenges that we are seeing is that, particularly for the workforce, as public transport networks are ceasing service, the venues who have kitchens are now needing to also cease service so that their workers can get to trains, etc., to get home. And so it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. And Manchester's interesting because I think from the 19th of March, Greater Manchester are taking back control of buses and focusing on night worker transportation. So I think it's a approach that we need to really think about here.
Thank you for that. So just to be clear, I'm not sure whether you said it in that answer. Are you submitting within government to do more, put on more services to enhance the nighttime economy to ensure that the work you do, is successful, because that's a key part, right?
Yeah, I think so. And in terms of advocating for that, we work with transport to as best we can to coordinate delivery where we can. In terms of specific services, I think there's work to be done, but I don't know if it's appropriate, but my transport colleagues might.
Yeah, well, see, this is roads, and it's nighttime economy. It's I should have asked transport, last week, but I didn't. I've got you, so I'm asking you. I can't ask transport questions of Josh.
Of course, I'm going to advocate for it, but I guess that I understand that there is complexities in.
Do you think it's needed more services, different hours?
I think that we need to understand with an evidence base what is needed and where. So, and one of the challenges we have in our area is the manipulation or accuracy of data around nighttime economy generally, particularly as the market responds from COVID into a new regime, which is now being boosted by the vibrancy reforms. We're seeing changing habits, but I've given evidence previously around Data After Dark as a tool that will, as it's in the process of getting commissioned, give us much better visibility on mobility generally and expenditure, and we'll be able to use that.
Thank you. And just to be clear, when you headed up Nighttime Industries Association, you advocated for better transport services at different hours. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Going back to Powerhouse Museum, Ms. Havler, I wanted to turn to the issue of artistic associates, which I understand are full or part-time paid contractors with Powerhouse Museum. How many artistic associates have been hired for Powerhouse Museum?
I would have to... I can get that figure for you straight away.
Okay.
I just don't have it on top of my head. But yes, we do have a program of artistic associates, which we've just now widened out to be a program that works across both the applied arts and applied sciences. And so we currently have an EOI out for that program.
Okay, so there's quite a few. Well, you'll get back to me about
I'll get back to you. There's less than 10.
Okay, and I'm also keen to know what the conditions of their employment are in terms of part-time or full-time, what the contracts are, and what are their payment bands or daily earnings in terms of, quantify, in terms of I understand there's salary scale for employees, and there are these artistic associates. That would all be very useful.
Yep.
Thank you. There's also, I understand, there's something called residency programs that the Powerhouse is also running.
Yep.
How many artists are involved in that?
Yep, we have a residency program that we run at Ultimo, and that provides subsidised accommodation across the creative industries, and we've just now expanded that program, so it also supports applied sciences industry as well. Currently we have 21 creative residents, and that program, in exchange for the rental subsidy, we work with those residents to provide programs to whether they be learning programs or education programs or contribute to exhibitions and other work of the museum, essentially.
Subsidised, when you're saying subsidised rental, you're talking subsidised workspaces for these artists? Is that what you mean by subsidised rental?
That's correct, yep.
Is it subsidised in terms of 100% subsidised?
No, it's a 50% subsidy.
Okay. So then when you're talking about education programs and everything that you said, are the residents paid for that work?
No, the way that it's work in lieu of that subsidy.
It's
work in lieu, and each one is individually negotiated, depending on their expertise and the work that they do.
Right. So, yes. So are some of them paid for it on top of any negotiate any reductions in their subsidy?
No.
Right.
Not that I'm aware of, but I can take that on notice.
Okay. Yeah, that would be interesting. I'll put some more questions on notice about that. Probably. The ticketing, art gallery tickets, prices, potential for imposing art gallery ticket prices. Can I check whether, sorry, I missed some of the discussion earlier on that. Did you say that, did you rule out future increases, future prices for tickets at the art gallery? Was that?
No, we haven't. We haven't ruled out.
I know it's not Ms. Adler.
Yeah, we haven't ruled out future increases. Obviously, we want to keep our tickets as affordable as possible for the broadest possible audience. But for the coming summer, ticket shows, or this summer's shows, are $35 for an adult ticket, which is in line, we believe, with other state institutions, both in Sydney and in other states in the country.
Right, so 35, and at this point, it could increase, for example, next Christmas from $35. There's no guarantee that that's ever locked in for a certain period of time?
No, there's no guarantee to be locked in, though.
Yeah, okay, all right. Thank you.
And I now have the numbers for artistic associates.
Sure.
We have 6 in total.
Okay, thank you. I'll still have those
sure.
other questions if that's okay. So efficiency dividends, in terms of particularly Powerhouse Museum, Art Gallery, I'm particularly interested in what I understand. So there's efficiency dividends, normal efficiency dividends that all of the departments have to meet. That's still continuing, I understand, under this government. That's correct, isn't it?
There are efficiency dividends that were applied in previous years and continue through, that continue to impact some of the budgets, and then there were also something called efficiency savings that were applied in the last budget. So depending on the part of the department or which organisation, you might have one or both of those.
What does, in terms of efficiency savings, let's stick to the Museum of Applied, let's stick to the cultural institutions here. So Powerhouse, Art Gallery, museums has gone, or maybe Ms. Moldwater, you can answer this question anyway. Does the efficiency savings apply as well as the efficiency dividends?
For some institutions,
Which
yes.
ones?
Because so for, I think, the 3 you just mentioned, the Art Gallery of New South Wales, Australian Museum and Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, and they'll correct me if I'm wrong, they received efficiency savings.
What does that mean compared to efficiency dividends?
They're called something different.
They're called something different, but do they mean the same?
Well, their savings applied to their budget. Their savings targets applied during the budget process.
And how has that impacted those 3 institutions? Like how much does that mean? What does that mean in terms of what they're needing to? So it sounds like a double whammy for these cultural institutions, like by this government. Is that correct? The efficiency savings was applied in the last budget.
There was some savings applied to some institutions in the last budget, yes, and some.
What are the institutions? What are they required to do in terms of the efficiency savings?
It just changes their budget. It just reduces their budget level.
The question, I'm just asking for a bit more specifics. Like what is it, a percentage? Was it a figure?
I think they're actually figures. We could take that on notice and get it back to you. I haven't calculated as to whether they're specific percentages. I think they're just figures applied, but we could get back to you with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty significant. And this is budget estimates and a pretty, if they've already had efficiency dividends, there's something called efficiency savings, which you're saying is actually just efficiency dividends. There's like a double efficiency dividend. We've got institutions that are, the Art Gallery of New South Wales saying that they can't rule out increasing their prices. So is it doubled the pace? Is it essentially a doubling?
So using the Art Gallery as an example, if they had savings already into their budget and then received another saving target this year, that would give them the total they needed to find. I think, as you've heard, we've worked with the Art Gallery, based on what they ended up with a budget, and we've worked with them to find savings elsewhere in the department to give them further funding.
Including staff cut, job cuts? That obviously means job cuts. We've been talking about job cuts already. So job cuts, program cuts.
No, they were given dollar figures as a total budget to find, and then we worked with them to see what they were able to accommodate and found reasonably significant amounts in the department to give the Art Gallery to make up the difference.
Okay. Yeah. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you. My question is to Create New South Wales, Ms Pittman. Hi, so thank you. Just pivoting to arts, just in relation to the Create New South Wales Arts Advisory panels, just wanted to ask about those. How many chairpersons of the various Create New South Wales Arts Advisory panels were not reappointed by the Minister?
Just to clarify, I think you're talking about the Art Form Board advisory groups. Is that correct? So there are 10 Art Form
Create
boards.
New South Wales Arts Advisory panels.
Okay, I think that's we haven't got anything that specifically is called that, but we have 10 Art Form boards, and each of those Art Form boards is charged with reviewing applications for funding from that relate to a particular art form. There was we have renewed some of the memberships on those boards in the last year. I don't have the specific information that you've just asked, but we can take that on notice.
Could you? Yes, and you're quite right. Art Form Advisory panels. I think they were at some point called advisory panels, but specifically in relation to how many chairpersons of those various boards were not reappointed by the Minister. And did the Minister personally inform these distinguished volunteers or write personally to them to thank them, those not reappointed, for their service and for their years of volunteering, and to thank them for the work they've done?
I do believe there were letters that were sent to people who were retiring off of those boards to thank them, but I can confirm that on
Could you
notice.
check, please,
Yeah.
those that were, one might say retiring, one might say not reappointed, to clarify whether each of those was in fact thanked,
Yes.
either personally or in writing. And more generally, what percentage of all art form advisory panels were replaced? You might take that on notice.
So for each of the art form boards, there were a maximum of 10 members, 6 members for a quorum, and at least 6 members were were appointed in each of those art form boards. But I can clarify that.
Ms Moldwater, if I could just go back to the efficiency savings and the efficiency dividends. So as I understand it, some institutions had an efficiency dividend applied, others also had efficiency savings applied, and the expectation is if those savings can't be found that they will go out to philanthropists to make up the shortfall?
You probably would need to ask the government the question of what the expectation was. I guess from a portfolio perspective, our expectation is to work within our budgets. So there are various ways of doing that.
And if savings are applied year on year on year, what happens to the budgets?
Look, the other process that we have now instituted with some of the institution is a bit of an audit. So we're working with the art gallery to have a look at the baseline budget, and it might mean that it needs to be reset.
I've got a figure of cutbacks to arts and culture budget of $200 million over 4 years. Is that roughly what's been?
I'd have to take that on notice.
In the ballpark?
No, I'd have to take it on notice. I don't want to guess. I'll get the exact figure for you.
Okay. All right. I mean, that sounds like a lot. That's what somebody has given me that's in the industry. It's got to be somewhere along that figure. Over 150?
No, I can't confirm that because
Okay.
I also know that some of the program funding in the forwards is actually pretty significant. So it depends what you're counting in and out.
Sure. Fair enough. Go to something completely different now, which is a question about, might be a bit too specific for everybody, but the New Line Road through Cherrybrook into Dural. I understand the feasibility study was funded, announced joint funding, $10 million each by the federal and state coalition, actually, back in April 2019. How much has it's been undertaken? I understand that feasibility study. I am asking, is it you, Ms Drover?
If it's
Ms.
in
Mayers?
the planning phase.
Yeah, I think it's in planning.
So-
I'm
Is
just
it?
seeing if I've got anything. Not one I prepared.
Because the question is, the question is that has been undertaken, the investigation. So you're saying the $20 million went to planning to undertake that study, or was it?
Yeah, it's
Transport
been a
for New
while
South
since
Wales?
I've looked at that one. So from memory, yes, we undertook planning studies to investigate beginnings of a strategic business case option. And
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
where is that up to? Just to be clear, the Greens probably don't support it in some parts because of the blue gum high forest impact. But I'm just curious in terms of where that's up to.
Yeah, I don't believe it's been prioritised in our current budget process or in our portfolio. I will clarify that and check for you.
Okay, thank you. 25 seconds left.
Can I
on
just
that.
ask, has the feasibility been completed?
I'll check. Let me take that on notice.
Okay.
I'll check.
All right, thank you. Very quickly, Hickson Road, Pier 2-3 Hickson Road. What negotiations have been entered into between Create New South Wales and the companies operating on Pier 2-3, that's Bell Shakespeare, the ACO and ATYP, to provide some form of rent relief on their repayments to Create as they struggle to re-establish some degree of financial viability post-COVID?
So all of the tenants on in Walsh Bay Arts Precinct have rental agreements with Create. Those were negotiated in advance of and sort of during the repopulation of the precinct. There are ongoing discussions that we are having with the individual organizations about their current financial circumstances and what can be done in order to ensure that they can remain in their spaces and remain sustainable.
But my question,
Thank
including
you.
rent
That's
relief.
it. Sorry. 16 past. Questions from the government? No questions from the government. Excellent. Thank you very much for appearing today and for your time. I know for many of you it's not the first day that you've appeared. Secretariat will be in touch, of course, in terms of any questions you've taken on notice. Supplementary questions, usual thing. So thank you for your time. Enjoy your evening. Thank you. That's the end of our hearing. Thank you.